Chapter 1701. Illusory Castle. What do I even say after that? Sunny sighed and decided not to say anything. Nephis seemed to be of the same mind. His thoughts, however, were on fire in the wake of Effie's antics. So, while Sunny kept quiet, his imagination was running wild against his better judgment. He did not know what Nephis was thinking about, but he was definitely thinking about all kinds of things that he probably should not have been thinking about. He threw a furtive glance at Neph. Was she really calm? Was he imagining things, or did her cheeks seem a little pink? No, that is definitely my mind playing tricks on me. There was no way Nephis would be fazed by mere words. It was just his wishful thinking. It was all Effie's fault. That Effie. She really had not changed at all. He would have thought that being a married woman with a child would curb her wilder tendencies, but alas. Having a loving family only seemed to embolden the vivacious huntress even more, as if having a safe space to retreat to gave her wicked tongue more power. It's a miracle that little Ling is such a sweet boy, despite being raised by that miscreant. Sunny inhaled slowly. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked at him with a deadpan expression. After a while, she said in her usual impassive tone, "Don't mind Effie. Saint Athena. She's always like this." Sunny chased the improper thoughts out of his mind, or at least tried to, and chuckled. "That's all right. I'm rather accustomed to it. I used to have a close friend who was just like her. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, I miss it a little." She smiled faintly. "I can't quite imagine." The two of them started walking and left the pier. Instead of passing through the crowded gate of the castle, Nephis led him to a hidden postern, where two knights bowed deeply before letting them in. The pass through the thick outer wall of Bastion was like a long tunnel with walls built of white stone. Walking through it, Sunny wondered what could have brought this mighty wall down and left it laying in ruins, like it lay in the hidden realm that was imprisoned in the reflection of the illusory castle. But then again, that terrible foe had even shattered the moon, so why would Bastion fare any better? The castle was a city in and of itself. It was gargantuan, with somewhere around 1 million people living between its walls, almost half of them awakened. There were hundreds of masters here, as well, and at least a dozen saints were always present, either guarding the stronghold or visiting from their own citadels on business. Sunny felt quite peaceful and comfortable living in the sprawling city on the other side of the lake, but here in the castle, he couldn't help but feel a little tense. Soon, they left the tunnel and entered a lively street. "It's quite amazing, isn't it?" His voice sounded a little stifled. Nephis nodded. "Indeed. Bastion is not called a great citadel for no reason. From their point of view at the lowest and outermost ring of the great stronghold, the place they found themselves on looked no different from a city street. Granted, both the wide paved road and the buildings standing opposite the monolithic barrier of the outer wall were made of the same white stone as it. There were residential buildings, merchant stalls, commercial establishments, and people hurrying on their daily errands. However, all of it, except for people and later additions to the original architecture, seemed a little too grand in scale, as if built for creatures that weren't quite giants, but also not quite humans. However, really, this street was a natural part of the defensive fortifications. Bastion was a marvel of military engineering, designed to withstand the most terrible siege. There were all kinds of courtyards, keeps, towers, and auxiliary buildings here, placed in a seemingly chaotic manner, but all of them followed a thoroughly purposeful design. If viewed from above, Bastion resembled an artificial mountain separated into distinct levels, with concentric circles of inner walls protecting each of them and the main thoroughfare piercing each of the walls as it scaled the mountains in a spiral. If one wanted to reach the main keep from either of the outer gates, they would have to circle the mountain many times, passing many lesser gates in the process. Even things like the direction of the thoroughfare were full of purpose. If someone managed to breach the outer wall, they would have to follow it clockwise, which meant that their sword hand would be to the next wall, while their shield hand would be away from it, letting the defenders rain arrows on the attackers more effectively. All in all, Sunny did not envy the warriors of Clan Song, who might have to siege this castle one day. Even he felt that the task was much too daunting. Bastion seemed truly impregnable. But, of course, it wasn't. The ruins hidden in the moonlit reflection were proof. Nephis led him deeper into the ancient castle, making sure that they would be seen by everyone who had time to look. The reactions people were giving them were much more intense than those at the lakeshore settlement, mostly because much more of them recognized who Nephis was. Sunny could practically feel the veneration and admiration they felt for her. Wherever Changing Star went, people's faces suddenly looked bright and inspired, as if just seeing her gave them strength. Well, it made sense. Nephis had become somewhat of a symbol after the Forgotten Shore, and her fame only grew further in the last 4 years. Especially for the people of the Sword Domain, she was a champion of peace and prosperity. A radiant figure who defended them from the horrors of the nightmare spell, and whose light illuminated all of humanity. Princess Nephis, one of the 2 invincible sword sisters of Anvil's domain. The nickname Effie had given her in the Dark City was not that outlandish anymore, if at all. So, Sunny could understand the gazes of adoration directed at Neph. However, the more intensely people admired her, the more confusion and simmering hostility his presence by her side caused them. Who was that dainty stranger walking by Changing Star's side? Who does he think he is, being so close to our princess? Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable. He might have underestimated the consequences of playing Neph's secret darling. He might have underestimated it severely. As a passerby glared at him with obvious hostility, Sunny made sure that Nephis could not see, and glared back with a cold menace. You can glower all you want, but are you worthy? All of you wretches combined are not fit to stand by her side, only I am. Well, that was what his glare was meant to convey, at least. Chapter 1702. Legendary Encounter. This time, Nephis led him on a shorter path to the pinnacle of the stronghold, across narrow stairs and hidden posterns that he had not even known existed. There was no need to waste time at each checkpoint either, so their progress was rather fast. Who would dare to stop the transcendent daughter of a sovereign? After a while, Sunny asked with a hint of curiosity. By the way, Lady Nephis, where, exactly, are we going? He knew that they were about to sign a contract, but wasn't sure where the signing would take place. Was he going to make a deal with Clan Vela or with the Firekeepers directly? Who else would be involved? She looked at him with a hint of confusion, then suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. Oh, please forgive me. I have forgotten to explain properly. With that, Nephis raised her hand and pointed to one of the tallest towers in Bastion. The tower was not much different to all the others, with one big exception. There was a graceful flying ship floating in the air near it, moored to the higher floor of the tower with thick cables. A beautiful tree was growing around its main mast. The Chainbreaker. Sunny unconsciously looked up at the beautiful visage of the Ivory Island drifting in the air high above the lake. I see. Nephis lingered for a moment. Very few people have ever visited my citadel, but you don't have to worry. Everyone there is a trusted friend and ally. It is also quite peaceful there. We won't be disturbed. Right. Sunny was not supposed to have ever been in the Ivory Tower, so he had to act as if the whole experience was new to him. He put a sufficiently believable expression of wonder on his face, making sure to keep a proper level of decorum, of course. I've long heard about the beauty of the Ivory Tower. It is my luck to be able to visit it. A faint smile appeared on Neph's face. I'm sure you'll like it. They continued on their way, soon reaching a lesser courtyard in front of the tower. There were quite a few people here, although most of them were different from the crowd at the lower levels of the castle. The closer to the pinnacle of the stronghold one was, the fewer mundane people there were around. At this point, Sunny could not see anyone but awakened, with plenty of masters mixed among them. However, the gazes directed at him were not in any way friendlier. Well, it was natural. He was an outsider, after all, and people were wary of outsiders. Just before they entered the tower, a tall man wearing the colors of Clan Vela, a knight, from the looks of it, approached them and bowed deeply. Saint Nephis, if I can have a minute of your time. She frowned slightly. What is it? The knight hesitated for a moment, then said in a dignified tone. "There is a slight problem with the supplies you requested. They were delivered on time, but the specifications. I'm afraid you will need to inspect them personally. If everything is in order, I'll give a command to immediately load them on the chain breaker." The matter concerned the inner working of Clan Vela, so he was being vague around Sunny. Nephis remained silent for a bit, then glanced his way. Eventually, she said, "Please wait for me a little, Master Sunless. I have to deal with this issue. My apologies. I'll be back in 10 minutes. He smiled. It's no problem. He had no doubt that someone would inevitably try to bother him as soon as she left, but it was really of no concern to him. Unless Anvil himself decided to come and stir trouble, Sunny was confident in his ability to send any potential troublemaker on their way without any commotion. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded curtly and walked away with the tall knight. Sunny was left alone, thinking that it was a good opportunity to compose himself. Smiling faintly, he walked over to the lakefront ramparts of the lesser courtyard and gazed into the distance. He could see the young city stretching along the shore in the distance, bathed in sunlight and brimming with vitality. The lake was calm and radiant. It was a beautiful sight. As Sunny enjoyed the view and the warm breeze, he sighed. He could sense two shadows approaching him from behind. That was fast. Turning around, he saw two men younger than him by a few years walking toward him. One was walking with purposeful strides, while the other was trying to hold him back with a troubled expression. Both were masters and wore enchanted armor, but neither donned the colors of Clan Vela. So, they must have been noble scions from vassal legacy clans. Legacies. Soon, the two scions reached him. The one who had been purposeful gave Sunny a glare and said, his voice full of arrogant indignation, "I am Ascended Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. This is Ascended Mercy of the Dagonet clan. Who might you be?" Sunny blinked a couple of times, looking at them in amusement. "Wait, it can't be. Is this the legendary arrogant young master encounter?" "It is, isn't it? Gods, the legends are true." He reminded himself to remain calm. "Keep your cool. Be polite. Don't start trouble." Sunny smiled politely. "I am called Ascended Sunless. How may I help you, gentlemen?" Master Tristan frowned. "Ascended Sunless? Of which clan?" Sunny remained silent for a moment. Why was everyone so insistent on waving their family name around? "Of no clan." The young man scoffed, while his friend tried to pull him away. "Tristan, drop it, come on, we are going to be late for practice." Master Mercy of the Dagonet clan seemed to have a little bit of brain, at least. But the scion of Aegis Rose clan did not want to listen. Scowling fiercely, he moved a step closer to Sunny and asked, his voice harsh and domineering. "Master Sunless of no clan seems to have some business with Lady Changing Star. But that doesn't give you the right to, don't think I didn't notice you ogling her with lewd eyes, scoundrel." "What eyes? Who?" The second legacy gave Sunny an apologetic glance and tried to pull his friend away harder. He seemed exasperated, hinting that Master Tristan had a habit of saying rash things. Sunny took a deep breath. "Be polite. Don't start trouble. Be polite." He calmed himself down, then opened his mouth and said, "Why does a moron like you have the confidence to open his mouth and spout nonsense? If you were born brainless, at least have the decency to keep quiet. Better yet, get lost altogether. Don't think I didn't notice you being dropped on your head as a child, you cretin." Chapter 1703. Courting Death. Mercy of Clan Dagonet let out a stifled breath. At the same time, Ascended Tristan's eyes widened. His face, frozen in a state of stunned disbelief, was slowly contorted by a grimace of righteous wrath. Trembling in outrage, he bellowed, "You dare?" Sunny couldn't quite believe it. He held his breath, his heart beating wildly. Is he going to say it? He's going to say it. He totally is. His smile remained perfectly pleasant. "I do dare." Why, wasn't that obvious from my remark? Or has your flaw made you deaf? Goodness gracious, dumb and deaf. What an unfortunate fate. You have my sympathy. The young master stared at him, mouth agape. After a few moments of silence, Tristan pointed a trembling finger at Sunny and hissed. You are courting death, Mongrel. He said it. He had really said it. That was. Sunny had no words. It was really too astonishing. He struggled to suppress a burst of laughter. Amazing. But also, what is it with legacy brats and calling people mongrels? Sunny kept his composure with titanic effort, and shrugged. Funny you should say, but I am indeed somewhat of a mongrel. His smile widened, which seemed to send the young master into a spiral. With his face turning a concerning shade of red, Ascended Tristan outstretched a hand and growled. You've gone too far, scoundrel, you need to be taught a lesson. I, Tristan of Aegis Rose, hereby challenge you to a duel. Sunny blinked. Who? No, he was just speaking metaphorically when he suggested that the fool had been dropped on his head. But now, it seemed like maybe there was some truth to the statement. By now, their spat had attracted a lot of attention. The people in the courtyard were all gazing at them with strange expressions. Master Mercy had abandoned his attempts to drag the second legacy away and was now looking around helplessly. A duel, huh? Sunny erased the smile from his face and said in a solemn tone. I refuse. Tristan grinned. Great. Then summon your Vihu? What? You refuse? Sunny nodded. Yes. I refuse. What, are you really deaf? The young master seemed flustered. He stared at him in confusion for a few moments, then asked in a trembling voice. How can you refuse? That's cowardly. Don't you have any honor? Amused, Sunny simply shook his head. That's right, I am a coward, and I don't have any honor. In fact, I wouldn't be caught dead having honor. Such a distasteful thing. After being accosted by an arrogant young master and asked if he was courting death, all Sunny had to do to experience the entire triumvirate of clichés was to slap Ascended Tristan across the face. However, he had no intention of doing that. Who knew, perhaps the poor fool was really suffering from a character flaw. His behavior was too outrageously hot-blooded to be explained by simple foolhardiness. Plus, it wouldn't be a good look for Sunny to go around beating children, not to mention that his meticulously cultivated harmless persona was not supposed to be able to win a duel with a legacy ascended. No matter how much he wanted to teach the loud brat a memorable lesson. Ascended Tristan huffed and puffed, staring at him with angry eyes. Then, a mocking smile suddenly twisted his lips. Don't be too afraid, coward, I won't kill you. We'll just duel to first blood. I refuse your refusal. Summon your weapon and face me. Sunny stared at him incredulously for a bit. To hell with it. He sighed. To first blood? Fine. I accept. His smile turned a little sheepish. But, I don't have a memory weapon. So I can't summon any. Hearing these words, young Master Tristan paled. You don't even have a single memory weapon? And you call yourself an ascended? Sunny scratched the back of his head, his face full of embarrassment. I do call myself an ascended, but not all ascended are like you, scions of storied legacy clans. Personally, I manage a small cafe and a shop. The last time I was in a battle, I had to run away and barely escaped with my life. It had been a battle against a cursed tyrant, but they didn't have to know that. Master Mercy seemed relieved. He let out a long sigh and said tentatively. Then, let us just drop this matter. Tristan, he is clearly not a. But his friend shook his head furiously, summoning a memory. No, I simply can't let this matter rest. I demand satisfaction. Soon, a heavy greatsword manifested itself from sparks of light. He scoffed contemptuously and shoved the sword into Sunny's hands. Here. This sword is called the Heartbreaker, and it is a family heirloom of my clan. I'll lend it to you for today. It is your privilege to be able to hold it, knave." With that, he shook his head and mumbled under his breath. "This, really? I just don't understand why Lady Nephis would associate with such a profligate wastrel. He must have deceived her with his looks, the scoundrel." Sunny held the great sword awkwardly and rested its tip on the ground. No, really, what was this situation? Why was the person who had challenged him to a duel supplying him with a powerful weapon to fight that duel? Was Master Tristan actually brainless? At the same time, the young man in question summoned another memory, this one a much lighter arming sword. From the looks of it, he was giving his opponent an advantage, a better weapon with a longer reach. He also dismissed the outer layers of his armor, leaving only a gambeson jacket behind. "Here. I won't use any enchantments, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Are you ready?" Sunny remained silent for a moment, then shrugged timidly. "I guess I am." Young Master Tristan grinned. "Then, here I come. Prepare to be humbled, wimp." He brandished his sword and lunged forward. Under the dubious gazes of everyone gathered in the courtyard, the duel started. Chapter 1704. A slap heard around the world. And Legacies still held the title of the most skilled and deadly warriors of humanity, by far, even now that the number of awakened had swelled. Their upbringing, training, and martial culture were all designed to produce lethal fighters to rule the battlefield unopposed. The idle onlookers did not know what the pretty young man had done to enrage the Legacy Scion so much, but from the looks of it, he was in for a good beating, which was a shame, considering that with his jade skin and slender figure, he looked quite handsome. Sadly, though, he didn't look like much of a fighter. Neither did Master Sunless seem very familiar with handling a blade. He tried to swing the provided greatsword to deflect an incoming attack, but failed. Not just that. Perhaps due to his short stature and slender build, he actually lost control of the heavy blade and allowed its weight to pull him off balance. Instead of deflecting the opponent's sword, he yelped and stumbled forward instead. That was a common mistake most often seen among awakened. Young awakened were prone to overestimating their newfound strength, forgetting that their mass and center of gravity remained the same. So, it was easy for them to misjudge things and end up being pulled forward by the inertia of their own swing. Still, for a master to be that inexperienced in combat was a bit. The delicate Ascended seemed to be doomed. But, strangely enough, he ended up being saved by his clumsy mistake. It was doubtful that he could have deflected Tristan's powerful strike, but after stumbling forward and nearly sprawling on the ground, the opponent's sword missed and flew harmlessly above his head. There was a murmur among the onlookers. Lucky! But then, they were treated to a bizarre spectacle. That Master Sunless was not just lucky, it was as if he was charmed. No matter what Tristan of Aegis Rose tried to do, his sword never seemed able to reach the cowardly opponent. Master Sunless slipped on the cobblestones, accidentally evading a skillful attack. While trying to stand up, he tripped on the hem of his own silk robe, losing balance and gracelessly sprawling on the ground, but also making Tristan's follow-up strike miss him entirely. While trying to block a downward slash, he actually failed to hold onto his sword and dropped it, staggering back in panic. However, in the process, the coward accidentally kicked the falling sword and sent it flying in the direction of the Legacy Scion, who was forced to hastily defend his lower torso and retreat. Then, Master Sunless recklessly bent down to pick up the fallen sword, a grievous mistake when facing an armed opponent. However, it was exactly because no one in their right mind would think of leaving themselves so open to a lethal blow that Tristan had never anticipated it, once again fruitlessly sliced the empty air above the oblivious opponent's head. "What are you doing? Fight like a man." A sheepish smile appeared on the unknown master's deathly pale face. "But I was trying to pick up my sword. How am I supposed to fight without a sword?" Ascended Tristan let out an infuriated growl. "Just take it, damn! I'll step back." Under everyone's bewildered gazes, he took a step back and waited patiently for his opponent to arm himself. But Master Sunless did not seem to be in a hurry, breathing heavily. Tristan's face twitched. "What are you doing?" The delicate young man coughed. "Well, you didn't specify that I should pick it up immediately, did you? So I thought I'd catch my breath real quick." The legacy scion seemed stuck between complete disbelief and apoplectic fury. "Pick it up right this second." Master Sunless bent down and gripped the sword. All right, there's no need to shout." Soon, the oddly comical duel continued. He continued stumbling blindly through the hurricane of steel, remaining unscathed by sheer, ridiculous luck. But even that helpless fool's luck was bound to run out sooner or later. And finally, in less than a minute, Tristan's sword pierced the silk robe and bit into the delicate young man's shoulder. He had held back, not wishing to deliver a serious wound to the offending profligate, so the cut was shallow. Still, a cut was a cut. It also hurt like a real cut. Sunny grimaced. Young Master Tristan, meanwhile, gave him a disdainful smirk and retrieved his sword. The two of them were standing close to each other, and the legacy was staring down at Sunny, his face full of pleased indignation. "Serves you right, scoundrel. The victory is mine. Now apologize. Recount your misdeeds and humbly beg forgiveness. I'll let you off easy if you do, but if you don't blame me for being ruthless." But Sunny simply tilted his head. "Who says that the victory is yours?" Tristan blinked. "What? I clearly just won. What are you?" But Sunny was nonplussed. He raised the collar of the nebulous mantle, revealing the black shirt beneath. "We agreed to fight to first blood. Do you see any blood?" The young master stared at his chest in confusion. There was clearly a cut in the little knave's shirt, but where was the blood? Even the blade of his sword was clean. He frowned and started to speak, his tone full of confusion. "How?" But before he could finish, and to the absolute shock of everyone watching, the next moment, Sunny's fist slammed into his face with an audible bang, sending young Tristan of Aegis Rose staggering back. The legacy scion collided with his friend, Master Mercy, while covering his face with a hand. His stunned eyes were opened wide. There was blood dripping between his fingers beneath them. Suddenly, the courtyard was silent. In that silence, Ascended Tristan slowly lowered his hand, revealing 2 red streams flowing out of his nostrils and marring his handsome face. His voice was listless. You? Sunny dropped the heavy greatsword on the ground with visible relief, rubbed his wrists, and let out a sigh. Then, he smiled. "Well, it seems like I have won. Good fight. Now, shall we proceed with begging for forgiveness? You don't need to kneel. I'm not a pervert, so I'm not into such stuff." At that moment, young Master Tristan looked like he would spit blood. That, too, would have constituted Sunny's victory if the legacy wasn't already bleeding. Then, Tristan's features contorted, and he seemed to completely lose his mind. With a face flush with murderous wrath, the legacy lunged forward and roared. "You wretched mongrel!" Sunny pretended to be frightened and flinched away with an ungentlemanly shriek. Coincidentally, or rather, quite purposefully, the sun was directly behind him, which meant that his shadow was sprawled on the cobblestones directly in front of him, right where Ascended Tristan's foot had just landed. Using a tiny bit of essence, Sunny stealthily manifested a small part of the wild shadow and made it trip the poor fool without anyone noticing. That was more than enough to send the enraged young master, who had committed to the attack a little bit too hard, completely off balance. It all worked splendidly. In fact, it worked a little bit too well. Oh. Crap. Sunny had forgotten to take one small, but vitally important detail into account. In the next moment, everyone in the courtyard witnessed a startling scene. Ascended Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan lunged at the dainty master, who let out an embarrassing shriek and flinched away in fear. By doing so, he not only completely avoided the sudden attack, but also caused the legacy to lose balance and be pulled forward by the weight of his sword. And there, right behind his cowardly opponent, was the parapet of the courtyard ramparts. The young legacy had no time to slow down and collided with it at full speed, buckling at the waist and flying over the stone parapet in the blink of an eye. A split second later, his figure disappeared from view. A dumbfounded silence settled over the courtyard. In a few moments, everyone shuddered as they heard a loud crash from somewhere far below. Master Sunless looked back with a strange expression on his face, then cleared his throat and gracefully straightened his mantle with an elegant motion. Then, he turned to Mercy of Clan Dagonet and said, his voice full of sincere concern. "Sir Mercy, why are you dawdling? Shouldn't you hurry up and tend to your friend? Such a fall won't kill him. I think, but he'll certainly need a good healer." The petrified young man slowly nodded. Why, yes. I'll go." With that, he turned around and hurried away. But at that moment, Master Sunless called out to him. "Wait a moment." Ascended Mercy froze and slowly turned around. "Yes?" Sunny smiled and pointed to the heavy greatsword laying on the ground. "The sword, what was it, the Heartbreaker? Take the sword with you." The young master stared at the greatsword for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. "Yes." He mumbled an apology and dashed away. Sunny grinned. "Make sure that Ascended Tristan takes his time to rest and recuperate. There's no need to rush." He sighed and then added, his voice full of magnanimity. "He can beg me for forgiveness at a later date." Chapter 1705. Familiar. The charming enchanter himself was standing near the parapet of the ramparts, not paying the pointed gazes any attention. He was looking down calmly, a small smile playing on his lips. Nephis frowned slightly. Has anyone bothered him? She had not anticipated that leaving Master Sunless alone for a few minutes would be a problem. It was only an hour or two after they had shown themselves together in public. After all, no matter what kind of rumors people wanted to spread, such things took time. Nephis definitely did not want anything remotely unpleasant to happen to the delicate young man, so she had to be more watchful in the future. Approaching Master Sunless, she said in her usual even tone, "I am back. Did something happen?" He turned and looked at her with a smile, then lowered his gaze awkwardly. Well, nothing too serious. There were a couple young men who wanted to have words with me. I'm afraid I failed to resolve the issue amicably. Oh, well, some people simply don't have manners. I'm rather used to such situations. Nephis' frown deepened. Sunny, of course, was talking about himself. It was Sunny who didn't bother with basic manners unless he wanted to, and was therefore used to facing the violent consequences of running his venomous mouth. But Nephis understood it differently. Cassie. Who were these young men, and how dare they be rude to Master Sunless? Cassie responded a moment later, her voice deceptively smooth. Tristan of Aegis Rose challenged Master Sunless to a duel. Nephis almost jumped. Of course, her calm expression remained the same, but her mind was suddenly awash with scorching flames. "And you didn't warn me. I explicitly asked you to keep an eye on him in my absence." Imagining the headstrong and domineering scion of the Aegis Rose clan bullying the elegant and gentle Master Sunless made her blood boil, for some reason. Feeling a degree of anger would have been both expected and reasonable, but even Nephis herself was surprised by the intensity of her reaction. The image was simply too offensive. Perhaps it was because she had just promised herself to protect the charming young man? Now, mere hours later, it had already come to this. Nephis was on the verge of blushing again, this time, out of shame. A sudden thought surfaced in her mind. Should I destroy the Aegis Rose clan? She blinked. No, wait, what am I thinking about? Luckily, at that moment, Cassie responded to her heated question. Neph, relax. What is with you today? Master Sunless is not entirely helpless, and Tristan of Aegis Rose is not entirely brainless. It's just that his flaw is, well, you know how he is. In any case, he is not a malicious person, just a hot-blooded fool. The worst that could have happened was one of them receiving a scrape. Nephis frowned. Wait, could have happened? Not could happen? The duel already took place. Cassie coughed. About that, maybe don't mention anything to Master Sunless. It might be embarrassing for him even though he technically didn't lose. Nephis studied the charming young man silently. Almost immediately, she noticed a thin vertical tear in his robe where none had been before. I should offer to heal him. She imagined laying hands on his chest and infusing it with her flames. But how could she offer to heal him without hurting his pride? Cassie said not to mention the duel. Nephis lingered for a few moments and then reluctantly decided not to say anything. If Master Sunless wanted to keep what had happened to him a secret, she had to respect his wishes. He was already on the losing side of their relationship, which was to say, employer and employee relationship. So she had to be mindful of his pride. The Aegis Rose clan, however? Nephis usually stayed away from the internal politics of the sword domain, but if she wanted to exert influence, there was plenty of influence to go exert. Young Master Tristan was about to experience some hardship in his life, not enough to kill him, but plenty enough to teach him a few lessons on how to manage his floor better. That will also clearly show the other clans that I favor Master Sunless, and that touching the person I favor, pretending to favor, will not go unpunished. Which could further the deception and at the same time protect the charming enchanter going forward, thus killing two birds with one stone. Nephis took a deep breath, still feeling guilty. Then, she contained her emotions, nodded lightly, and said, "Then, please, follow me. There won't be any other delays." Master Sunless smiled and gallantly gestured forward. "After you, my lady." As they ascended the steps of the tall tower, Nephis remained silent and thought back to what Cassie had said. What is it with me today, indeed? Many people thought that Nephis was a cold and emotionless person, but they were all wrong. Her emotions, in fact, often burned with a frightening intensity. It was just that she rarely showed them, if at all. Still, looking back, she felt like she had been too flustered in the last few hours, and even before that. Being in the company of the charming enchanter had a strange kind of effect on her. Granted, anyone would have been flustered after what Effie had done. Just thinking about it, no. Nephis refused to think about it. But it was an undeniable fact that she couldn't help but act unlike her usual self around Master Sunless. Usually, she would have been much more guarded around a stranger, but there was just something about the delicate young man that made her lower her guard. It was like an odd sense of familiarity that had no reason to exist, but was deeply compelling, as if he reminded her of something, or someone, that she had been longing for without even knowing. How strange. The feeling was indeed strange, but not unwelcome. It tasted a little sweet, and a little bitter. But mostly, it was just there. Nephis sighed. My behavior thus far has been nothing short of embarrassing. Considering that the two of us will be spending a lot of time together, I really need to maintain composure and treat Master Sunless with the degree of respect he deserves. She glanced at him, her gaze once again lingering on his exquisite features and glistening onyx eyes for a moment too long. Suddenly, Nephis felt that maintaining composure would be a bit hard. Chapter 1706. Memory Purveyor. In any case, he had to admit that his actions had been a little naughty. He could have diffused the situation by groveling a little, but chose to antagonize the pompous legacy instead for no good reason. Explaining the sequence of events to Nephis would have been a bit embarrassing, and so Sunny went ahead and shamelessly pushed that responsibility onto Cassie. Some would call such a move unbecoming, but he preferred to call it delegation. The chain breaker was floating in the air a few meters away, with a wide wooden plank affixed between its deck and the stone balcony. Several firekeepers seemed to have just finished loading a bunch of wooden crates into the cargo hold of the graceful vessel, and were now resting beneath the branches of the sacred tree. Noticing Nephis, all of them stood up. Then, their gazes fell on Sunny. The firekeepers, especially the two women, had a bit of a strange reaction to his appearance. What's wrong with these people? Considering how devoted the firekeepers were to Nephis, he would have expected a more intense version of the jealous hostility the denizens of the castle had met him with. However, they seemed more stunned than unfriendly. Master Sunless? Why are you here? He forced out a polite smile. Good day. Oh. I am here to sign a contract. I think we'll be working together often in the future, so please take care of me. The firekeepers slowly turned to Nephis. Then, the two women suddenly broke into wide smiles. Lady Nephis, thank you. Nice. He stared at them in confusion. Why are they giving her thumbs up? The firekeepers frequented the brilliant emporium due to their friendship with Iko. Perhaps they really liked his cooking and assumed that he would be employed as a chef? Was the food situation on the Ivory Island that bad? Nephis coughed. Yes. I've invited Master Sunless to the tower. Please get ready to ascend. They joined the firekeepers on the deck. The wooden plank was swiftly removed, the mooring cables untied, and no more than a minute later, the flying ship slowly moved. The leaves of the sacred tree rustled as the chain breaker started to climb into the sky. Sunny looked up and studied it for a while, his gaze lingering on the golden fruits. What would happen if I fed these fruits to Rain? Currently, Rain was preparing to hunt an awakened demon in order to absorb some of its essence and push her own toward awakening. Such was the path most of the ancient people had followed, forging their fates in the crucible of combat. The fruits of the sacred tree contained essence, as well, so its existence was much more precious than the carriers of the spell could ever imagine. Granted, it was a rhetorical question. If Sunny simply wanted Rain to awaken, he would have showered her with soul shards and been done with it. But what he wanted was to make her strong enough to survive on her own, if need be, and so, cutting corners would do her more harm than good. It was the same reason why the legacy clans kept sending their children to face the winter solstice instead of safely bringing them to the dream realm in advance, by gaining access to a sovereign's gate. Sunny often clashed with legacies, but he had to admit that they did a lot of things right. If only all the young legacies were like awakened Tell instead of awakened Tristan. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Nephis. The two of them were alone at the bow of the chainbreaker, gazing at the breathtaking view of the castle, the lake, and the city sprawling along its shore. The atmosphere was quite romantic, but sadly, there was no time to have a proper conversation. The Ivory Island was drifting in the sky above the lake, just shy of casting its shadow on the ancient walls of Bastion. It would only take the flying ship a few minutes to reach it. And, indeed, the chain breaker landed softly on the waters of the smaller lake, glistening among the emerald grass of the island before Sunny could think of anything to say. Please, come this way. Nephis led him toward the ivory tower, but she didn't seem to be in a hurry. On the way, they toured most of the island, with her showing him around and explaining how the citadel was organized. It was just as beautiful and tranquil as Sunny had remembered. There had been a few changes in the past 4 years, with the island looking much better cared for and settled. However, the essence of the place remained the same. The emerald grass, the clear lake, the grove of ancient trees, the sun-bleached bones of the mighty dragon, and the great pagoda of pristine white stone towering above it all like a heavenly palace. Sunny had last visited the Ivory Island almost immediately after killing the winter beast. Back then, he had been skulking in the shadows and in a hurry to leave, unwilling for anyone to notice his presence. It was much nicer to stroll across the verdant grass in the open, and in Nephis' company on top of that. A smile found its way onto his face, this one genuine, not forced. Eventually, they found their way into the tower and ascended its steps, reaching Cassie's chambers on one of the higher floors. The blind seer occupied several rooms, one of them serving as her bedroom, one as her office, and one as a parlor to receive guests and hold meetings. The two of them entered the office. The chamber was bathed in sunlight, with tasteful wooden furniture placed sparsely on the stone floor. Cassie herself was sitting behind a desk, her hair a little disheveled. There was a serious expression on her face and solemn focus in her beautiful blue eyes. However, there was a bit of a strange smell in the office. Sunny frowned in confusion. Hey, why does it smell like popcorn? Not that it mattered. Throwing the unnecessary thought out of his mind, Sunny bowed courteously and said in a polite tone, Saint Cassia. Cassie nodded. Master Sunless. Please, have a seat. Sunny and Nephis sat down in front of her desk, after which the blind seer handed him a stack of papers, with the clause of the contract written on them in neat and pretty cursive. She must have asked one of the firekeepers to serve as her eyes while writing, because otherwise, that tidy handwriting would have been skewed and incomprehensible. Cassie smiled. There is a lot to discuss, but, please, read and sign the contract first. Sunny gave her a long look. It's your lucky day that I know cursive. Everyone who received a proper education did, but Sunny had only ever known how to type things before coming to the academy. He had learned cursive later, after returning from the Forgotten Shore and getting himself a position as a research assistant. But, of course, no one had any way of knowing that. Sighing deeply, he looked over the contract and signed it. Nephis watched him intently as he did. The moment his signature was put on paper, the corner of her mouth seemed to curl upward slightly. Sunny smiled. Well, as long as she's happy. It's a pleasure doing business with you. And that was how Sunny became the memory purveyor of the Firekeepers. ****. Unbeknownst to him, though, something else was happening while he was signing the contract. The news of Sunnis' duel with Tristan of Aegis Rose was spreading across Bastion with the speed of a forest fire. Of course, with each retelling, it collected embellishments and turned more and more outrageous. People were talking about it all over the city. Have you heard? Some unknown master defeated Lord Tristan. In one strike. They say that they were fighting for Changing Star's affection. There were several Valor Knights and dozens of awakened in the courtyard, but no one even tried to stop the duel. There were dozens of Valor Knights in the courtyard trying to stop him, but he defeated them all before striking Lord Tristan in the face. There were 100 Valor Knights in the courtyard trying to stop him, but he easily defeated them all. And then beheaded Lord Tristan with one strike. That unknown master is too scary. Too tyrannical. What a monster! If Sunny had heard these whispers, he would have paled. He would have also probably said something like, "Oh, no. Oh, no. Not again." But he didn't hear anything until the next morning, when Iko stormed into the kitchen of the brilliant Emporium and tossed a newspaper on the table. "Boss, what the hell is this?" Frowning, Sunny picked up the newspaper and read the title on the first page. The title read, "A Duel for a Saint's Heart. Wretched Mongrel, Master S, defeats the noblest of knights, Lord T." His hand trembled. Chapter 1707. The Fine Nuances of Demon Hunting. It's strange. Some of the stars looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize any constellations. The alien sky of the dream realm was different from that of Earth, but worse than that, it was both fickle and unreliable. The stars shining upon the Song domain were different from those illuminating the Sword domain, and even various regions of the two kingdoms did not share the same heaven. Some places did not even have a sun, while others were bathed in the light of many moons. Astronomers were probably going crazy. Why are you still awake? Sleep. You'll need all your strength tomorrow. Her teacher's voice resounded softly from the darkness, making Rain sigh. He was right. She had climbed the enormous tree and tied herself to the branch in order to rest, but now that there was nothing else left to do. I can't sleep. Sleep was escaping her. Her teacher chuckled. Nervous? Rain remained silent for a while. Was she nervous? She couldn't tell. They had spent a lot of time preparing for this hunt. From searching for suitable prey and learning all that could be learned about it to coming up with plans and contingencies, studying the terrain, and preparing all the necessary equipment. The process was only different from all the previous hunts because it had been so extensive. She was supposed to kill an awakened demon this time, after all. So, Rain did feel a little nervous, frightened, even. But at the same time, she was a little excited. Not only because successfully slaying the demon would finally allow her to grasp the key of awakening, which she had been trying to do for many years, but also because of the challenge itself. She always felt a pleasant rush of adrenaline when facing appalling abominations in battle. To be strong, to be able to protect herself and other people, that was what she wanted, and why she had accepted the ominous shadow's offer to be her teacher. Rain smiled. What is there to be nervous about? It's just an awakened demon. Her teacher laughed in the darkness. Fair enough. There was a bit of silence, and then Rain asked against her better judgment. Teacher, what was the first awakened demon you fought like? The darkness spoke in a tone of nostalgia. Oh, that guy? Ah, as tall as a house, covered in a carapace of impregnable steel armor, with claws strong enough to crush diamonds and a pair of razor-sharp sides in place of hands. A really charming fellow. Rain raised an eyebrow. Was such a creature really worth feeling nostalgic about? So, how did you kill it? Her teacher laughed. Let's see, that was before my awakening, when I was not much stronger than you. So I summoned a corrupted devil and pitted them against each other. At least I think it was a corrupted devil. Truth be told, I still have no idea what that thing was, even all these years later. It sure was unforgettably creepy, though. He paused for a moment, and then added with a sigh. And then I acted as bait while my partner finished the wounded demon off. Rain opened her eyes wide, stunned. She wasn't even sure what shocked her more, the fact that her teacher had apparently been able to summon corrupted devils before awakening, or that he used to have a partner. Who would partner up with that insufferable bastard? Were they crazy? She hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously. Where's your partner now, teacher? The darkness remained silent for a while, this time. Then, he said in a carefree tone. Well, I imagine she's in a beautiful heavenly palace, looking down upon us mortals. His tone was carefree, but for the first time, Rain could feel a hint of a strange emotion in it. What did he mean? If her teacher was a dark deity, then could his partner be a celestial deity? No, gods were dead, as were all the lesser divinities. Only nightmare creatures remained. So, then, was his partner dead? Was that what he meant? Right, it made sense. Her teacher had once admitted to being thousands of years old, so anyone who had fought by his side before his awakening would have been dead for a very, very long time. Rain sighed, suddenly feeling pity for her poor teacher. Wishing to distract him from unpleasant memories, she asked, But how did you manage to summon a devil to fight that demon? He chuckled. By setting the demon on fire. Now, enough talking. Go to sleep. Setting the demon on fire? How does that even make sense? Full of confusion, Rain let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. The tree branch was swaying slightly under her, which was a bit calming. Just before she slipped into the embrace of sleep, a sudden thought surfaced in her drowsy mind. Wait, if he killed that demon with a partner, then why the hell is he making me hunt this demon alone? Her anxious dreams were cold and restless. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the morning, Rain untied the rope fastening her to the branch and carefully climbed down. Soon enough, she reached the ground, standing on the outskirts of a vast forest of dead trees. Ravenheart was so far away that the mountain chain was merely a dark line on the horizon. There was no ash around, and although the frozen ground was covered in frost, there was no snow either. This was the place where the awakened demon she was intending to kill dwelled. Humanity had conquered a vast area in the dream realm, but that did not mean that the two domains were entirely safe. In fact, safety was a fleeting illusion here. Apart from the citadels and their immediate vicinity, the wilds were still ruled by the nightmare creatures. Humans had only really started to encroach on their reign after the advent of the Dream Gates 4 years ago, building roads and expanding their settlements. In that regard, the current era was very much like the dawn of the legendary Age of Heroes, when mortal champions battled against countless abominations to help the nascent human civilization survive and spread. Of course, modern humans had no gods to guide them. They only had Queen Song, the King of Swords, and the Nightmare spell. Well, in Rain's case, she also had an oddball of a shadow showing her the way. While she was checking her weapons in the dim twilight of the early dawn, her teacher asked calmly, "What makes demons so dangerous? Their strength? Their speed? Their resilience?" Rain shook her head. No. It's their intelligence. Beasts and monsters might be stronger, faster, and much more resilient than me, but they are also not too bright. A demon, however, is as intelligent as me. It might even outsmart me, if I'm not careful. Her teacher emerged from her shadow and nodded. So, how do you kill a demon? She counted her arrows while answering. By being more prepared. By controlling the battlefield, knowing the terrain, and learning about the enemy in advance. By taking initiative and not making any mistakes. By having a clear mind and deadly resolve. He smiled. No one is perfect. Mistakes happen whether you want to or not, so what are you going to do if you do make a mistake? Rain stared at him for a moment, then returned the smile defiantly. Curse you bitterly while I die? Her teacher laughed. Go on and try dying. See what happens. She stared at him for a bit, then shook her head. Fine. Since teacher insists, I won't die. He nodded with a smile. Good. Now go and kill that demon. Chapter 1708. The Huntsman. It was also a bit funny. Awakened warriors were often shown preparing mentally for battle while donning their armor, but she was doing the same while taking it off. Such was the pitiful life of a mundane hunter. The preparations had long been complete, the traps were laid. All Rain had to do was venture into the depths of the forest and face the demon. Taking a deep breath, she went through a series of stretching exercises. She had always been nimble, but after years of training under the sinister shadow, her flexible body was like that of a snake, no, a gymnast. A very graceful, limber gymnast. That was a much better mental image. Still, she had to be careful when going all out. Her mundane flesh was lagging behind her skill and training, so it was easy to damage. What are you, a ballerina? Rain glared at her teacher silently. Didn't you once tell me that you're the best dancer in the world, 2 worlds, even? So who's the ballerina? He coughed. Well, if your teacher said it, then it's true. There was this one time I danced with a princess at a ball, and immediately after, she dragged me into a private room. No, wait, or was it me who dragged her into a private room? In any case, the 2 of us ended up in a private room. Her teacher smiled wistfully. And let me tell you, what happened in that room, it was nothing short of life-changing. Rain stared at him for a moment, then pretended to be sick. Old pervert. He was offended. Who are you calling old? No, wait, who are you calling a pervert? She did not deign to answer, shaking her head silently. At the same time, though, Rain noticed that her previous nervousness was almost entirely gone. She felt calm and ready, as if her teacher's familiar nonsense could magically make any situation, no matter how dire, seem mundane and ordinary as well. Rain took a deep breath and checked her weapons one last time. She had already strung her bow. Her quiver was full of arrows. She had made the arrows herself, fashioning the arrowheads from the bones of awakened abominations. Her javelin was ready to be used, while her dagger was freshly sharpened. Finally, there was her sword. She drew the tachi from the scabbard and studied its blade. At that moment, her teacher suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. For this hunt, I'll lend you something better. He walked closer and then bent down, reaching for the shadow of her sword. In the next moment, something strange happened. Her teacher's hand seemed to reach into the ground and pull the shadow off it. Suddenly, her tachi didn't have a shadow anymore. However, there was an identical tachi in his hand, only made entirely of lusterless black steel. Rain looked at it, suddenly feeling a cold chill run down her spine. The black tachi seemed sharp enough to cut the world in half, like a blade made of pure killing intent. It was as if she was looking at death itself. And that eerie sword was tossed at her carelessly a moment later. Ah! Rain scrambled to catch it and grasped the black hilt. It was strange, despite the overwhelming feeling of cold and dark power the black sword emanated, it felt exactly like her own in the hand. The weight, the balance, even the tactile feeling of the leather ito. She looked at her teacher silently. It was easy to forget because of how easygoing and immature he was, but her teacher was immensely powerful. Actually, she didn't even know how powerful he was exactly. It was only in moments like this one that Rain was reminded of the fact. Pulling out a sword worthy of being wielded by a saint out of nowhere. No matter how shocking, that was exactly the kind of thing her teacher would do. She carefully sheathed the black tachi, making sure that it didn't slice the scabbard apart. This sword seems too powerful to be wielded by a mundane human. You didn't forget that I can't control my essence, did you? Her teacher shrugged. That's all right. It's infused with mine. Rain nodded, then collected the things she was going to leave behind and placed them in a nook between the roots of the old tree, to be retrieved later. Her original sword went atop the neat pile. She stood up, looked into the depth of the forest, and started walking. As she did, her teacher spoke. That sword should be able to cut the flesh of an awakened demon even in your hands. Still, don't rely on it too much. Remember, the sword is just a tool. You are the weapon. You are the one who has to kill the enemy, not your sword. Rain nodded calmly. I remember. She cleared her mind of all distractions, focusing solely on the hunt. The demon she was going to kill was called the Huntsman, quite ironically. That was what the people in Ravenheart called him, but actually, the creature's proper name was Chalice Knight. The reason why Rain and her teacher had chosen him was precisely because there was a lot of information to be learned about the Chalice Knights. These abominations were not independent nightmare creatures, after all, rather, they had been mid-rank minions of a fallen titan. The Titan's territory used to be about 100 kilometers away from this forest. Coincidentally, it lay between Ravenheart and one of the other large cities of the Song domain, preventing the construction of a convenient road. A year or so ago, Assassination had battled the Titan and destroyed it, obliterating most of its minions in the process and scattering the rest. Rain remembered that event well because there had been a series of missions issued by the town hall in the aftermath of the battle, all having to do with hunting down the remnant abominations. She wasn't quite strong enough to challenge them, but many awakened cohorts were. So, the surviving minions of the slain Titan had been swiftly eradicated. All except for one Chalice Knight who had found his way into this forest. Despite the fact that the abomination had lost its monstrous steed, thus becoming much weaker, he still managed to decimate several cohorts that ventured into the forest to kill him. Perhaps there was something special about this particular demon, or perhaps the awakened warriors had come unprepared. In any case, they were forced to retreat, and the oddly fearsome Chalice Knight earned a foreboding nickname, the Huntsman. Rain did not consider herself to be stronger than the awakened fighters who had tried to slay the creature in the past. However, she was definitely much more cautious and prepared than they had been. So, she was going to hunt the Huntsman. Once she did, her essence would awaken, and she would be able to start forming a soul core. And once her soul core was formed, then, finally, she would be stronger. Chapter 1709. Hunter's Prey. Or maybe skinning corpses simply spoke to the abomination's aesthetic sensibility. In any case, his human enemies often faced him already shaken and rattled, which was a deadly poison for anyone going into battle. Rain knew that she was approaching the creature's lair because she saw a human skeleton hanging in the trees, its bones clattering against each other in the wind. Her expression darkened. However, she wasn't shaken. She wasn't rattled, either. Her mind was much too strong to be poisoned by fear, instead, fear only sharpened it. I'll need to bury them properly after everything is over. She shivered, not because of the morbid scene, but simply because she was cold. The battle would warm her up, though, so it was all right. Every time an awakened cohort ventured into the forest, the Huntsman was in no hurry to attack. Sensing the threat presented by a group of experienced awakened warriors, he stalked them silently or retreated into his lair, waiting for the night to come. Then, when impenetrable darkness shrouded the world, his own hunt would begin. Rain was not a cohort of awakened warriors, so she was pretty sure that the demon would not wait to attack her. It was for the best. She knew that if she failed to slay the enemy before nightfall, her chances of survival would drop to 0. And yet, the Huntsman had not shown himself yet. What was he waiting for? She frowned, then glanced at her shadow. Could it be that the demon is afraid of you, teacher? A calm voice resounded from the darkness. It is highly unlikely. I am very hard to notice when I'm hiding in the shadows. There is a much simpler explanation, don't you think? Rain nodded. Indeed, there was. The huntsman was not omniscient, after all. He simply had not noticed her yet. Which was what she had been hoping for. Rain knew that she wasn't strong enough to face an awakened demon in a direct confrontation, which meant that she had to rely on traps to even the odds. The problem was that even luring such a creature into a trap was problematic, because he was much faster than her. Well, if he doesn't want to welcome me. She was going to have to announce her arrival. Soon, the smell of blood and smoke permeated the forest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was no sound. Not even a single branch trembled. And yet, there was a presence, a dangerous presence moving through the forest, somehow remaining unseen. Rain could feel it. Her intuition, which she had honed through dozens of hunts, was telling her that a deadly foe was approaching. Sitting on a branch downwind of where the smell of smoke was coming from, her skin smeared in ash to mask her scent, she was watching the forest intently. Even then, she was only using her peripheral vision to observe it. Many nightmare creatures could sense when a gaze was directed at them, so she knew better than to stare. It was for that reason that she managed to notice a small anomaly in the surrounding area. The frost. The patterns of frost on the ground were broken. It was as though someone heavy had walked past, leaving footprints on the frozen soil, and yet avoided her sight completely. Like a chameleon. Once she knew what to look for, Rain quickly managed to notice a subtle anomaly. There was a patch of air that seemed to be a little hazy, but still transparent, as if distorted by heat. But how could there be heat in this frigid cold? No, the almost unnoticeable distortion was the masked figure of the huntsman, moving noiselessly in the direction of the smoke. The demon was cautious and prudent, but not as prudent and cautious as she was. That was because Rain was weak, and had no other choice but to remain humble. No wonder so many awakened were defeated by this demon. This Chalice Knight was a bit special, indeed. Luckily, Rain had known about that strange ability of his in advance. She had talked to the members of the cohorts who had ventured into the forest to slay the huntsman in the past, and learned quite a bit about this abomination. That was why she had come prepared. She held her breath, feeling the world grow stark and clear. Her battle-ready mind entered the state of clarity. That state. She had been quite angry at her teacher for how vague and confounding his explanations about the meaning of clarity were. But after finally mastering it, Rain finally understood every word. Master the body, master the mind, the essence of combat was murder, and every action she took in combat only served one of two purposes, to kill the enemy or to prevent the enemy from killing her. Something like that could not be explained with words, only learned in battle. However, once Rain truly understood that unfathomably deep, but simple truth, every battle she had fought after that was easier. Time seemed to slow down as her perception expanded. Her thoughts accelerated, and at the same time, the scope of the world grew narrower, eliminating all unnecessary distractions. She could feel every minute detail of her environment with striking sharpness, from the direction of the wind to the slowly dancing snowflakes. Down below, the almost invisible menace slowly approached the bonfire she had made with wet branches, and the butchered corpse of a dormant beast she had laid as bait. It was time to strike. There was no way back anymore. Drawing her bow, she finally allowed her gaze to fall directly on the empty space where the huntsman was supposed to be, and let the arrow fly. Rain had thought that her shot was immaculate, and almost impossibly swift. From the moment she knocked the arrow to the moment she let go of the string, less than a heartbeat passed. And yet, frighteningly, that single heartbeat was enough for the demon to react. She couldn't see his movements, but the vague patch of subtly hazy air shifted at an impossible speed. The arrow flashed past. But that was all right. Rain had not been aiming at the invisible abomination, anyway. Instead, she aimed at a burlap sack hanging above the bonfire. The arrow split it open, and fine powder poured into the air. It was not gunpowder, nor was it some expensive alchemical concoction. It was simple flour. However, when the cloud of flour ignited, it still produced a fiery flash. That flash couldn't be called a proper explosion, really, since there was no closed vessel to contain it, but it still served its purpose. That was, to cover the huntsman in suit. Suddenly, his invisible form was not that invisible anymore. In fact, whatever camouflage the creature had been using was broken by the rain of burning flour, and Rain finally saw the huntsman in all his vile glory. Chapter 17:10. Daring Escape. There was moss growing here and there on the battered armor, and a ragged cloak, too weathered to retain any color, hanging from his shoulders like a torn banner. The creature was holding a frightening battle-axe in his hand, its blade large and heavy enough to easily split a human in two. The huntsman was like a dead knight that had crawled from under the roots of the forest that had claimed an ancient battlefield, ghastly and imposing enough to make Rain shudder. Worse than that, the dark crack of his visor was already staring directly at her. Her soul seemed to squirm under that gaze. Crap! Rain narked another arrow on the string and prepared to draw her bow. But before she could, the huntsman had already reached the base of the tree that served as her sniper nest. His dreadful battle-axe rose and fell. That dreadful strike was enough to make the mighty trunk of the ancient tree explode into a hurricane of splinters, obliterating a whole swath of it. But a moment later, a sharp arrow fell from above and lodged itself into his knee. It struck precisely at the narrow gap between the bottom of the abomination's cuisse and the top of his polin, which were the armor elements responsible for protecting one's thigh and knee, respectively. A pretty decent shot, considering the situation. But Rain did not have any time to celebrate, because the tree was already toppling, and she was falling with it. After a moment of weightlessness, the rope tied around her chest drew taut, and she found herself flying through the air. If there was one thing her teacher had told her, it was that one should always leave themselves a path of retreat. Rain had never considered that climbing a tree would protect her from an awakened demon, so she naturally prepared a way to escape. In this case, that way was swinging on a rope and flying between the trunks of terribly tall trees at breakneck speed. She had not carried a sizable length of silk rope all the way here in vain, at least. As the wind whistled in her ears, Rain thought, "This is going to hurt." Struggling to control her body, she spun at the last moment and used her legs to dissipate the shock of colliding with another tree at great speed. The other end of the rope was tied around one of its highest branches, which allowed her to swing like a pendulum, well, a badly designed pendulum, maybe. She did not break her neck or crack her skull, which was a relief, but her feet were in agony. Ignoring it, Rain immediately cut the rope with her dagger and plummeted down, landing softly on the frozen ground. There, leaning against the trunk of the tree, two things were waiting for her, her javelin, and another arrow. Sheathing the dagger in one smooth motion, Rain grabbed the arrow and spun around, already drawing the bow. The huntsman was barreling toward her, so fast that it was hard to track his movements. But still, he wasn't faster than her arrow. With her mind clear, she could sense the movements of her enemy. So, she did not aim at where the abomination was, but at where it would be. Another arrow pierced the air, striking at his other knee. Sadly, this time, Rain's aim was a few millimeters off. The precious arrowhead struck the edge of the huntsman's cuisse and shattered, only managing to slice some moss off the rusty green metal. The huntsman was an awakened demon, while the arrowheads of Rain's arrows were made from the bones of awakened abominations. Theoretically, the demon's armor and the arrowheads were of the same rank, but she herself was not. Strangely enough, that made her arrows weaker than the rusty green metal. It had something to do with essence, laws governing the world, and will. Rain wasn't entirely clear on the details, but what it meant in practice was that she had to strike at the cracks of the abomination's armor, which she had failed to do, this time. She did not waste time lamenting the mistake. Grabbing the javelin, Rain spun and ran away. She ran as fast as she could. What bravery! What courage! There was no such thing on the battlefield, only strength and weakness, life and death. In normal circumstances, outrunning an awakened demon would have been impossible, but there was currently an arrowhead lodged in one of his knees. It didn't matter that such a small wound was not at all dangerous for a creature of his rank and class. A joint was a joint, and if there was something disrupting the joint's function, even a demon would be slowed down. Rain had specifically fashioned the arrowheads in a way that would make removing them nearly impossible, unless the victim wanted to take a sizable chunk of flesh out with them. So even if the shaft of the arrow was broken, the damage still remained. Granted, it would have been much better if both of the huntsman's knees were hurt. Because, now, she really did not know if she would be able to escape his axe long enough to accomplish her goal. Run, run! Gritting her teeth, Rain did the unthinkable. She tossed away her bow. That was a terrible loss, not because she was afraid to lose it, but because the quiver of arrows she had hidden up ahead would be useless without it. But she had to sacrifice something, and her javelin seemed much more useful in a battle against such a large foe. As for her sword, well, her teacher had given it to her. She would never discard it. She felt incredibly lucky about leaving her coat and armor on the outskirts of the forest. Run, goddamn you! Rain did not have eyes on the back of her head, but she could feel the ground trembling, and hear the branches snapping behind her. In fact, the huntsman was barreling directly through the trees, snapping the mighty trunks like matches. It was as though an unstoppable, inescapable behemoth was pursuing her, getting closer and closer. He was already no more than a dozen meters away. A dozen meters, 10 meters, 6 meters. Rain's heart was beating wildly in her chest. But then, finally, the trees receded, and she escaped into a vast open space. That was where she had wanted to fight the demon. Be more prepared. Control the battlefield, know the terrain, learn about the enemy. Take the initiative and don't make any mistakes. Have a clear mind and deadly resolve. That was the recipe for winning a battle against a demon, any battle, really. So, this was the battlefield that Rain had chosen. The open space in front of her was a swamp that hid in the depths of the forest. Currently, it was frozen over, the treacherous depths encased in a layer of ice. The ice was covered by a thin carpet of snow. Rain was light enough to walk on the ice without falling under its surface. The huntsman, though. With his frightening size, heavy armor, and dreadful battle-axe, he was going to have a bit of a problem. Feeling death approaching her from behind, Rain did not waste a single moment and stepped onto the hidden ice. Chapter 17:11. On thin ice. Perhaps she had subconsciously noticed the shadow moving unnaturally around her. In any case, she didn't hesitate even for a split second before throwing her body down. An experienced warrior did not allow themselves to be ruled by instinct, but they also never ignored it. A warrior's instinct was the result of countless hours of training and rich battle experience, after all. Blood, sweat, and tears went into honing it into a life-saving tool. Rain dodged, and in the next moment, her side was pierced by a flash of blinding pain. She spun in the air and crashed into the ice, throwing herself into a roll. A moment later, Rain was already on her feet, sliding back as she held the javelin between herself and the enemy. A muffled groan escaped from her lips. The huntsman was spinning his grotesque battle-axe, a few drops of blood marring its heavy green blade. Damn it! Rain briefly glanced down to assess the damage. It wasn't anything serious, the axe barely grazed her, leaving a long cut across her ribs. But if she had been even a little bit slower, it would have split her open like a log. More stitching. It was a little absurd, but she was more upset about having to mend her bodysuit than about receiving a wound. Her body was much more resilient than the threadbare bodysuit, after all. You bastard! As soon as the words left her mouth, the demon took a step forward. Suddenly, they were surrounded by silence. The huntsman entered the vast clearing, his armored boots sinking into the snow. Simultaneously, Rain backed away from his towering figure. They were like a fearsome predator and its powerless prey, the predator preparing for a lethal lunge, the prey raising its quills in a vain hope to save itself. The heavy javelin usually gave Rain confidence, but in front of the dreadful master of the frozen forest, it seemed a fragile willow branch. Come on, come closer. She needed to lure him into the depths of the swamp. But, to Rain's outrage, the abomination halted after barely stepping on the ice. The darkness nestling in his helmet moved mockingly, and he raised the axe, pointing it at her. "Curse you!" The demon was just as smart as she was. So, he seemed to have easily recognized the threat that a thin layer of ice hiding the treacherous swamp posed to him. Rain had expected as much. She smiled darkly and continued backing away, increasing the distance between them with each passing moment. Demons were intelligent, but they were also absolutely crazy, like all nightmare creatures were. She could allow herself to walk away from the battle if she wanted to. But could the Huntsman allow a human soul to escape from his clutches? She didn't think so. And indeed, out there on the shore of the frozen swamp, the demon's fingers twitched. He stared at her silently, making Rain's skin crawl, and then let out a frenzied growl. Coming from inside the Huntsman's helmet, which was shaped to resemble the snarling snout of a beast, his growl sounded more than a little bit menacing. Rain's mouth was suddenly dry. "Really? Wow. Come get me, then." The demon struck the ground with his axe, sending a tremor through it, and then took another step. An echoing, melodious sound resounded from below them as the cover of ice started to crack. She prepared herself. In the next moment, the Huntsman lunged forward with stunning speed. The wind howled as his massive body tore through it, the terrible axe rising to deliver a fatal strike. It all happened very fast. As the demon was advancing, his foot fell through the ice, and in the next moment, he plummeted down. Black water and pieces of ice flew into the air as if there was an explosion, and Rain felt the swamp tremble. Cold drops pelted her face. Of course, water alone was not going to slow the Huntsman down. A human would have been rendered helpless by the need to struggle against its weight, but an awakened demon was powerful enough to shrug such a burden off without any effort. At that distance from the shore, the water was only to the Huntsman's waist, so he continued moving forward after a momentary delay. But, still, it wasn't a lake or a river. There was no ground under his feet, only the treacherous mass of the ancient swamp. Although the abominations managed to prevent himself from sinking, for now, its speed still dropped. More than that, the moment he fell through the ice, Rain was already moving. And before the Huntsman could regain his bearing, the heavy tip of her javelin had already crashed into his helmet. She did not get greedy with that attack. Greed was the third most common cause of death among experienced fighters, following directly behind arrogance and bad luck. After delivering a strong blow to the demon's face, Rain immediately pulled back and jumped away. And just in time, a split second later, his axe whistled past the spot where she had stood before, colliding with the ice and splitting it. The attack was much too fast for her to perceive and react in time. If Rain had not anticipated the danger and disengaged in advance, she would have died. Her side burned with cold pain, but that pain only made her mind sharper. Her heart was beating steadily, pumping blood throughout her body. Her muscles seemed to have come alive, making her body light and alert, brimming with energy. It was a state of absolute focus and awareness, so heightened that it couldn't last for too long. Let's see which one of us is the real demon. Brandishing her javelin, Rain grinned and escaped the cracking ice, already searching for a way to deliver another blow to the frenzied abomination. Chapter 17:12. Icebreaker. The swamp was trying to swallow the frenzied abomination, but was getting battered by him instead. The demon would sink deeper from time to time, but then tear himself from the insidious embrace of the marsh. Even though that struggle allowed Rain to survive so far, it was not enough to grant her victory. She was breathing laboriously. Rain had continued to retreat deeper into the swamp, and the demon continued to pursue her like a demented executioner. She had delivered more than a dozen strikes to him, but none dealt any serious damage. Even when her javelin pierced the cracks of the Huntsman's armor, it felt as if she was trying to cut wet fur. Rain did do some damage to the hidden flesh of the demon, but not nearly enough to matter. At the same time, her own body was not faring well. She had not been cut by the dreadful battle axe again, so there was little blood, relatively speaking. However, there were bruises. In fact, after being tossed around by the furious power of the demon's blows, Rain felt like her entire body was one giant bruise, by now. And that was even considering that she fought as cautiously and cowardly as she could. The Huntsman had much longer limbs, and his battle axe had much more reach than the black sword her teacher had given her. So, even if Rain was willing to risk clashing with the abomination face to face despite being slower and weaker than him, he would have held a great advantage. Stories like to speak about exalted skill and unbreakable resolve, but in a real fight, the outcome was often decided by the most mundane of things. Reach trumped skill, and weight definitely trumped will. Well, perhaps it was different for the Awakened, whose power refused to obey common sense. But for someone like Rain, having a longer weapon meant emerging victorious more often than not. Which was why she did not draw her sword yet, relying instead on the heavy javelin. It's all right. Her javelin was crafted from the same material as her arrows, and it was not as if a mundane human could not leave a scratch on the body of an awakened abomination. In fact, it was entirely possible to slay one, just a bit hard. Things would have been different if Rain was facing a fallen nightmare creature, but then again, she would have never allowed herself to end up in such a situation. Her teacher tasked her with slaying an awakened demon precisely because it was not impossible for her to succeed. It was just that. The Huntsman had proven to be much tougher than she had anticipated. Rain had expected to be powerless against his armor, but even when she managed to bypass it, the result was minimal. It was as though there was another layer of protection hiding behind the suit of rusted green armor. Something had to change. The demon was just as domineering and frightening as before, his movements just as foreboding. Rain, on the other hand, was starting to feel tired. Not only did she have to attack and dodge the terrible axe, but she also had to be careful about the ice. If she fell under it, then she would die from her own trap. And with more and more of the ice ending up shattered, staying away from the black swamp was becoming more and more difficult. Her lungs felt like they were on fire. And not only because she was pushing her resilient body too far, the air reeked, as well, full of foul gases released when the ice encasing the swamp was broken. Something had to change soon. Luckily, a change was coming up. Not too far behind her, and drawing closer with each frenetic sequence of offense and retreat, was a twisted tree. The tree itself did not mean anything, but the fact that it stood in the middle of a swamp meant that there was enough soil there to support its roots. There was a tiny island underneath the tree, which could save Rain, or doom her. To hell with it. Rain was about to take another step back, but then paused and stood her ground instead. Her body tensed like a powerful spring, and surged with strength. From her feet to her thighs, through her core to her shoulder, and finally into her arm, a powerful force was transferred and multiplied, and as Rain's torso turned, her arm flew forward like a whip. She let go of the javelin. The heavy weapon flashed through frigid air, dove under the Huntsman's axe, and plunged deeply into the crack on his rusty breastplate. The power of her throw was dire enough to give the demon a momentary pause. Using that short moment, Rain turned around and dashed toward the distant tree. She knew that the abomination would follow, but it was slowed down by the swamp, sinking deeper the deeper they ventured into it. By now, the dirty water was already above the Huntsman's waist, and his speed had dropped significantly. Rain ran to the tiny island, pursued by the sound of breaking ice and surging water. There was just barely enough time. Reaching the tree, she ignored the quiver of arrows hidden beneath its branches. Without a bow, they were all but useless now. Instead, she grabbed something else, a bottle of hard liquor her teacher had procured somewhere the day she turned 20. Currently, there was a length of cloth dangling from the mouth of the bottle. His voice suddenly resounded from the shadows. Oh wait, what are you doing, ungrateful brat? That's my most expensive bottle, you know. Rain ignored the startled voice and produced a brass lighter. She wasn't fond of drinking, anyway. No, really, what had he been thinking, gifting a young girl alcohol? What kind of attitude was that for a teacher? Had her teacher been a delinquent in his youth? Igniting the cloth, Rain stood up and swiftly turned around. The Huntsman was barreling toward her like a frenzied icebreaker. He had long torn her javelin from his chest and snapped it in two, leaving the broken pieces far behind. For a moment, her heart ached for her trusty weapon. Then, Rain gritted her teeth and tossed the bottle at the demon. Catch this, you rusty piece of... The Huntsman did not even bother to move his axe, swiping the bottle away with his gauntlet. Of course, it shattered instantly, spilling burning alcohol all over his towering figure. The flammable cocktail was not going to damage an awakened demon. But that stench in the air. There was a lot of gas trapped beneath the ice, and currently, all of it had been released, surrounding the abomination like an invisible cloud. And when the bottle shattered, the cloud instantly turned into a sea of raging flame. Of course, Rain did not see any of it, because she was already diving behind the twisted tree. Chapter 17:13. Fire and Ice. In times of war, humanity had unleashed all kinds of weaponized horrors upon itself. So, today, there was no telling what kind of buried plagues could be released into the world if someone went around digging in the swamps of Europe or the Northern Quadrant. The Dream Realm might have actually been safer, in that regard. None of it mattered to Rain, though. What mattered for her was that methane was highly flammable. And so, when the Huntsman shattered the liquor bottle, it ignited. Crap! Diving behind the tree, Rain pressed her body into the ground and covered her ears. In the next moment, she was momentarily blinded by a violent flash. Then, she was assaulted by unbearable heat. And then, the entire world shuddered. Ah! Rain was tossed into the air as the tree she had been hiding behind was obliterated. That was not supposed to happen. Marsh gas could ignite and burn, but not explode, and especially not so fiercely, at least not under an open sky. Perhaps the flame somehow reached a huge pocket of trapped methane, or perhaps it had something to do with the pockets of gas sticking to the surface of the ice. Perhaps the entire swamp was anomalous, and the gas she had set aflame itself was unnatural. In any case, the result of tossing the liquor bottle surpassed Rain's expectations. By a lot. Crashing into the ground, she felt the wind being knocked out of her and let out a suffocated groan. Rolling in a mess of limbs, Rain fell into shallow water and came to a halt. That hurt. She was hurt and dazed. But there was no time for such frivolous things as pain and disorientation. Opening her eyes, Rain pushed air into her lungs, choked on smoke, and slowly stood up. The swamp around her had transformed. It had been a plain of pure white snow once. Then, it turned into a chaotic mess of broken ice and surging black water. Now, it was a burning inferno. Ghostly flames danced on the surface of the glistening black water, and the air was full of smoke. The snow had melted, and the shards of ice were swiftly disappearing in the scorching heat. Everywhere Rain looked, darkness was intertwined with a fiery glow, and shadows undulated as they danced among the flames. Rain was assaulted both by chilling cold and terrible heat. Her shirt was soaked in icy swamp water and sweat at the same time, which was a terrible combination. The ash she had smeared on herself to mask her scent had been washed away. The cut on her side was pulsing with pain. That wound would have to be disinfected, a lot. Ah! She let out a long sigh. At the same time, her sword hissed as it left the scabbard. Gripping the black hilt with both hands, Rain took a step forward and left the shallow water behind, returning to the soil of the small island. There was no fire where she had stood, and close to no flames where the twisted tree, now a smouldering stump, had been. However, a fiery wall rose at the opposite edge of the island. As Rain assumed a stance, the wall of flame parted, and a lumbering figure emerged from the fire, stepping onto the island in the clangor of metal. The Huntsman looked a little haggard. The moss covering his armor had turned to ash, and one of the deer antlers crowning his helmet was broken. There were cinders glowing in the cracks of his breastplate, and Rain's nose was assaulted by the stench of burned fur. The abomination had lost his tattered cloak, but the dreadful battle-axe was still held firmly in his iron fist, even if its long shaft seemed charred. Almost twice as tall as Rain was, the ancient demon towered above her like a grim reaper. The darkness nestled in the crack of his bestial visor was full of frenzied fury. But she couldn't help but notice that the Huntsman was hunching slightly, as if suffering from grievous wounds. Her lips twisted into a dark smile against her will. What a pity. There's nowhere for me to retreat until the flames die. Would you mind waiting patiently for a minute or two? Instead of answering, the Huntsman raised his harrowing axe. Rain's dark eyes glistened. Didn't think so. Well then, I'll just have to kill you bastard right here. A split second later, she was already moving. Of course, the Huntsman was moving as well. And a lot faster than her, despite weighing at least 5 times as much. But Rain knew how he was going to act, and where he was going to move. It was not because she had a prophetic gift or could read the abomination's mind. It was simply because she understood his physical limits from doing her research and observing him in battle, as well as because of her knowledge of combat. She knew how to wield a polearm and how one proficient in the use of a great axe would most likely attack. She knew all the elements that comprised such a suit of full-plate armor, how they were fastened to one's body and to each other, and what limitations to one's movements they would cause. She knew that the demon would favor his right leg because his right knee was not damaged, and that he would protect the left side of his chest more, since the breastplate there was cracked, and the flesh beneath had already been pierced by her javelin. Most of all, she knew that the Huntsman was boiling with demented wrath. That mad frenzy clouded his judgment, and made his actions more predictable. So, she had a few advantages of her own. As the flames danced and the small island quaked from the heavy burden of the demon's footsteps, she dashed forward and met him with a flash of her black sword. The harrowing battle-axe would have split her in two if she had not sidestepped at the last moment. Rain had managed to evade the attack, albeit just barely. Still, the length of the axe, and the Huntsman's arm length, were too great for her to strike at the towering abomination. But she had not aimed at the demon's mighty body. Instead, she aimed at the axe. Just as the fearsome weapon flashed past her, the black sword fell in pursuit, and severed the charred shaft cleanly. It had avoided the metal bands reinforcing it and bit into the burned wood, slicing through it as if it was butter. The axe blade sunk into the muddy soil, and the Huntsman's balance was suddenly disrupted without its weight. Now holding only a severed shaft in his hands, the demon staggered and fell heavily to one knee. The ground quaked. In that moment, Rain could finally reach his body with her sword. Chapter 17:14. Apex Predator. Who knew how long that vulnerability would last? The demon would most likely regain his bearing a heartbeat later. Everything inside Rain screamed for her to attack, to throw her body forward and slay the abomination before that happened. After all, she could not be sure that there would be another chance later. Adrenaline flooded her bloodstream, and her heart thundered feverishly. Her pupils widened, her mind drowning in excitement, fear, and frenetic urgency. But, at the same time, the memory of the teacher's arrogant voice rang in her ears. Bruise? What do you mean, it will leave a bruise? Listen, disciple, you should be grateful to your kind and gentle teacher for educating you so tenderly. The last time I made such a mistake, I was stepped on by a mountain. Now that left a bruise. It was the mark of a skilled warrior to keep a cool head in the middle of the fiercest of battles. And so, she suppressed her excitement, ignored her fear, and cast away her sense of urgency. Don't be greedy, greed will get you killed. It is a sin, and only those strong enough to bear the consequences have the right to be sinful. Rain did not abandon her caution and attacked calmly. The tip of her black sword slid into the seam of the Huntsman's breastplate, plunging deep into his side. This time, there was very little resistance. Unlike her javelin, the dark tachi pierced the demon's flesh almost effortlessly. But instead of leaning into the thrust or twisting the blade to wreak more damage, Rain immediately pulled it back and jumped away. And just in time. Although the Huntsman seemed momentarily dazed, and his weapon had been destroyed, his fist was already tearing the air with stunning speed. If Rain had been a split second too slow to disengage, her head would have been turned into bloody pulp. As it was, she had enough time to block with the dark tachi, and received the harrowing blow on its blade. She was thrown backward like a rag doll. Which was the intended outcome. If Rain had been stubborn and tried to stand her ground, her body would have received the bulk of the impact. But by allowing her to be carried away, she dissipated the force greatly. It still hurt like hell. It felt like every bone in her body was about to burst. But they didn't. Rain was tossed back into the shallow water once again and skidded in the mud. The icy water washed away her sweat and numbed the pulsing pain in her side, which felt almost pleasant. Ah! I need to stand up. This time, it took her a little longer to gather herself. Feeling the mud starting to pull her down, Rain groaned and rolled onto her stomach, then staggered to her feet. The black tachi rose into a high stance, sending drops of dirty water flying. How badly did I wound him? It had to be a pretty terrible wound. The black sword created by her teacher was even sharper, deadlier, and much more frightening than she had imagined. If the huntsman had been a human, he would have been dead by now, his heart pierced by the dark blade. But he wasn't. He was a Chalice Knight, a demon from the retinue of an ancient titan that had haunted these lands for thousands of years. So, even though the wound Rain had delivered him was ghastly, it was definitely not enough to bring the abomination down. She had done something equally important, though. She had destroyed his axe, effectively disarming the horrid demon. Looking up, Rain stared at the huntsman. The abomination was still kneeling, his hands resting in the mud. Fetid blood was spilling from the seams of his scorched armor. The bestial snout of his snarling helmet seemed even more terrifying now, and there was dark liquid flowing from between the green fangs. Come on. Disarming the huntsman was not that important in and of itself. Sure, without the great battle axe, his reach would shrink, allowing her to engage the abomination in melee. But he was more than strong and ferocious enough to tear her apart with his bare hands. Rain could hold out for a few seconds and survive a handful of exchanges, but attempting to fight the demon up close would inevitably result in her death. However, Chalice Knights were not simple abominations. These towering, armored warriors of the bygone era harbored a ghastly secret. Rain had not learned that secret from talking to the awakened who had ventured into the forest and faced its fearsome overlord. Instead, it was something that everyone in Ravenheart knew, that she had known from the day Seishan, Queen Song's daughter, killed the terrifying leader of the Chalice Knights. The tales of that battle had spread far and wide in the Song domain. More than that, detailed information about the surviving abominations was provided by the town hall when it issued the extermination missions. The bestial helmet of the huntsman was no mere decoration. It hinted at his true nature, because all Chalice Knights were shapeshifters. There was a rabid beast living in each of them, and when the ancient warriors faced a powerful enemy or were in danger, that beast came out. The dreadful demon that she had been fighting so desperately did not even show the true extent of his harrowing power yet. But now that his axe was destroyed and his blood was pouring into the mud, he would. And that was Rain's best chance to kill him. Out of there, in front of her, the kneeling huntsman let out a husky growl. His limbs flinched, as if struck by a painful convulsion. Then, his growl grew into a deafening roar. The demon's armor cracked. No, it was his bones cracking underneath it. His spine bent, and dark fur suddenly burst from the seams of the rusted armor. Long claws tore through the metal of his gauntlets. The transformation had started. It seemed gruesome, and gruesomely painful. It was also deeply frightening, not only because Rain knew that the unleashed beast would easily rip her to shreds and devour her, but simply because watching something human-like suddenly change into something inhuman was terrifyingly appalling. None of that mattered to her, though. What mattered to Rain was that, from what she knew, the transformation of the Chalice Knights took some time to happen. Even if it was just a couple of seconds, in a battle, those seconds were like an eternity. She had been waiting to stake her life on that eternity the whole time. As the huntsman's bestial roar reverberated across the burning swamp, Rain dashed forward. Her steps were light and swift. Before the demon could assume his true form, before the echo of the roar was swallowed by the shadows, she reached the kneeling abomination and brandished her black sword. The dark blade hissed coldly as it cut apart the world. And also the huntsman's neck. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor gazed at her silently as his growl abruptly stopped, and the bestial helmet flew into the air, a fountain of dark blood spilling from it in a spiral as it spun. It was a clean cut. The horizontal slash was performed with perfect form, thanks to the thousands of practice swings she had performed under the watchful guidance of her tutors. The huntsman's severed head fell into the water and sank into the swamp with a ripple. His towering body swayed slowly, and then collapsed. Rain swayed, as well, and sprawled in the mud next to it. The tension drained from her body, but so did all her strength. She breathed hoarsely, staring at the distant sky. The flames were dying down, but she was still surrounded by terrible heat. Well, it's good. I won't freeze to death yet, at least. In the smoky silence that followed, a sudden noise resounded, sounding indescribably misplaced in this hellish scene. It was the sound of applause. Rain tiredly turned her head and stared at her teacher, who had finally deemed it necessary to crawl out of her shadow. His voice was unnecessarily loud. Congratulations! You have slain an awakened demon, Chalice Knight. He smiled and added quieter, his tone turning warm. Well done. Chapter 17:15. There are no washing machines in Ravenheart. Rain had just killed an awakened demon, but hearing her teacher's praise was strangely just as validating. Or rather, it made the act of slaying the Huntsman feel more meaningful. In any case, it was a nice feeling. Too exhausted to move and hurt all over, she simply lay in the mud and rested. Her gaze was directed at the sky, which was as empty as her mind. Feeling too lazy to think, Rain simply stayed still and savored the moment, unbothered by the encroaching cold. By then, the ghostly flames had been mostly extinguished, with only a few small tongues of fire dancing here and there above the ravaged swamp. While she was spacing out, her teacher disappeared somewhere. Soon, he emerged from the shadows, carrying her bow, backpack, and other things she had left on the outskirts of the forest. Placing most of it on the ground, her teacher then walked over and carefully covered her with her winter coat. Here, don't catch a cold. Rain smiled faintly, enjoying the warmth. Her teacher, meanwhile, approached the corpse of the Huntsman, looked at it curiously, and gave it a little kick. Then, he circled it slowly, mumbling some nonsense in a hushed tone. Chalice Knights. Chalice Knights, wait, don't tell me. Were these the poor bastards who drank Jade Queen's nectar? Soon, there was nothing but bestial need left. Hey, they might be. What fools! Even my little sister knows not to drink everything given to her by shady characters. It's you're the shady character. Rain wanted to scoff, but then decided against it. Instead, she asked, Teacher, can I awaken now? She knew the answer, of course, but hearing it again would give her confidence. He smiled. Well, you've already made great progress and learned how to sense your essence. I'm pretty sure that absorbing the soul shards of this demon will be the final straw and serve as a catalyst to make your essence awaken. Of course, that alone won't make you an awakened. Her teacher looked at the mud with a finicky expression, then reached into the shadows and pulled out an opulent wooden chair out of them. Placing it on the ground, he sat down and let out a satisfied sigh. The problem is that there will be no vessel to store your essence, and no bridge between your soul and your body, at least that is how I understand it. However, you will be able to control your essence, and by controlling it, you will be able to create such a vessel, which is itself the bridge. A soul core. It will require time and effort, but with your level of enlightenment, I am sure that you will manage splendidly. When you do form a soul core, that is when you'll undergo a rebirth and become awakened. Rain listened to his voice silently, then sighed. How long will it take? Her teacher chuckled. I have no idea. That wholly depends on you, but, from what I am told, learning to control essence is the hard part. Forming a soul core is relatively easy, albeit tedious. So, a few months. A year? We'll have to wait and see. I bet I can do it in a day. Rain didn't voice her defiant thoughts and smiled. What comes next? Sitting comfortably on his luxurious chair, her teacher smiled. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature. You will have to accumulate power by improving the quality of both your soul essence and your body. That can be achieved naturally, by slowly refining the essence, or by slaying powerful enemies. Once your essence reaches a qualitative change, the last step is to reform your soul core. It's a bit tricky. He shook his head. The easier part of the process is learning how to access your soul sea. The harder part, sadly, it requires the knowledge of a soul refining technique. In the past, many such techniques were known to us humans, but sadly, that legacy has been lost. These days, everyone simply relies on the nightmare spell. Rain raised an eyebrow. So, what? I can't ascend? Should I just go and jump into a nightmare? Her teacher furrowed his brow. Can't ascend? Who do you think your teacher is? Of course, you can ascend. The fact that no one else has a soul-refining technique doesn't mean that I don't, or that I can't invent a new one from scratch. Rain turned her head and stared at him dubiously. So does he have one, or is he going to invent one? Well, it didn't really matter to her now. She was not even an awakened yet, so ascension seemed distant enough to not feel real. Even the awakening. Rain sighed. I still want to challenge a nightmare. She had decided that she wouldn't, but that didn't prevent her from fantasizing about becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell. Her teacher stared at her somberly. What? Why? She pursed her lips. I just want to, okay? Fine, it's great that I can form a soul core and awaken. But will I really be an awakened? What kind of awakened doesn't have an aspect? Not to mention that I won't be able to receive any memories from the spell. All those awakened in Ravenheart are walking around in suits of shiny armor and wielding enchanted weapons. Clothes that clean and repair themselves. Quivers that never run empty. Best of all, they can just summon and dismiss their equipment instead of having to lug it around while climbing mountains. The path of ascension was too laborious without the spell. Rain was willing to accept that finding her aspect and flaw would take her a long time, perhaps even longer than becoming a master. But the memories, simply not having to launder her clothes, would be worth it. Her teacher suddenly laughed. So this is what it's about? Memories. Rain glared at him for a few moments, then gestured weakly to herself. A weird apparition like you might not care, but look at me, soot, ash, sweat, swamp water, mud, blood, and gods know what else. This is what I have to deal with after each hunt. There are no washing machines in Ravenheart, either. I'll need to wash it all by hand or pay a laundress, that's after I pay the healer to patch me up. And speaking of patching things up, these clothes need to be mended, too. Her teacher shook his head, laughing. Oh, I see. So it's not devastating enchantments and mystical powers that you envy, you just don't want to do laundry. She opened her mouth, speechless. That's not true. He smiled crookedly. It's not. Rain gritted her teeth. I also don't want to carry all that weight on my back. Her teacher leaned back and laughed again. Unbelievable. After having his fill of laughter, her teacher shook his head and stood up. Looking around, he picked up a piece of charred wood and scribbled something on it with his nail. His nail cut the wood like a diamond blade. A few moments later, he nodded in satisfaction and tossed the piece of wood to Rain. Here, catch. She raised a hand and caught the piece of wood, then hissed quietly when her side pulsed with pain. Ouch! Bringing the strange gift to her face, Rain studied the letters carved on its surface. They read, "You have received a memory." She frowned. What's this? Her teacher shrugged with a smile. Treat it as a memory coupon. What, did you think that only the spell could reward people with memories? Well, wrong. Your teacher is awesome, so he can make memories just fine. Let's see, you killed an awakened demon this time, so I'll make you an awakened memory of the 3rd tier. Rain blinked. You can make memories. He returned to his chair and grinned. Sure. And, unlike the spell, I'll even customize it to your liking. More than that, listen, I really don't want to badmouth the competition, but the spell, it really has no imagination whatsoever. Why limit memories to powerful weapons, enchanted armor, and mystical tools? There are so many mundane things that would make for an amazing memory. That bodysuit of yours? I'll memorize it, no problem. Do you want a pillow that is always cold or a magical toothbrush? Your teacher can make that happen, as well. He looked at her with a smug expression. Hell, I can even make a roll of toilet paper into a memory. If you don't go overboard, it will never run out. Why the hell is that bastard talking about toilet paper? Rain stared at her teacher for a while, then blinked a couple of times. Are you telling me that you have been able to create memories this whole time? He nodded. Strange question, but yes, sure. Slowly, Rain's blood started to boil. So why the hell haven't you made me any memories, then? Was watching me suffer fun for you? He glanced at her with an offended expression. Who? What are you talking about? I was always planning to arm and equip you. It's just that you are still a mundane human. Until you form a soul core and awaken, your soul can't even contain memories. Blame yourself for being so slow. What's so hard about becoming the first human in history to awaken naturally, huh? Do I ask for much? She took a deep breath and turned away, staring at the sky again. What an insufferable, cheapskate deity. Who can make memories? Slowly, a few grandiose thoughts entered her mind. After a while, though, Rain sighed. Well, it's good enough. Teacher is amazing. Sure, I won't have an aspect, but having memories is already great. Receiving them directly from someone instead of earning them from the spell is a little weird. I guess, it's not much different from how legacies inherit memories from their clans, though. Her teacher frowned, then chuckled suddenly. Hey, now that I think about it, aren't you a legacy yourself? Your big brother can provide everything a legacy clan can, and much more on top of that. She looked at him scornfully. Oh? Teacher is like a legacy clan now? So, do you have a legacy relic, then? He tilted his head with a smile. A bunch of them, actually. Rain blinked a few times. Does he really? Actually, she wouldn't be surprised. Well, what about a citadel, then? He grinned. A citadel? Sure, I have one of those. It's a huge temple built of black marble, shrouded in eternal darkness. Granted, it's a bit of a fixer-upper, but what can you do? My citadel is almost as old as the universe. The ambience there is great. She stared at him silently. That's great. Speaking of great, since it's teacher, there has to be a supreme in our clan, no doubt. Should I consider myself royalty? Might as well, right? Her teacher coughed in embarrassment. Well, technically, our clan doesn't have a sovereign at the moment. Rain's eyes gleamed with triumph. His capacity for nonsense has a limit, after all. But we do have a supreme devil. I used to bully the little bastard a lot in the past, but now that he's all grown up, it's not very fun. She took a deep breath, turned away, and stared at the sky. The sky was indifferent and beyond reach. I give up. Chapter 17:16. Grain of Sand. Her teacher had made a fire from the splintered remains of the twisted tree, so neither of them had to freeze in the cold. Rain disinfected the cut on her side, then wrapped it tightly in a clean bandage. That would have to do until she returned to Ravenheart and found a healer. Usually, she would have been lamenting the need to pay one, but there was a sizable reward promised to anyone who managed to slay the Huntsman. Not only could Rain afford a decent awakened healer, but there would be enough coins left for her to replace the broken javelin, and maybe even upgrade a few pieces of her equipment. No, wait, actually, I don't need to worry about that anymore. Rain still had hope of awakening swiftly. Even if she failed to do it before returning to Ravenheart, there would be no more hunts in the next few months. She already had everything she needed to form a soul core, so the best course of action would be to hole up in a safe place and patiently work on becoming an awakened. Once she was an awakened, her mundane equipment would not be of much use. She would be able to draw a much more powerful bow, wear armor crafted from much heavier mystical materials, and even wield memories. Her entire arsenal would need to be changed. She would have to purchase a lot of things. Suddenly, Rain did not feel rich anymore. She was so poor. Full of sorrow, Rain put on her winter coat and approached the remains of the Huntsman. She stared at it for a while, then glanced at her teacher. Should we harvest his armor? It should sell for a lot of coins. He scratched the back of his head. Who's going to carry it all the way back to Ravenheart, though? Rain sighed. How can a deity be so useless? Yeah. Still, we should take the axe blade, at least. To prove the kill at the town hall. That axe blade alone would sell for a hefty amount of coins. She fished the giant blade from the ground and attached it to her backpack. Her teacher, meanwhile, looked at the remains of the dreadful Chalice Knight and snapped his fingers. Several shadows suddenly rose from the ground and sliced the carcass apart, cutting the rusted armor like paper. Rain didn't look at the bestial features of the corpse as she harvested the soul shards and sat down, staring at them solemnly. There were 3 of them. The glimmering crystals were not too large, but to her, they meant the world. This is it, then. She had been striving desperately to reach this moment for full long years. Those years had been full of pain and hardship, but also joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment. And now, the final stretch of the road was right in front of her. Her teacher sat on the ground across from her and smiled with encouragement. Go on. You worked hard to be here. Rain looked at him, remained silent for a moment, and smiled back. I did. With that, she unsheathed her knife and crushed the soul shards one after another with its pommel. She felt a stream of power flowing into her soul. And then, her soul suddenly surged. Rain struggled to describe the way she felt with words. It was as though her entire body was suddenly permeated by a cool, vibrant, nurturing flame. However, that flame simply passed through her flesh, unable to touch it. What is happening? Her teacher was looking at her with keen interest. The gaze of his onyx eyes was strangely intense. I can see it. Your essence is awakening. It is as though your soul, which had been dim and drowsy, is suddenly coming to life. A soft radiance is spreading, and it is lively. He remained silent for a moment, and then spoke in a calming tone. Try to control it. Guide it throughout your body, following the roadmap of your major blood vessels. Your blood is circulating because of your heart, but you don't have a soul core, which is like a heart for soul essence. So, for now, you'll have to substitute it with your will. Rain took a deep breath and closed her eyes, imagining the map of her body. She could feel her essence flowing freely, chaotically, with no shape or form. So, she slowly extended her will and tried to guide it. She had never been able to control her essence before. It had always felt like trying to push a boulder to the top of a mountain. The boulder was dead weight, it was cold and reluctant to move. The moment she lost concentration, even a little, it rolled back to where it had come from. But this time, her essence felt alive and responsive. It followed her guidance, flowing slowly in a complicated cycle. At first, there was a lot of chaos and colliding currents in its flow, but as Rain deepened her concentration, the torrent of her soul essence grew increasingly stable and orderly. Her teacher chuckled in amazement. Wow! On the first try? You're doing great! Rain did not open her eyes. So, how do I form the core? His voice was calm and confident, like an anchor that she could use to keep steady. The method is simple. Once you can make the essence circulate freely, increase the speed. Make it rush like a mountain river. Then, increase the speed even more, until it's spinning inside your body like a raging whirlpool. Make it condense under the pressure of its own weight and the pull of the rotation. You don't need to form the entire soul core all at once, 1 grain of sand is enough. Next time, you will create 1 more. And then 1 more. Sooner or later, the density of your essence will reach a critical point, and a soul core will be formed. Rain smiled. She could imagine it vividly. It was a beautiful process. Like stars and planets forming from incandescent stardust. She concentrated fully, making the essence circulate faster, and faster, and faster. The greater its speed, the more willpower she needed to keep the raging force of the whirlpool under control. Come on, a little more. She could feel a condensed mass of energy slowly forming in the place where her heart would have been. It was not solid yet, but also not as ethereal as the usual state of soul essence. More like a shimmering liquid. And at the very heart of that mass, where the pressure was most crushing, something solid was slowly being born. A tiny crystalline gemstone, so small that it could only be called a grain of sand. Ah! Rain opened her eyes and shuddered, her entire body drenched in sweat. The whirlpool of essence dissipated, and she sprawled on the ground in utter exhaustion. Her chest rose and fell heavily, as if she had just run a marathon. The mental fatigue was even worse. Her teacher raised a fist. "Success! You did great!" But Rain was full of bitter disappointment. A single grain of sand, did I really boast that I'll form the soul core in one try? Ah, so embarrassing. Thank the gods I didn't say it out loud. How long would it take her to create enough of these tiny gemstones for them to merge into a core? A month? A year? Rain wanted to groan. But doing that would undoubtedly make her teacher way too happy. She couldn't let the enemy win. She sighed, and then slowly sat up. I'll stay home for an entire month, let Mom pamper me, and work on awakening slowly. Disappointed? Who was disappointed? A whole month, or even several months, of doing nothing and being spoiled rotten. No biting cold, no blood and sweat, no hideous abominations and revolting corpses. Just eating well and meditating in peace. It was a dream come true. Wouldn't it be great to rest for a few months while being absolutely safe, with nothing terrible happening? It sure would. Her teacher suddenly looked at her with suspicion. His onyx eyes narrowed. What is this? I sense a familiar disturbance. Hey, you didn't just think something stupid in your head, like and finally, the worst of it is over, or that demon is definitely dead, nothing bad will happen, did you? Rain raised an eyebrow and put on an innocent expression. No? Why would I? Only a complete fool would think something like that in the middle of the dream realm. He studied her dubiously for a moment, then exhaled slowly. Well, good. And, don't use such harsh words. Some people, very smart people, were known to make small mistakes like that in the past. Anyway, time to head back to Ravenheart, then. Chapter 17:17. Rustle. Rain was ready to leave. But she didn't. Teacher. We might have a problem. He turned to her and raised an eyebrow in confusion. A problem? What's the matter? She hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly scratched the tip of her nose. Well, you see. That explosion was much more powerful than I had expected. So, all the ice is broken. How am I supposed to get back to shore? He stared at her for a bit, then glanced at the ravaged landscape of the vast swamp. Indeed, the little island was surrounded by nothing except mud and black water, with not a single intact piece of ice in sight. The deadly expanse of treacherous sludge stretched all the way to the distant shore. Her teacher lingered for a bit, then sighed and approached her. Crouching, he pointed to his back. Climb on, brat. Rain didn't make him ask twice. There were ways to traverse a swamp, but none that were both safe and timely. Not to mention that she had just disinfected her wound and didn't want to get it wet and dirty again. Plus, her battered body was exhausted. Why would she refuse a piggyback ride offered by a powerful deity? Climbing onto her teacher's back, Rain wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. He lifted her like a feather, not showing any strain at all despite how thin his body looked, and headed for the swamp. Ah, how humiliating, a divine shadow like me being reduced to carrying ungrateful mundane girls, gods are truly dead. Ignoring his grumbling, Rain rested her head on his shoulder and allowed her consciousness to drift into a relaxed state. The familiar sound of her teacher's voice was almost like a lullaby. Walking to the edge of the island, he didn't even try to slow down and stepped directly into the muddy water. However, his foot never plunged into the murky sludge, instead, the shadows moved and coalesced into a glossy black plate under it. Then, another plate appeared as he took a step. Like that, her teacher walked across the swamp as if he was walking on a paved road, the black plates dissipating behind him after a few moments. The water sloshed and surged, but never managed to touch his leather boots. Hey, that reminds me of that time we fought the drowned in the lost temple of fallen grace, back when I was still wearing the Serpent King's crown. Who knew that I would end up becoming a swamp rickshaw one day? Damn, life is sure full of irony. Rain did not know what the words drowned, fallen grace, and Serpent King meant, but they sounded exciting. Was her teacher a king once, in ancient times? No, knowing him, it was more likely that he had stolen a king's crown and wore it to gloat and boast about his nefarious deeds. The walk to the shore was both comfortable and uneventful. Rain could have climbed off her teacher's back once they reached solid ground, but he simply continued to carry her without saying anything, and so, she didn't say anything either. Perhaps he saw through her bravado and realized that her condition was worse than she was letting on, and that she was too exhausted to hike through the forest while suffering the pain of her wound. Still. After a while, Rain spoke. We should take down the corpses of the fallen awakened and give them a burial. Usually, the queen would have taken the dead. But the huntsman must have prevented them from leaving on a pilgrimage to her palace, and as a result, their bones had been left unattended. Her teacher stopped. Rain couldn't see his face, but she felt a subtle change in his mood. Suddenly, the shadows populating the frozen forest seemed much deeper, and the world felt much darker. Her breath escaped as a cloud of cold vapor. Does he not want to bother with burying them? Climb off. He bent his knees, allowing Rain to stand firmly on the ground. She was a little confused. What? But then, she heard it. A branch snapping somewhere behind her? Placing her hand on the hilt of her sword, Rain turned around and looked back. There, she saw several human figures walking in their direction. They seemed like a cohort of awakened, no. A master and his retinue, perhaps? 1, 2, 3 people, one of them was waving his hand in a friendly gesture. Before Rain could discern any details, though, something strange happened. Her teacher's hand appeared from behind and covered her eyes. She froze. What? Something was very wrong. His voice sounded very calm, too calm, even, which only made Rain feel more nervous. Hey, brat. Listen to me very carefully. From now on and until I tell you otherwise, no matter what happens, don't open your eyes. All right. She nodded slowly. Yes, teacher. He remained silent for a moment. All right. Stand here and don't move. With that, her teacher removed his hand. Rain's eyes were tightly shut, so she couldn't see anything, but she felt him walking past a stand between her and the approaching people. Their steps were drawing closer. Wrong. This is very wrong. Rain was not stunned by the fact that he had covered her eyes. What truly disturbed her was the fact that her teacher had not retreated into the shadows. In all the years that she had known him, he had never, ever shown himself to other people. It was to the point that Rain had considered him a hallucination at first. But now, her teacher remained in the open in front of absolute strangers. Why? Her silent panic was interrupted by his bright, carefree voice. Greetings. Who might you be? The sound of steps halted, and a deep baritone answered in a friendly tone. Greetings. I am Master Sean, and these are my companions, Master Skiff and Awakened Arden. We were on our way back to Ravenheart. Are you headed that way, as well? Rain frowned. Master Sean? Master Skiff. She had not heard of these Ascended before. Granted, there were thousands of Ascended in the world, but still. Each of the Song Domain's masters was like a minor celebrity, especially those in Ravenheart. There was something else that seemed strange about these people, too. She was standing there, frozen, with her eyes closed, but they did not seem to care enough to react in any way. Wouldn't it be natural to ask what she was doing? Her teacher lingered for a few moments. Yeah, we were on our way back to Ravenheart too. Then, there was a long stretch of silence. Eventually, Master Sean asked, his voice sending a chill running down Rain's spine, for some reason. You look a little familiar, young man. Say, have we met before? The tone of his voice was perfectly friendly, and so were his words. But she suddenly felt suffocated, as if there was something eerily, maddeningly wrong with it all. Her teacher's answer was a little somber. As a matter of fact, we have indeed met before. Although I doubt that you'll remember. In any case, why don't you and your friends continue onward? Let's part on friendly terms and go our separate ways. How about it? There was another lengthy silence. Shivering, Rain heard a strange rustle come from the direction of the three strangers. Their surroundings were slowly turning colder. What was that rustle? How about it? How about it? How about it? Master Sean's voice still sounded human, but his speech had turned strangely incoherent. Another voice joined, its mannerisms and intonations too similar to the first. We are on our way back to Ravenheart. These are my companions. Master, we are on our way. How about it? Rain was still stuck on her previous thought, unable to throw it out of her head. What was that rustle? She had never heard a sound like that before. Just at that moment, the disturbing rustle grew louder, and a third voice added amicably. These are my companions. My companions. My companions. That rustle. How about you become my companions, too? Her teacher took a deep breath. Rain could hear his voice turning dangerously cold. Listen here, bastard. She had never heard such coldness in his voice before, and the unfamiliarity scared her. You might have managed to claw your way out of Dread's tomb, but so did I. You might have survived in the depths of 1,000 hells, but so did I. So save me the theatrics and be on your way. Otherwise, I'll stop being gracious and skin you alive. Rain shuddered. Skin him. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. The Skinwalker. The great abomination that had been the nightmare of humanity for the past 4 years. A great abomination? 3 of the indescribable horror's vessels, no less. Her terror was so vast that she couldn't even move. All Rain could do was keep her eyes closed and tremble. I'm dead, I'm so dead. No, death would be a mercy. At that moment, Master Sean, Skinwalker's vessel, spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. You, whose companion are you? Her teacher scoffed. And then, the world quaked. Chapter 17-18. Sounds of battle. It was as if an impenetrable wall rose to surround her from all sides. The deafening cacophony of terrible sounds coming from the outside was muffled and dampened by that wall, and nothing but slight tremors reached her. For the moment, at least, she was safe. But those sounds. Feeling a cold dread grasp her heart, she took a shaky breath and tried to comprehend them. There was the sound of trees snapping. There were the screams of the air being torn. There was the roar of the ground being upturned. These were the sounds that she could recognize. But there were other sounds, as well. Inhuman howls. Chilling groans that sounded like the world itself was weeping. Eerie and revoltingly organic rustling, as if a mountain of flesh was ripping as it expanded while consuming itself. And many more that Rain simply could not describe, and was afraid to fathom. The ground was shaking violently, and she was struggling to stay standing. Her fingers turned white on the hilt of her sword. Teacher, be safe. Please? But how could anyone stay safe when facing the Skinwalker? Countless people had fallen to its menace and were consumed, becoming vessels of the abomination's corruption. Mundane humans, awakened, masters, even saints. Not even the sovereigns could eradicate this living curse. Shrouded by darkness, Rain realized how painfully weak and helpless she was. Just a few moments ago, she had been full of pride, praising herself for slaying an awakened demon. But now, she remembered that in the world of the nightmare spell, she was nothing but an ant. An ant who couldn't even do anything when her teacher was fighting to protect her. Strong. I want to be strong. She had not changed at all. She was still the same girl who had been powerless to protect herself, let alone anyone else, when the tide of nightmare creatures descended on her school. The world continued to scream and quake for several minutes. Then, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped it. The tremors stopped, and the terrible sound ceased. Rain remained motionless, keeping her eyes closed. She didn't dare to think about how the battle had ended. The thought of imagining her teacher not being there anymore was too appalling. More appalling than what would happen to her if he was truly gone. Suddenly, the wall surrounding her disappeared. She knew that it had because light suddenly shone through her eyelids, and cold wind scraped against her face. The air was permeated by the smell of wet wood and soil. "Please?" A moment later, a familiar voice spoke from somewhere near. "Brat, you can open your eyes now." The relief Rain felt at that moment was strong enough to make her sway. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, then froze in shock. No way. The frozen forest was gone. It was obliterated entirely, and everywhere she looked, nothing but a barren expanse of flattened and upturned land could be seen. The trees had been reduced to mere splinters, and the ground itself was broken, with dark fissures covering it like bottomless scars. Here and there, the splinters were wet with blood. Buried under them, broken corpses of the unfortunate nightmare creatures who had populated the forest lay, their macabre sight mercifully hidden by the debris. That scene of devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. The entire landscape had been drastically changed in a matter of minutes, redrawn by the fury of the harrowing battle. The scale of the dreadful destruction was simply unfathomable. Rain took a trembling breath and finally looked at her teacher. He was standing a few steps away, as nonchalant as ever. His hair was ruffled, and there was a smudge of something dark on his cheek, but other than that, he was the same pale, roguish scoundrel she knew. Of course, Rain struggled to perceive him in the same light. She had known that her teacher was a powerful being, of course, but this was the first time she really witnessed his power. Where were the vessels of the Skinwalker? Rain tried to compose herself. The Skinwalker? Her teacher remained silent for a few moments, then silently took a step back. Behind him, 3 human corpses were piled on top of each other, each missing the head and with a deep wound where their hearts should have been. 3 vessels of a great nightmare creature. Rain swallowed. Her teacher had just killed 3 great abominations. Just like that. There was something else. Did she imagine it, or were there tiny shards of a broken mirror glistening on the ground in front of the corpses? What? How? Trying to comprehend the situation was too disturbing. So, Rain would rather think about its consequences. Her teacher had revealed himself, and although they were far away from Ravenheart, such a drastic change of landscape would not escape notice. Which meant that they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Receiving the reward for the Huntsman was also not an option now. Rain would have to keep the fact that she was anywhere near this place a secret. It was a good thing that she had not shared her plans to hunt the demon with anyone. No one could know that a being who could slay 3 vessels of the Skinwalker lived in her shadow. She would have to return to Ravenheart and lay low for a few months. Luckily, that was what she had wanted to do, anyway. Her teacher sighed. "I know what you are thinking about. But, Rain, sadly, you are wrong." She tilted her head a little. "What? Why?" "Because you defeated the Skinwalker." He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and pointed to the 3 corpses. "No. Drawing attention to myself is not a good thing, sure. But actually, we have a bigger problem. This guy, Master Sean. I recognize him. He was an ascended from the House of Night." Rain failed to understand what he was trying to say. "So?" Her teacher sighed and rubbed his temples in frustration. "Right. You don't know. Well, let's just say that members of the House of Night should not be anywhere near the territory of Queen Song right now. And they must have been fairly close to Ravenheart, moving in secret when the Skinwalker got them. So, I am afraid that you and I have seen something that we were not supposed to see." She hesitated for a few moments, remembering everything that her father had mentioned about the House of Night and its relationship with the Song domain. Was there some problem between the two? It didn't seem that way. If anything, the Song domain seemed to be moving toward having a problem with the Sword domain, while trying hard to maintain a friendly relationship with the weaker House of Night. All of it was very mysterious. But, at the same time, Rain understood the underlying meaning of what her teacher had said. Something that we were not supposed to see. Got it. Promising that I won't tell anyone is not going to work, I guess? So, just how big of a secret is it? Her teacher's face was a little somber. Big enough for Clan Song to erase any witness from existence. Well, not any witness. But a mundane girl with no backing? They won't hesitate to silence you even for a split second. Rain felt a cold chill run down her spine. Damn, the royal clan. Why would Clan Song pay attention to someone as small and insignificant as her? She gritted her teeth and looked at him stubbornly. I do have backing, though. My father works for the government, his rank is pretty high now, too. Surely, Clan Song won't want to spoil their relationship with the government because of something like that. Her teacher smiled wistfully. Ah, the naivete of youth. First of all, you are overestimating the significance of your father's position. Second of all, you are overestimating the significance of the government. And lastly, you are underestimating Clan Song. Who says that anyone would be able to prove anything after they make you disappear? His smile turned colder. In fact, they won't even have to make you disappear. Technically. There's a guy among them who is much worse than the Skinwalker. He can destroy your soul and wear your body like a suit, coming to family dinners and gossiping about boys with your mother. No one will suspect a thing. Rain shuddered. Slowly, the magnitude of the trouble she had gotten herself into was starting to dawn on her. Crap, crap. Crap. Who had made her think all those stupid things earlier? Spend months in absolute safety? Rest and relax while working on awakening at a leisurely pace? Be pampered at home? She had been such a fool. Rain cursed quietly, stared at the three corpses for a while, and then asked her teacher in a hopeful tone. So what do we do? Her teacher was, whatever it was that he was. He had to have a solution, without a doubt. Suddenly, she felt a lot calmer. Her teacher remained silent for a while, then smiled. What to do, indeed. Well. I am sorry to tell you this, Rain, but you can't show your face in Ravenheart for a while. You'll have to disappear before they can make you disappear. We need to go somewhere where they won't be able to find you quickly, and spend some time there. She closed her eyes and asked, her tone turning a little grim. Where can I even go? Even if I can survive a solo journey to another citadel, there is no city in the Song domain where the royal clan doesn't have eyes. Crossing into the Sword domain is not an option, not that I would want to leave my family behind. I can't return to the waking world without the help of a saint, and even if I could, locating me there would be even easier. Her teacher scratched the back of his head with a thoughtful expression. He lingered for a while, then glanced at her with a strange expression. What about one of those road crews? They are safe enough for you to survive, with more than enough mundane humans for one more to not draw attention, and best of all, far removed from all citadels. They're lacking manpower, too, so no one would ask any questions. If I were you, I'd get myself hired as a laborer there and hide in the crowd. A sly smile appeared on his face. Her teacher remained silent for a moment, then added with a chuckle. In fact, wasn't there a huge crew being assembled to construct a road east? You know, to Godgrave. Why don't you join that one? Rain sighed. Why not, indeed? Chapter 17-19. Story time. Effie patted little Ling on the head and smiled. What do you want, Dumpling? She was sitting in a comfy wooden chair, staring at the wooden ceiling absent-mindedly. The little boy cuddled comfortably on her lap, hugging her like a little monkey. He looked up at her with his bright eyes and grinned sheepishly. Story. Effie laughed. Story? Which story? Little Ling was suddenly very thoughtful. He remained silent for a while, a comically concentrated expression on his face, and then beamed. Mommy defeating the giant. She hugged him and shifted slightly, then said in a deep voice, "All right, all right. Listen then. A long time ago, in a faraway land, 6 evil saints imprisoned Hope in a tall tower. Hope was very lonely in the tower, and cried bitterly. So, your mom and her friends decided to defeat the evil saints and rescue her." The image of the damp stone cell under the Chalice Temple flashed in her memory. The smell of blood, the whimpers of the other girls, the war maidens, driven to madness by the demon of desire, were slowly training to death. The graveyard of swords surrounding the ancient temple. She chased the ghastly memory away and smiled warmly. Noctis, the wicked warlock of the East. Uncle Kai, who was a brave warrior from the Ivory City back then. Auntie Cassie, who was a wise priestess of the Night Temple. And, of course, your mom, who was a little girl. These were the 4 heroes who ventured to rescue Hope. Oh, and there was someone else, as well. A nameless shadow who had escaped its master and became friends with Noctis. Effie only had a vague recollection of the shadow devil who had followed Noctis, but it seemed rude not to mention him. Her adorable son giggled. "Who? What's so funny?" Ling Ling giggled again. "Mommy is not little." "How can Mommy be little?" She smiled. "I was a little kid once too, you know. Actually, I was a little kid twice." In any case, after we, the 4 heroes, met each other and swore to save Hope, the evil saints learned about it and sent a messenger to scare us. It was a huge giant. As tall as a mountain, with a body made of polished steel, but your mom and her friends weren't afraid at all. That was because the kind priestesses of the goddess of life had taught me the secret art of slaying evil giants, you see. Effie continued to tell the fairy tale version of her second nightmare, just as she had done 100 times before. For some reason, this story was one of Ling Ling's favorites, maybe because the very idea of his mom being a little girl excited him endlessly. She had no idea why, but looking back, it had indeed been a bit exciting. Effie had spent her actual childhood either in a hospital bed or in a wheelchair, so getting a little taste of what it meant to be a healthy kid was special. Even if it was in the depths of a ghastly nightmare. Of course, she had removed all the distasteful parts from the story, replacing them with fantastical and exaggerated adventures. Flying ships, eccentric sorcerers, fire-breathing dragons, and a happy ending. The sugar-coated version of the Nightmare of Hope had everything one needed for a great fairy tale. And so, Cassie dropped the flying ship right on the evil giant's head. Boom! Crash! Bang! The ship shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the giant fell down, making the ground shake. Auntie was perfectly fine, of course. She had jumped away just in the nick of time and glided down with the help of her magical rapier. A huge shadow was still. Just then, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked into the room. Way too handsome, even. Effie smiled at her husband and exhaled slowly, trying to maintain a relaxed expression. "Daddy!" Little Ling jumped off her lap and ran to hug his dad. Luckily, this time, he remembered to control his strength. Picking the boy up, Ling's dad smiled at him and then glanced at Effie. He was hiding it well, but she could see that the smile did not reach his eyes. "It's time." Her husband nodded, and then looked at the little boy in his arms. "Hey, Wolfie. How about you and Dad go on a little adventure?" Little Ling seemed to be torn. "But Mommy didn't finish the story." His dad laughed. "The evil giant story? I'll finish it for her." Or, how about it? Dad has an evil giant story, too. There are really too many evil giants in the world, now that I think about it. This one was named Goliath, and only had one eye. Effie sighed, then rose from her chair and stretched slowly. Then, she followed her husband out of the room. They were currently in their spacious, sunlit cottage. It had been built from natural wood by none other than him, and had a simple, cozy charm to it. The cottage was the centerpiece of the entire farm, which was a rather idyllic place. A beautiful view of the emerald meadow opened from the front porch. Of course, the meadow had transformed in the last 4 years. There were fields, vegetable gardens, barns, and livestock corrals. There were also a few other buildings, some of them hidden in the forest. Most of these buildings were built of wood, but some included more advanced materials, the latter extended underground, and served a different purpose. These buildings included barracks, armories, and all the other essentials of a military base. That was because the beast farm often moonlighted as a dimensional carrier for the wolf army. Boss! Boss is here! Attention! A scattering of soldiers stood at attention. Most were hidden from sight, but some had gone out to stretch their legs. Little Ling waved at them excitedly, causing a wave of smiles. Uncles are funny. Effie nodded at the nearest soldier and said in a quiet tone. Assemble the troops. ETA is 1 hour, so be ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. We are going to spearhead the breaching maneuver by the Western Quadrant Defense Forces. The mission is just as the briefing said, push the abominations back and establish a fire line. Funnel the civilians, if there are any left, into the designated safe zone. The soldier, a rowdy-looking man who had been under her command from the first days of the deployment to Antarctica, nodded with a roguish smile. What about the big bastards, boss? Effie inhaled slowly. Don't worry about them. The government is sending the entire cavalry this time, we'll take care of the gate guardians. And also... She frowned and glared at him. Watch your language in front of Ling Ling, you reprobate. Aren't you already a master? Why are you still so brainless? The man blinked a couple of times, then gave her a terribly guilty look. Oh, sorry, boss. I forgot. He didn't seem too sincere, though, no doubt itching to accuse her of hypocrisy and double standards. Effie shook her head and pushed him away. Go get ready. With that, she turned to her husband and son, putting on a bright smile. Shall we go? She took her husband's hand, and a moment later, the three of them disappeared from the meadow. Instead, they appeared in a room with alloy walls, situated in the depths of a government fortress. The furnishings were sparse, but there was a large screen displaying the arid landscape of the Western Quadrant on one of the walls. Little Ling looked at the sand dunes with interest. Daddy, what is that? His dad smiled. This is a desert, Wolfie. We are in the Western Quadrant, aren't you a lucky kid, to get to travel all around the world and see all kinds of places? The boy was thoughtful for a moment. Daddy, aren't you a little silly? It's a picture. Little Ling has seen a lot of pictures already. Effie's husband laughed. I guess you are right. He glanced at Effie and nodded. She remained silent for a bit, then patted Little Ling on the shoulder and said in her usual carefree tone. Dumpling, Mom has to go to work now. Be a good boy and listen to Dad, okay? He grinned and waved at her absent-mindedly. Bye, Mommy. Have fun at work. A second later, Little Ling was already asking his dad about deserts and sand. The handsome young man exchanged a poignant look with her, silently mouthed 3 words, and then took their son out of the room. Outside, a high-ranking government envoy was already waiting for them. Left alone, Effie took a deep breath and said quietly, I love you, too. Then, the smile slowly disappeared from her face, replaced by a grim expression. She remained motionless for a while, then nodded and summoned her armor. Soon, her athletic figure was covered by a skin-tight layer of polished metal, as if she had been dipped in liquid steel. She also summoned the Starlight Shard, shaping it into 2 strips of white cloth. One was tied around her waist, the other covered her chest. Effie was ready for war. Well, as much as anyone could be ready for war. Which, in her experience, was not much at all. Picking up the black beast locket, she hung it around her neck and walked to the door. In the corridor outside, 2 figures were waiting for her. An annoyingly stunning man with auburn hair and green eyes, and a chillingly beautiful woman with pale skin and raven black hair. Effie erased the grim expression from her face and smiled mischievously. Hey there, handsome, oh, and you too, Kai. Guys, you won't believe what I saw in Bastion. Princess found herself a boyfriend. At least I think that she found him. She might have just kidnapped the poor man to do unspeakable things to him. I know. She froze suddenly, looked behind her with a cautious expression, then relaxed visibly and added in a quieter tone. I know I would, if I wasn't such a prim and proper, virtuous married woman. Chapter 17:20. Hard day at work. Effie and Jet were on his back, looking south with somber expressions. After a while, Effie sighed. The situation has already changed. Jet nodded. Yes. The city wall is breached. Western Quadrant defense forces are on approach, but the Call is wreaking havoc with their tech. The awakened vanguard was attacked by one of the lesser gate guardians and managed to put it down, but their advance was stalled. So, we will arrive first. Soul Reaper maintained a neutral tone, but Effie could see that she was in a grim mood. It's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up too much. Jet glanced at her and smiled. My fault? Of course, it's not my fault. I am not someone who feels bothered by such things, anyway. But despite her tough girl routine and carefully constructed facade of a cynical salary woman, she was bothered. Effie had gotten to know Soul Reaper Jet a bit during the Southern campaign, but they became really close during the Third Nightmare. And in the 4 years since, their friendship and comradeship had continued to blossom. Jet was a professional, first and foremost. She wasn't really someone with a bleeding heart, the opposite, actually, but she took her responsibilities very seriously. As such, her cynical loyalty to the mission of preserving humanity was quite ironically much greater than the noble intent of most ardent idealists. She had already been doing her very best as a master. But now that Jet was a saint, one of the 5 saints serving the government, the scale and scope of her responsibilities were much greater. While Effie and Kai mostly dealt with military and diplomatic issues, simply executing the orders, Jet was much more knowledgeable and experienced. As such, she was involved in the administration and decision-making process of the government, influencing what orders all of them received. The government was in turmoil, too. It was in flux, drifting on the currents of history. For years ago, the higher echelons of the government had made a decision to throw vast resources into rapidly developing its presence in the dream realm, where the future was. That was why Effie was almost permanently stationed in Bastion, while Kai spent most of his time in Ravenheart. Jet, however, had been against that strategy. She had insisted on keeping the government saints in the waking world, spread across the 3 remaining quadrants, to lessen the inevitable losses as much as possible, even at the cost of the future inferiority of the government's position in the brave new world of domains and sovereigns. It was not that she disagreed with the notion that the future of humanity lay in the dream realm, it was just that she advocated for a different allocation of resources. Sadly, she had failed to turn her opinion into policy. If she had, the current disaster could have been avoided, or at least lessened. Effie sighed. You're angry. I can smell that you're angry. Well, guess what? There's nothing better for treating anger than a good slaughter. And we'll be drowning in abominations in a few minutes, so, there's no day like today. Jet chuckled. You are right. Sure. But also, let's not use the word slaughter, okay? Makes me queasy. At that moment, Kai's pleasant voice resounded in their heads. Ladies, if you feel queasy and are going to be sick, please wait until I land, at least. Really, don't go around despoiling my scales. I have an image to uphold. Effie grinned. Oh? What about your image? Who are you trying to impress, Queen Song's daughters? The dragon didn't respond to her provocation. Instead, he lingered for a while, and then asked, How is Aiko doing? Effie sighed. Come ask her yourself. She's still pretending to be angry. Oh, but she's doing fine, by the way. Her new boss is kind, handsome, and treats her very well. Kai answered nonchalantly. I'm glad. As long as she's doing well. A few seconds later, he asked in the same neutral tone. Just out of curiosity, how handsome are we talking? What about his style? Who makes his clothes? Effie grinned and chose not to answer. In front of them, the Sea of Dune slowly turned into a desolate plain, with a vast, dried riverbed cutting it like an endless scar. Far away, on the opposite side of the immense chasm, a large city stood where the river's shore had once been, shrouded in haze. Their banter abruptly stopped. The city was burning, with towering plumes of black smoke rising into the piercing blue sky. Even from that distance, Effie could see the signs of cataclysmic devastation. The toll of human lives must have been terrible. Kai, with his incredible sight, could see much more. He didn't say anything, but his silence suddenly seemed sorrowful and forlorn. Effie gritted her teeth and looked away. "Do you see it, Kai? Was the last transmission accurate?" The dragon folded his wings and rushed toward the ground. His voice was even. "Yes. 7 gates. 6 of them Category 3, 1 Category 4. The gate guardian of the latter seems to be a great devil." He paused for a moment, then added, "The city is overwhelmed, a horde of abominations is rampaging on the streets. The local garrison seems to have fallen." Jet closed her eyes for a moment. "It's good, then?" Kai asked quietly, the emotions in his voice suppressed. "Good?" She nodded. "Yes. If the abominations are rampaging, it means that there's still someone alive." A moment later, the dragon landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jet and Effie jumped off his back and approached the edge of the dry riverbed slope. Out there below them, the hastily assembled army of the Western Quadrant was assembling into a formation to assault the fallen city. In front of the mundane soldiers, the battered awakened vanguard was finishing off a wave of nightmare creatures that had wandered away from the burning ruins. They had noticed the flamboyant landing of the great dragon, and were now looking back, cheering and waving their hands in the air. Kai's fame preceded him. Effie cracked her knuckles and asked, her voice uncharacteristically somber. "A great devil, can we even handle something like that?" All 3 of them had become immensely powerful after transcending. The battles they had won were beyond count, and the nightmare creatures they had killed were beyond measure, and yet, they had never faced a horror like that before. Only the sovereigns had. Facing a great devil was a first for them, and could very well become the last. A relaxed smile appeared on Jet's face. "What's the matter? If push comes to shove, we'll just die." "Well, the 2 of you will die." "I'm already dead." Above them, the dragon scoffed. His magnificent voice resounded above the desert, making Effie's heart tingle. That was just something Kai's draconic voice did, even if he did not use his aspect abilities. "Still, we should try to stay alive, well, Effie and I should. You just stay in one piece, Lady Jet." She chuckled. "All right. As we discussed before, Kai will support the Western Quadrant forces in their advance. Effie and I will spearhead the assault, push back the abominations, and engage the Gate Guardian. There's nothing else to say. Godspeed." The beautiful dragon nodded its great head, then pushed himself off the ground and glided gracefully toward the assembled army. Jet looked at Effie, already summoning her scythe. She lingered for a moment, and then said in a tone that was a little gentler than usual, "But seriously, don't die, Effie. Nightingale and I can die, but you can't. You know why. There are people waiting for you to return." For a moment, Effie felt her heart tremble, just like it did every time she went into battle. It had been easy to risk her life before, when she was young. But now, she had things to protect, and people whom she did not want to and could not allow herself to leave. Every time death snarled in her face, Effie felt guilt and shame. And fear. What was she doing on the battlefield when her husband and son were somewhere else, waiting for her? Why was she being so stupid when she could have remained safe behind a citadel wall, in their idyllic cottage, allowing someone else to fight, and bleed, and die in her place? But then, she remembered. It was precisely because of little Ling and his dad that she was here. Because someone had to prevent the world from collapsing on their heads and burying them under the rubble. Effie didn't particularly trust someone else to not mess everything up, so she had to build a world where her son could live a decent life with her own 2 hands. Thankfully, her hands were quite strong. If you wanted to do something right, you had to do it yourself. Looking at Jet, Effie grinned. Why do you always talk about dying, big sister? Not everyone is like you. I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. That would be such a tragedy. Imagine all the food I would not be able to eat. Laughing lightly, she shook her head and activated her transformation ability. A moment later, a Titanic figure clad in polished steel rose from the dust, shining brilliantly under the incandescent sun. Chapter 1721. Footsteps of History. The white fabric of the starlight shard rippled in the wind. Expanding the two memories to fit her giant size cost a significant amount of essence, but it was worth it. Sadly, the same could not be said about the rest of her arsenal, not that there were a lot of memories in her possession that could accommodate her transformation. Even those that could were too weak to justify the expenditure. Especially because Effie had other ways to spend her essence. As soon as her transformation was complete, she activated her ascended ability. Instantly, every soldier at the bottom of the dry riverbed, those that could see her, at least, felt their hearts beating faster. Their spirit and body were reinvigorated, while their strength, speed, agility, endurance, and resilience were greatly enhanced. But that was the good thing about Effie's transformation. It was hard not to notice a 100-meter-tall colossus, especially one as striking as her. Her ascended and transcendent abilities synergized beautifully to make sure that anyone on the battlefield could see her at any moment, even in the midst of a furious melee. As long as she was on the front line. The loud, reverberating roar rose from the riverbed as thousands of soldiers, both mundane and awakened, chanted in exhilaration. Raised by wolves. Saint Athena! War beast is here! Their impassioned voices were full of resolve and grim determination. And as they looked at her, Effie felt her essence being slowly replenished. Well, at least someone is in a good mood. Looking past the exultant soldiers, she gazed at the burning city. From her current height, Effie could see the eerie fissures of the Nightmare Gate surrounding it like 7 ghastly siege towers. One of them was especially tall, reaching even higher into the sky than she did. There were several gargantuan figures moving in the sea of nightmare creatures. The Great Devil was not the only calamity unleashed by the 7 gates, there were other gate guardians, as well. 2 of them were even titans. A Great Devil, a corrupted tyrant, 2 fallen titans, and a swarm of terrors. One way or another, today's battle was going to end up in the history books. It was not quite the chain of nightmares, but definitely the worst crisis the waking world had faced since the Southern Campaign, by far. What would the history books tell? That on that day, the forces of humanity triumphed valiantly over a dreadful enemy. Or that on that day, humanity mourned the loss of many of its most brilliant warriors? Even now, on the precipice of the battle, Effie could not tell. To hell with that. She grinned and kneeled, then placed the back of her hand on the ground, the open palm facing the sky. Who cares about history? This battle might seem dreadful, but it was destined to become an insignificant speck in the tapestry of horrors that awaited humanity in the coming decades. In the near future, there would be 100, 1,000 battles much more terrible than this. By the end of it all, there might be no one left to read history books, let alone write them. Such exciting times. She was definitely not going to miss them. Cassie, are you watching? There was a moment of silence, and then a response came, as calm and relaxed as ever. I am. Effie smiled. Watch well. It was Cassie's job, after all, to witness and remember everything. Down below, on the ground, the tiny ant that was Jet soared into the air and landed gracefully on her palm. Effie rose to her feet, gazed ahead, and took the first step forward. The ground quaked under her titanic footsteps. She leaned forward and pushed off, breaking into a sprint. The sight of the beautiful steel colossus running was both magnificent and terrifying, the sheer scale of it all escaping imagination. Awash in the echoing war chant of the advancing army, Effie leaped over the vast battle formation, the marching mundane soldiers, the wings of lumbering MWPs, the heavily armored tanks, the awakened phalanx, and crossed the dry riverbed in no more than a dozen great strides, making the world quake. Then, she was among the nightmare creatures. Standing on her palm like a beautiful toy soldier, Jet shouted, "Don't slow down. Proceed to the designated drop point." Effie answered with a scoff. "When have I ever slowed down?" Her voice was like the thunderous song of a divine war horn. And that was with her keeping it down. Jet was tough enough to withstand the full volume of Effie's voice, but if a mundane human happened to be too close, they would easily be crippled or outright die under its pressure. So, she had developed a habit of staying silent or speaking softly when assuming the godlike form of the militant giantess. A moment later, her foot descended on a swarm of nightmare creatures, ruthlessly crushing dozens of them in one fell swoop. Some had survived, and were already trying to crawl up her shins, their fangs and claws scraping fruitlessly against the polished steel. Her armor was a supreme memory of the first tier, though, so none of their attempts amounted to anything. Even if the armor was breached, Effie had her awakened ability to fall back on. As great as her offensive might was, her defenses were even more astonishing. In fact, Effie was often tempted to say that she was practically indestructible. Of course, she never did. Saying something like that was just inviting trouble. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures out there. Many of them had means of bypassing physical defense, or could deal entirely different types of damage. The moment a powerful awakened became arrogant was usually the moment they died. The spell whispered into her ear. "You have slain. You have slain. You have slain." Ignoring the sonorous choir of its voice, Effie leaned forward a little and delivered a powerful kick, pulverizing an especially large abomination. The creature must have been at least a dozen meters tall, and would have looked like a towering behemoth to the advancing soldiers. But to her, it was no bigger than a large rat. Its body disintegrated into a disgusting torrent of bloody liquid, and before that liquid splattered across a vast stretch of the riverbed slope, Effie was already past the foremost wave of the nightmare creatures. Nothing but devastation was left in her wake. "You have slain a corrupted monster, Maw of Canact." A moment later, she reached the city barrier. It was quite inferior to the Great Walls surrounding NQSC. Not all human cities were siege capitals. After all, the true siege capitals had been constructed and received that title during the Dark Times, and there were just a few of them left standing in the world. Of course, all human cities had been turned into highly advanced strongholds after the descent of the spell, both to keep the nightmare creatures out and to make them habitable in the aftermath of the previous era. Still, the scale of their defenses varied. The ruined city in front of Effie had quite a robust wall once upon a time, but now it lay in ruins. The streets were obscured by smoke, and countless abominations were rampaging under its suffocating shroud. From this close, she could hear a terrible cacophony of crumbling buildings, bestial roars, sporadic gunfire, and human screams. There were indeed survivors there, below her. Which was why she had to be careful. "To your left!" Jet's shout was very timely. Turning her head, Effie saw a wide highway piercing into the heart of the city. There was a fortified railway in its middle, with a mess of overturned train cars laying on the tracks. The highway itself was crowded by military vehicles, all empty and painted red by blood. This was where the city garrison forces had tried, and failed, to stop the tide of abominations after the walls fell. What was important to Effie, though, was that she would be able to use the highway to reach the heart of the city without trampling countless civilians to death and toppling damaged buildings. Paving a bloody path through the horde of abominations, she stomped her way to the highway. Countless abominations perished under her footsteps. Those that were more powerful were crushed to death in her grasp, torn apart, or splattered across the concrete. Their assault was like a dark tide. Some were large enough to pose a threat to even someone as giant as her, but Effie did not only have size on her side. She also had her skill, intellect, and battle experience. The combination was truly devastating, and none of these meddling creatures could withstand her might. It would have been even more devastating if she had a proper spear and shield to wield, but alas, she did not. So, Effie fought with her bare hands, or rather, with her entire body except for one hand, which was being used to carry Jet, in accordance with the ancient hand-to-hand combat techniques hammered into her bones by the war maidens of the Chalice Temple. There were swarms of flying abominations, as well. When those descended upon her, even Jet received an opportunity to bloody her blade. Reaching the highway, Effie advanced swiftly toward the heart of the city. As she ran, shattering the road and flattening overturned train cars and abandoned military vehicles with each step, she kept her eyes on the true threats. To her left, on the edges of the city, the colossal shape of the fallen Titan was toppling residential towers and feeding on the crushed corpses of countless humans. To her right, the massive figure of the corrupted tyrant was consuming the remains of the government compound. Another Titan was nearby, having already breached the ceiling of a deep underground shelter. And finally, far ahead, on the opposite side of the city, past the shattered barrier, a vague silhouette of the Great Devil was towering above the local outskirts, moving slowly in the eerie silence. There were 2 more gate guardians spread throughout the ruins, as well, both already gazing at her and narrowing the distance. And a sea of nightmare creatures following them. Everyone wants in on the party. Finally, she reached the drop point. Effie sent a shockwave spreading from the spot where the edge of her foot had dug into the ground to stall her momentum, and came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, her voice shook the sky with a thunderous, defiant call. "Wolf Army! Charge!" Chapter 1722. Slingshot Maneuver. The majority of the mundane members of the Wolf Company were not frontline specialists, but instead support personnel meant to facilitate and enhance the combat effectiveness of the Awakened. However, the company had swelled in the past few years, turning into a battalion consisting of 1,000 seasoned Awakened warriors and around 5,000 mundane soldiers. It had also distinguished itself as one of the most elite combat units of the government forces, earning the official title of the Wolf Army. The Wolves were, first and foremost, shock troopers. They often fought in isolation from the rest of the government forces or led the attack, dropping directly into the fiercest locations on the battlefield from the Black Beast Locket. That was right. Effie not only had her own army but also often carried it around. Their most common strategy was for her to assume the giantess form, cleave her way to a strategically important point, and deploy her legion in a flash of shocking violence. It was the same today. As Effie's roar stunned the nearest nightmare creatures, rows and rows of soldiers materialized on the rubble of the burning city, as if marching out from the depths of hell. A moment later, the awakened vanguard already unleashed a barrage of arrows, projectile weapons, and long-range aspect abilities. At the same time, heavy artillery vehicles launched concussive shells, and the lumbering MWPs came to life, the barrels of their armaments blooming with fire. The melee fighters had already closed down their ranks, forming a loose phalanx. The tide of nightmare creatures descended upon them in a demented frenzy, only to be broken, torn apart, and pushed back. "Show them hell!" Effie's booming voice thundered from above. Invigorated by the sight of their commander, the wolves let out ferocious howls and redoubled their efforts to eviscerate the nightmare creatures. "Cheeky bastards!" She bent down and swiped her hand across the ruins of a building, grabbing a hulking abomination and using it as a projectile to crush dozens more into bloody paste. Effie observed the battlefield from high above. For the moment, at least, everything was going according to plan. The wolves had a simple, but dire objective, to secure a stronghold in the ruined city that would serve as a bulwark against the horde of nightmare creatures. The 7 gates were positioned far away from the dry riverbed, so most of the abominations were amassed on the other side of the city center. The position where the wolves had deployed was on the outer edges of the center, above the largest underground civilian shelter, and close to the reserve control station responsible for the city's automated defense systems. They had to push the nightmare creatures back, establish an impregnable fire line, bring the defense systems back online, secure the perimeter, and help funnel the surviving civilians into the shelter. At the same time, the main force of the Western Quadrant Army would advance from the rear under Kai's leadership, cleanse the western part of the city from abominations, and join the Wolf Army, effectively drawing a clear battle line straight through the city center. That was the plan, at least. Of course, the entire plan depended on a single presumption, that the 3 saints would be able to slay, or at least hold back, the primary targets, the Gate Guardians. Because no matter how elite and experienced the wolves were, and no matter how numerous the Western Quadrant army was, mortal soldiers like them were simply incapable of stopping titans, let alone facing great abominations in battle. Effie glanced at the towering figures of the two titans, both drawing closer. The corrupted tyrant seemed to be moving in the direction of the Western Quadrant army, which had already engaged in a bloody battle on the streets of the city. That one was Kai's problem now. Sadly, it seemed that the reinforcements would be delayed. The true horror, though, was the Great Devil, which had abandoned the outskirts and crossed the ruined walls of the city, moving unhurriedly in the direction of the wolf army. The creature was still dozens of kilometers away, but its presence already felt suffocating. We can still win. In this battle, the government army had a secret weapon. That weapon was the seneschal of the great clan Valor. Saint Song of the Fallen. Information was the lifeblood of warfare, especially so when one was dealing with nightmare creatures, many of whom possessed great and terrible powers. Knowing your enemy was more often than not the difference between life and death. And with Cassie whispering into the ears of Effie, Kai, and Jet, they would know what the enemy was capable of once the abominations got within range of the dormant ability. Of course, no one except for the three of them could know that the blind seer serving the King of Swords was secretly assisting the government. It's good to have friends. As Effie thought that, Jet suddenly spoke in a calm, cold voice. I think the situation calls for the slingshot maneuver. Effie looked down, studying the tiny, beautiful woman standing on her palm. Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes were full of grim, murderous, and cold resolve. That one? Are you sure? Jet nodded, then smiled faintly. Yes. I'll stall the Great Devil until you and Kai are done dealing with the other Gate Guardians. Don't play with your food and come help me as soon as you can. Effie hesitated for a moment, holding back the words of concern. Jet was right. Dealing with two titans was already outside the realm of possibility. If the Great Devil was allowed to enter the fray and join forces with them, everyone would be doomed. Eventually, she simply smiled. All right. Just don't kill it before we arrive. Or, if you do and receive a weapon memory, give it to me. You already have your legacy relic, while I'm sick of fighting abominations with my bare hands. Their guts get stuck between my fingers. It's disgusting. Jet grinned. Deal. Now, do it before I change my mind. Effie sighed, then shifted her body, slowly bringing the hand on which Jet stood back. She extended her colossal arm backward, keeping it level with her shoulder. The slingshot maneuver was not something the two of them had learned from books on military science. It was something they invented after participating in countless battles together. Well, calling it a maneuver was mostly a joke. They just liked how legitimate it sounded, which was a bit funny, considering the actual procedure. The procedure in question, meanwhile, was rather simple. Effie strained her muscles, exhaled, and slung her arm forward. Her hand rotated, the open palm facing the wind. Jet would have slid off and plummeted down if not for the fact that the pressure of acceleration pressed her into the vertical wall of polished steel. A mundane human would have been crushed by such pressure, but her transcendent body was immensely resilient. She endured, kneeling slowly and looking up. A small hurricane was raised by the passing of the colossal arm. Effie grunted, and pushed her palm forward with all her might, launching Jet into the air like a supersonic missile. The Soul Reaper soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the distant Great Devil with terrible speed. As she did, her figure was suddenly surrounded by wisps of ghostly mist. Chapter 1723. The Flight of the Wraiths. Today, Jet had the opportunity to experience all three. Who would have thought that a neglected girl from the outskirts would one day be living such an exciting life? However, she wasn't really having fun. Nor was she living, if one wanted to be technical. Clad in a black leather armor, Jet soared across the sky. Her raven-black hair fluttered in the wind as her figure tore apart the towering pillars of smoke, the landscape of the ruined city streaking beneath her like a blur. Her icy blue eyes were burning with murderous intent. Perhaps it was for the best that she was moving much too fast to see the scenes of devastation clearly. The terrible loss of life was aggravating enough, but the irreparable damage done to the crucial infrastructure would frustrate her even more. At the end of the day, the two were one and the same. Cities could not function without people, while people could not survive in this poisoned world without the protection of the cities. So, the losses humanity had suffered today were doubly great. Even if they were to win the battle and slaughter the nightmare creatures, rebuilding the city was out of the question. Not with the focus of humanity slowly shifting toward the dream realm, and not in the aftermath of Antarctica. After today, there would be one less human city on Earth. The survivors could be relocated to other population centers, and in time, the population would grow to replenish the lost lives, but the number of cities only dwindled. Too many of them had been swallowed by the chain of nightmares, and in the years that followed, 2 more fell to the Skinwalker. This city would be the third the government lost in the last 4 years. To Jet, losing a city felt like being robbed of her personal belongings. It was sad, humiliating, and deeply distasteful. She had made a commitment to work for the government a long time ago, and as such, any defeat that the mission of the government suffered was a personal slight. Those bastards! Jet wasn't really sure who she was referring to, the nightmare creatures, or the people who had pushed back against her desire to allocate more precious resources to the waking world. It was not like she did not understand the inevitable future. The waking world, their world, was not ending yet, but its trajectory was already clear. There were already more nightmare gates opening each year than ever before, and the median category of those gates was slowly climbing toward a complete disaster. Most importantly, the sovereigns were in the dream realm. Not only because they chose to be there, but also because it was hard for them to enter the waking world, as if their very existence was denied by it. So, even if a new supreme was born in the future, they wouldn't be able to remain here continuously and protect the cradle of humanity. Therefore, a single Category 5 gate would spell doom to all who remained. Which wasn't that bad, actually. Jet wasn't a reactionary hell-bent on remaining on Earth simply because that was where she had been born. In fact, she understood better than most that adaptability was humanity's greatest weapon. Why wouldn't they resettle into a new world if their own was dying? In fact, for every city that had been destroyed in the waking world, several were founded in the dream realm. The government would have to relocate their efforts there as well. It was just that, in her opinion, even the best of her colleagues were panicking. The trauma delivered by the chain of nightmare was too great, even if few people acknowledged it. And since they were panicking, they were rushing too much. So, she was forced to clean up their messes. Because of the rush, the government forces were too late to prevent this city's destruction. How ironic. Sometimes, she regretted that there wasn't anyone else among the people wielding power who had come from the outskirts. If there had been just one person who shared her mindset. But wasn't it a pipe dream for someone from the outskirts to survive the gauntlet of the nightmare spell? Even she could not claim to have truly survived it. Streaking across the sky like a deadly missile, Jet kept her gaze trained on the great devil and gritted her teeth. A split second later, she activated her transformation ability. Her flesh turned into a ghostly mist, and a few moments later, there was a spectral wraith in the sky above the dying city. The wraith form had many advantages in battle. But it was also quite handy if one had been tossed like a dart by an unreasonably strong giantess, since being a ghost could prevent them from turning into thin film splattered across several kilometers of ragged terrain upon landing. Not that Jet would. With her special physique, she could strike the ground like a meteor and climb out of the crater in one piece, if a little battered. Still, a soft landing was better. This time, sadly, the landing was not going to be particularly soft. She was dropping right on top of a great devil, after all. Effie's aim was immaculate. In the last few moments before plummeting to the ground, Jet snarled coldly and turned her scythe into a khopesh. By now, her legacy relic had reaped countless souls. The strongest of them had belonged to a great monster, and so, it was equal to a supreme weapon of the second tier. Of those countless souls, 5 were currently bound by the relic, 1 for each of the 5 forms it could turn into. Jet could consume them to replenish her essence if her own reserves ran dry. Apart from that, each of the bound souls granted a mystical effect to the corresponding weapon, akin to an enchantment. The soul dwelling in the black khopesh had belonged to a corrupted terror once, and a dreadful one at that. The effect granted by its soul to the sickle sword was that anyone cut by it would fall into a debilitating lethargy, losing the motivation to fight, move, and eventually even breathe. Of course, powerful enemies could resist the insidious lethargy somewhat, but would still be weakened a little with each strike. As such, the khopesh was the most suitable of the mist blades forms when dealing with an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. And that was what Jet was dealing with now. A great devil. At that moment, a soft voice resounded in her ears. He is the great devil, Heart of Canact. The remnant of a cursed king. His power is to command the souls of the dead. He also wields the power of curses, and is a wraith himself. His body is made of sand and is all but immune to physical damage. Worst of all, his soul can't be destroyed until all the souls he commands are scattered. And they are legion. I am sorry, Jet. It's a bad match. Jet grinned. Thank you. How fitting. The great devil she was about to face was also of the undead tribe. A fellow wraith. His powers did not exactly counter her own, but rather rendered them futile. It was, indeed, a bad match. Or maybe the best, considering that few people except her had even a tiny chance of destroying him. In any case, her determination to slay the abominations only grew stronger. Because as much as the Heart of Canact was a bad match for her aspect, he was a perfect match for her legacy relic. Absorbing his soul would not only elevate its overall power by 2 tiers, but also grant one of the Mist Blades forms a powerful effect that had a good chance of having synergy with her aspect. Now, then. All that remained was to actually kill this great devil. Or at least survive long enough for Effie and Kai to arrive. Jet slowed down her descent and glided gracefully to the shattered ground. Her ghostly khopesh pointed forward. There, in front of her, a towering figure was slowly walking through the burning ruins, surrounded by a haze of screaming souls. Chapter 1724. Nightsinger. They are flanking us. Second company, fall back. We need an ascended here. Across the wide stretch of burning ruins, the Western Quadrant army was fighting against the disorganized horde of nightmare creatures. The tide of abominations continuously crashed into the phalanx of the awakened warriors, quenching the flames that burned all around them with their fetid blood. The mundane soldiers followed behind, supporting the awakened and sweating inside their powered armor suits. The heavy artillery had remained in the riverbed, waiting for precise targeting data. They didn't dare to fire after the initial salvos, afraid to implicate the civilians who might have still been alive somewhere out there, among the smoke-filled streets. However, the MWP still pushed forward. The influence of the Nightmare Gates was messing with their electronics, but after the rich experience of dealing with it in Antarctica, the scientists of humanity had made leaps in shielding technology. So, the lumbering war machines could fully exert their overwhelming firepower, for now. It was a heroic sight, but usually, even such a large expedition force would have been ill-prepared to face the vast horde of nightmare creatures, especially in the hellish conditions of urban warfare. Nevertheless, today, the soldiers of the Western Quadrant were valiantly pushing into the depths of the city and eradicating the nightmare creatures at a startling pace. There were 2 reasons for that. One reason was the shining silhouette of Saint Athena, who towered above the burning city in the distance. The sight of her not only lifted the spirits of the soldiers, but also imbued their bodies with ferocious power. Awakened were affected more, but even the mundane fighters showcased inhuman strength, speed, and endurance. What would not have been possible on any other day was possible today. The other reason? Fall. A deep, thunderous, chilling voice rolled across the burning ruins, crashing into the horde of abominations like a tidal wave. Countless nightmare creatures staggered and toppled to the ground, others pressed forward despite its domineering power. However, their movements were drowsy and weak, as if they were struggling against an overwhelming compulsion. That was the moment when the soldiers of the Western Quadrant army advanced, cutting into the mass of dazed nightmare creatures like a sharp knife. The human warriors were strengthened by the war beast, while their enemy was weakened by the Nightsinger. Together, the powers of the 2 saints reigned on the battlefield. Kai folded his wings and plummeted down. His great maw opened, and an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound escaped from it, akin to a haunting song. That song made all the other sounds of the ruined city, the roaring of flames, the groans of crumbling buildings, the clangor of steel, the howls of monstrous creatures, the thunderous drums of the cannonade, dissolve into background noise. A moment later, the song crashed into a swarm of nightmare creatures led by a hulking behemoth, causing their bodies to explode into gruesome fountains of crimson liquid. It was as if they were torn apart by an invisible blast. A transcendent sonic attack was an insidious thing. Rushing along the stretched battle line with tremendous speed, Kai flew through the expanding cloud of crimson haze and wasted a split second to observe the ruins. His vision spread far and wide, piercing through soil, concrete, and alloy. There was nowhere it couldn't reach, and instantly, the whole city was perceived by him. What he saw was gruesome and sickening. Countless human corpses. Countless people dying as he watched. Frightened civilians hiding in their homes or underground shelters, fear and sorrow written on their faces. Ashes, flames, and loss on a scale that the human mind could not comprehend. And, of course, the nightmare creatures. The wolf army was pushing abominations back in the heart of the city. Effie was moving to intercept the approaching titans. Jet had just reached the sinister figure of the Great Devil. And, closest of all, the corrupted tyrant barreling in the direction of the Western Quadrant soldiers. I need to kill it quick. The wolves were holding up well, but that was temporary. If the reinforcements did not arrive on time, the casualties would start to mount. Worse still, Effie would have to fight against 2 titans alone, and Jet would have to face the Great Devil alone. The more time he wasted, the more people would die. Just at that moment, like a lifeline, Cass's calming voice resounded in his mind, whispering the secrets of his enemy. Kai spread his wings and rushed forward. As he flew above the carnage, his song shattered the most threatening of the abominations advancing on the awakened phalanx, while his words made the rest stagger and lose strength. Despair. Fear. Kneel. His essence was evaporating like morning dew. There were countless winged nightmare creatures clamoring to rip into his flesh, as well. He tore them apart with his talons, shredded their flesh with his fangs, and broke their bones with his tail. Leaving the Western Quadrant army behind, Kai remained alone above a sea of abominations. A hail of attacks enveloped him, coming both from the ground and from the air. He shrugged them off, evaded some of the abominations, and killed others. And all that time, he could see scattered survivors looking at the sky all across the city. Some of them were numb and terrified, thinking that the Midnight Dragon was another dreadful abomination. Some seemed to recognize him, looking up with desperate hope. The expressions of the latter hurt him more. Because he knew that, for many of them, maybe most of them, there would be no salvation. Because in this world, weakness was a sin, and they were sinners. Kai was no stranger to that sin, either. True, the days when he considered himself weak and unworthy to be in the company of his friends were long gone. After years of leading soldiers and surviving the most terrible hells, Kai wasn't shameless enough to proclaim that he lacked strength. No, he was strong. But his strength was still lacking. If he was stronger, more people would survive, and his friends would return from the battle with fewer scars. Sadly, he was already close to the pinnacle of what a human could achieve. It was so strange, who could have thought that someone like him, a gentle and shy kid overly interested in music and fashion, would end up this way? Still, there were ways to gain greater strength. Opening his maw, Kai spoke. Be stronger. This time, he was speaking to himself. Be faster. His mighty, winged body was suddenly overcome by a surge of energy. Be sharper. A moment later, he sent a destructive sonic wave spreading outward in a wide cone. Countless nightmare creatures were swept away by the invisible power of his song. A vast cloud of dust and debris instantly flew into the sky, which was suddenly void of suffocating smoke. In the middle of the devastated cone, the corrupted tyrant staggered as the sound blast crashed into it. The dreadful abomination was not killed, of course, or even seriously wounded. But that was not what Kai had wanted. All he had wanted was to distract the enemy for a moment. Knowing that his commands would not have a strong and immediate effect on an enemy of that class and rank, he simply rushed to the ground and opened his maw. In the next second, his sharp fangs bit into the tyrant's neck. Chapter 1725. Silent Clash. A woman with raven-black hair and icy blue eyes was standing in the middle of the ruined road, holding a black sickle sword. In front of her, a towering figure was moving slowly across the rubble, each of its steps exerting an invisible pressure on the world. The creature was surrounded by a haze of swirling sand, with only a vague silhouette of a gaunt human visible behind its veil. 1,000 screaming souls shrouded the ancient devil like a mantle. Jet looked at him coldly. "I hear that you are called the Heart of Canict. Nice to meet you." "I am called Soul Reaper Jet." A dark smile appeared on her pale face. "This is my city. So, prepare to die." The great devil halted, looking down at her through the veil of sand. The whirlwind of souls surrounding it parted, revealing 2 gaping pools of darkness. Ghostly flames ignited in their depths, piercing her with a gaze of indescribable malice and hunger. Then, a rustle of a myriad of whispers rose like a tide, enveloping her in a cold embrace. Jet did not know the words of the ancient language the fiend spoke, but understood them regardless with the help of the spell. Broken, thing, bow, submit, surrender. Succumb. She felt a powerful compulsion press her into the ground, as if 1,000 invisible hands were pulling her soul down. However, the weight of her shattered soul was too great for them to move it even by a millimeter. Jet's smile widened. She raised her sword and took a step forward. "In your dreams." A split second later, her ghostly figure dashed toward the devil. Jet possessed an unusual soul. Her core was like a vast sphere of shattered crystal, countless shards pressed messily together to form a jagged sun. Her radiant essence constantly leaked through the gaps between the shards, but, in return, the more living beings she killed, the more her broken soul core grew. And Jet had slaughtered countless beings over the years, since that was the only way for her to survive. By now, her core was massive like a giant star, burning furiously in the cold darkness of her desolate soul. Not only that, but her dead flesh could absorb much more essence than that of someone who was truly alive, which granted her tremendous physical strength. Strangely enough, that physical might also translated to the dire power of her wraith form. Moving like a ghost, Jet appeared in front of the great devil and lashed out with her sword. All of it happened in an instant, too fast to be discerned by mundane eyes. Of course, the eyes of the great devil were not at all mundane. The figure hidden in the sand shifted, raising a hand to swat away her strike. At the same time, the sand rose like a giant palm, repeating its movements. However, the mist blade was not swept away. Instead, it passed through the sand and cut deeply into the ancient fiend's soul. A moment later, a building to their left exploded into a cloud of dust, obliterated by the giant hand of sand. And one of the myriads of souls subjugated by the Heart of Canict dissolved into nothingness, receiving the cut on his behalf. The abomination sustained no damage at all. It was only affected a little by the lethargic power of the black Kopesh, shrugging it off a split second later. 1,000 spears of sand shot from his towering figure, moving too fast to be dodged at such a close distance. They passed through Jet's ghostly figure without doing any damage, as well. She jumped back, knowing that this advantage of hers would not last for too long. And indeed, the silhouette hiding inside the sand tilted its head slightly. Then, the sand settled back onto it, forming the shape of a gaunt giant. Instead, the haze of screaming souls flowed forward like a raging river, threatening to tear her own apart. Soul attack. Jet gritted her teeth. This was going to be unpleasant. She pushed off the ground, weaving between the falling pieces of the toppled building to evade the torrent of souls. In her perception, the jagged pieces of torn alloy and shattered concrete were floating down slowly, nearly static. The great devil's attack, however, was almost too fast to react. In the next several seconds, the burning street turned into a furious battlefield. 2 wraiths, one made of mist, the other of sand, clashed in eerie silence, no sound produced by their ghostly steps. Only the sand rustled as it brushed against the rubble. Despite the devastating power unleashed by them, not even a single particle of dust was disturbed by their battle. The pillars of smoke were not torn apart by the hurricane wind, the scorching flames were not extinguished. The ground did not quake, and the sky did not shatter. That was because Jet was intangible, and so were her attacks. The harrowing storm of phantoms pursuing her was similarly aimed at her soul. If their battle had been happening on the material plane, though, the entire district might have already been flattened, turning into a smoldering ruin, like many other districts of the city already had. Damn it! Jet reeled back, pierced by excruciating pain. She had delivered a rain of blows to the ancient fiend, but what was the point? Her insidious power, which had served her splendidly across countless battlefields, was almost entirely useless against the vile power of the heart of Canact. Instead of cutting his soul, she was simply destroying the phantoms he had consumed. And they were indeed legion. There must have been millions of people living in the outskirts, where the great devil had been wandering before her arrival, and very few had escaped his bloodlust. Even if less than 1% of the victims had joined the whirlpool of souls, Jet would have to land thousands of strikes to destroy them all. Each of the attacks she failed to evade, however, dealt direct damage to her own soul. It was vast and tenacious, true, but in this war of attrition, Jet was still doomed to lose. Why did this bastard have to wield power over souls? Jet dodged a rustling torrent of haze and slashed at it with her sword, obliterating another unfortunate spectre. Sadly, these spectres were not actual beings, but instead parts of the great devil, therefore, destroying them did not replenish her essence. Essence exhaustion was one of Jet's fears, perhaps even her only true fear. For all other awakened, losing all of their essence simply meant enduring a period of powerlessness and not feeling well. But to her, it meant death, true death, the final and irreversible obliteration of her being. What was worse, Jet wasn't sure that she would be able to control herself when facing this slow and excruciating dissolution. The few times she had come close to exhausting all her essence, well, she didn't really want to remember them. She had done a few shameful things. Unsurprisingly, pushing her limits to battle a great devil consumed an ocean of soul essence. Jet wasn't panicked yet, because her reserves were many times deeper than those of most other saints. More than that, 5 powerful souls were bound to her mist blade. If push came to shove, she would consume them one after another, postponing the inevitable. Still, even if she miraculously won today, the sea of soul essence she had accumulated would be all but spent. Jet would have to collect it again, drop by drop. Such a chore. Killing had become a chore a long time ago for her. Sometimes, she dreamt of being free of her flaw and living a peaceful life somewhere where there was no need to ever spill the blood of living beings. Not that there was such a place anywhere in the two worlds, for someone like her. Those dreams were rare and silly, though. Most of the time, Jet was quite content with her life. Not at the moment, though. She evaded another attack nimbly and delivered a ruthless strike to the abomination, then jumped back, phasing through a melting wall. The sand followed. Despite the harrowing might and vile powers of the great devil, she was still holding her own. She was still fighting, full of resolve to see the fiend die. Why wouldn't she kill him? She had killed countless bastards who thought that they were stronger than her, and were stronger than her, already. Strength didn't decide who lived and who died. Jet did. Come, come. Follow me more, hurt me more, waste time on me more. If there was one blessing about this excruciating fight, it was that the curse of lethargy affecting the heart of Canact was slowly accumulating. Its effects were not significant yet, and yet Jet could feel that the devil was struggling a little to maintain his unceasing assault. Ignoring the pain, Jet felt a dark grin twist her lips. She retreated, one step at a time. Perhaps she was not powerful enough, yet, to slay the heart of Canact. But luckily, she wasn't alone. Just like the devil had a legion of souls to protect him, she had an army, too. She had Effie and Kai. So, she just had to preoccupy the bastard until they arrived. Surrounded by smoke and flame, suffering the assault of a great devil, Jet smiled viciously and laughed. Chapter 1726. Strategic Solution. Effie had assisted her soldiers as best she could. She had personally eliminated the most threatening abominations in the vicinity of the wolf army and made sure that her soldiers were not overwhelmed by the tide of abominations. But now, to make sure that they were not annihilated, she had to sortie into the city and face the enemy on her own. Fighting a Titan was not a problem. Effie was plenty Titanic herself, however, this time, there were two walking calamities approaching her soldiers. One was a towering giant, not much smaller than she was, his body carved from obsidian stone. The giant had 6 hands, each holding an archaic weapon. His head had 4 bestial faces, one on each side, waterfalls of blood spilling from 4 terrible maws. The bastard had swallowed countless humans, and was hungering for more. The other Titan was grotesque and disgusting. It was vaguely insect-like in appearance, with a bulging, fleshy hump rising dozens of meters into the sky from its back. The chitinous body was almost invisible under that mountain of flesh, and there was a noxious miasma drifting around the revolting creature like a vile haze. What troubled Effie the most was that there were 2 of the gargantuan abominations. Even worse, they were approaching the wolf army from different directions. If she rushed to face one, the other would trample her soldiers, leaving none alive. Those wretched things. Usually, she would not have been miserly on the swear words, but ever since becoming a mother, Effie had been trying to clean up her speech. With varying degrees of success. Letting out a chilling growl, she threw a burning gaze at the obsidian giant, then turned away decisively and pushed her colossal body into an earth-shattering run. The crawling horror was closer, and so, she had decided to deal with it first. She had decided to do something else, as well. It was a bold new strategic solution that would not lose to the glorious genius of her patented slingshot maneuver. Of course, Effie would have to try her damnedest to make sure the thing actually worked. Leaping over a sprawling park with one tremendous jump, she caused the ponds located on its premises to spill out of their shores with her thunderous landing, and barreled toward the Titan. The creature was enormous, but the top of its bulging hump barely reached her abdomen. Its flesh also seemed strangely porous. Of course, Effie already knew why. As she was closing in on the monstrosity, it crawled forward and straightened its segmented legs. At the same time, a strange ripple spread over the gargantuan hump of its back. Effie scowled and held her breath, which wasn't easy because of her flaw. Nevertheless, it was necessary. In the next moment, countless holes opened in the mountain of flesh, expelling long plumes of the noxious miasma. It shrouded the Titan like a cloud, spreading outward to cover a vast stretch of the city. Effie's face darkened. There had still been survivors in that district. Not anymore. Curse you! But that was not all. Following the miasma, numerous black rods were expelled from the holes in the creature's fleshy body. As they shot into the sky, the rods spread translucent wings and unfolded segmented legs, turning into a vast swarm of monstrous dragonflies. They seemed like tiny vermin to Effie, but of course, each creature was at least a meter long, easily capable of ripping an adult man to shreds. The undulating wall of the dragonfly swarm swirled around the crawling Titan, whose hump had deflated somewhat. Ah, damnation! Effie allowed her supreme armor to envelop her face, turning into a beautiful mask of polished steel that perfectly copied the contours of her face. A tall white plume fluttered in the wind like a river of silk threads. Here we go! She extended both her hands to the sides, lingered for a moment, and then forcefully brought them together, making her palms collide. A thunderous clap resounded above the city, shaking the heavens. Her clap was so forceful that it produced an actual shockwave, causing several buildings inside the cloud of miasma to explode with dust and crumble. The cloud itself was torn apart and pushed away from the city by the hurricane wind. Even the monstrous dragonflies were dazed, a breach appearing in the defensive wall of abomination surrounding the Titan. Leaning down, Effie plunged into that breach and enveloped the crawling horror's gargantuan body with her arms. Its fleshy hump pressed tightly against her torso, smearing disgusting fluid all across the polished breastplate. Struggling against the desire to retch, she dug her fingers into the abomination's soft belly. Effie could feel the fetid liquid trying to corrode her armor. She could also feel the creature's sharp claws scratching against her shins and leaving deep grooves in the polished metal. It didn't matter. She could withstand the attacks of the Titan for a few seconds, especially before it regained its bearings and got serious about breaching her armor. If there are two hostile forces attacking from different directions, the strategic move would be. Gritting her teeth, Effie strained every muscle in her colossal body. She rarely had a chance to push against the limits of her strength, but today was one of those days. No, actually, she had never done something that crazy before, at least not after becoming a saint. Killing the Titan would take too long and compromise her soldiers. She felt confident that she could kill the crawling horror, but not that she would slay it fast enough to prevent the obsidian giant from reaching the position of the wolf army. So. Ark! A muffled growl escaped from beneath her polished mask. It felt as though her muscles would burst, and her spine would snap. But instead, her feet plunged into the ground. At the same time, the Titan's segmented legs rose above it. Growling, Effie pulled upward and lifted the gargantuan body of the crawling horror into the air. So heavy. She didn't stop at that, though. As her growl turned into a roar, she exhaled and tossed the Titanic being into the air. The strategic move would be to move the hostile forces to the same location. Effie had not just tossed the revolting abomination away. She had thrown it directly at the second Titan, whose lumbering figure was towering above the ruins in the distance. Looking at the crawling horror fly, its comically tiny body finally revealed from under the giant fleshy hump, its segmented legs moving in what seemed like panic, she couldn't help but frown. How come all my strategic solutions always end up as me tossing someone at someone else, though? The sight of the massive Titan flying across the sky was so stunning that even the nightmare creatures on the ground stopped in confusion. The human soldiers, who had developed a habit of glancing at Effie's towering figure frequently, did not miss the bizarre and baffling sight, either. Perhaps both the abominations and the humans had a similar thought. I am seeing things, right? They weren't. The only creature who wasn't confused was the obsidian giant. Because the crawling horror was flying directly at him. Even though the four-faced Titan was as tall as Effie, he would still be buried under the mountain of flesh if she managed to hit her target. And she had impeccable aim. The giant moved, bringing one of his 6 weapons up. Then, it ruthlessly fell down. The stone mace struck the crawling horror in the air, damaging its body and slamming it into the ground. A lake of fetid blood flowed out of the wounds of the revolting abominations, drowning several streets. The obsidian giant had avoided being struck by the Titanic projectile. However, no sooner than the crawling horror hit the ground, the visage of a beautiful steel colossus was revealed from behind its enormous body, barreling toward the 2 Titans at terrifying speed. Her exquisite mask was emotionless and eerily calm. Behind it, though, Effie's lips were twisted into a bestial snarl, and her eyes burned with murderous fury. Die! Chapter 1727. A brawl of titanic proportions. Effie used these moments to shorten the distance between her and the enemy, unseen. By the time the enormous abomination smashed into the ground, the obsidian giant barely had any time to react. All he could see was a steel colossus rushing at him with great speed, her body the picture of physical excellence and perfect athletic form. The white plume of her helmet fluttered behind her like a foaming stream. The earth quaked with each of her graceful, but thunderous strides. Effie did not waste any time to attack. She was unarmed, but that did not mean that she was powerless. Leaping over the scrambling crawling horror, she planted her feet into the ground and grabbed the hand of the obsidian giant that had swatted the abomination down. Then, leaning back, she balanced on one foot and raised her other leg, bending it at the knee. A split second later, her foot shot forward like a demolishing siege ram and delivered a devastating sidekick to the chest of the 6-armed Titan. A deafening thunderclap rolled over the burning city, and an invisible shockwave tore apart the billowing smoke. The power of Effie's kick was so harrowing that a net of cracks appeared on the black obsidian of the Titan's chest. The giant himself staggered back, his movement seeming slow because of his tremendous size. The obsidian giant would have been sent flying back and toppled to the ground, flattening dozens of buildings, if not for the fact that Effie was still gripping his hand. At the same time as the dreadful mass of the Titan's colossal body pushed him back, she growled and twisted his arm, pulling it in the opposite direction. Effie used the rebound from her kicks to her advantage, adding it to her strength and channeling terrifying strain into the obsidian. There was a sound of cracking stone, and an ominous groan of something that should have been indestructible being torn. In the next moment, the elbow joint of the obsidian giant exploded into a rain of jagged shards. They rained down like meteors, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. Effie wrenched the Titan's arm, tearing it from the socket entirely, and then ripping it off. Finally free of her grasp, the six-armed abomination was tossed back. Of course, by then, he was a five-armed abomination already. Most importantly, crushing the fingers of the torn hand, Effie grasped one of the obsidian giant's weapons. A colossal black mace fell snugly into her grip, and a ferocious smile twisted her lips behind the mask. Now, she wasn't unarmed anymore. Two titans. Her voice boomed above the ruins, making the sky tremble. Effie took a step forward. One is made of stone, the other is disgusting. Neither is edible. What's the point of your misbegotten existence? With that, she lunged into the forest of obsidian weapons. The giant had already recovered from her strike and launched a barrage of attacks, his five remaining arms moving like the spokes of a gargantuan wheel. By then, the crawling horror had already come to its senses. Despite the fact that the abomination had been wounded and removed from its potent defenses, the cloud of miasma and the swarm of monstrous dragonflies, it was still a dreadful creature. Its enormous body deflated, and then, a tide of enormous tentacles shot from beneath it, aiming to wrap around Effie's legs. Ah! You! Caught by surprise, Effie swayed. She managed to block three of the giant's weapons with the black mace, but two more struck her on the shoulder, sending a powerful shock through her body and producing a river of sparks as they scraped against the polished steel of her armor. Crap! The powerful tentacles of the crawling horror were restricting her movements, enveloping both of her legs and one arm. At the same time, the obsidian giant was raining blows on her from above. She managed to protect her head, but her torso was being battered, the breastplate on the verge of bending inward. The supreme armor still held, but it had a limit, too. Effie was a rank above the two vile creatures, but 6 classes below them. At the end of the day, though, what mattered the most was that she simply did not have enough limbs to contend with them both. You bastards! Growling, she tried to rip the tentacles apart with pure strength, but the spongy flesh was too slippery and elastic. She tried to break off another arm of the obsidian giant with a powerful strike of her mace, but to no avail. 3 of his weapons blocked her strike, while 2 more crashed into her helmet. All she achieved was becoming dazed. The situation seemed dire. What to do? Effie growled furiously and then dismissed her helmet, as if inviting the dreadful giant to smash her skull. And indeed, an obsidian sword instantly fell from above, aiming to slice it open. She looked up, placing her face in the path of the gargantuan blade, and caught it with her teeth. A dark joy ignited in Effie's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled upward in a vicious grin. Then, she tightened her jaw, shattering the obsidian blade. The dreadful giant was left holding only a hilt. He moved, planning to bring his 4 remaining weapons down upon her, but at that moment, Effie looked at him, her teeth still bared in a grin. A split second later, her lips moved, and she spat a jagged shard of the gargantuan sword at his face. The fragment of the obsidian blade was shot through the air with the speed of a supersonic missile and plunged into the giant's eye, utterly destroying it. Even though the Titan had 7 more left, he still flinched back. That gave Effie all the time she needed. Stopping her struggle against the crawling horror who had been trying to pull her down to the ground, she suddenly kneeled and bit into the largest tentacle, tearing it apart with her teeth. The revolting abomination let out a terrifying screech and reeled away, a river of fetid blood spilling from the severed tentacle. Effie spat the revolting flesh out, drowning a sea of flames below in a torrent of blood, and grimaced. Ah, it tastes like crap. Using the momentary weakness of the vile Titan, she used her trapped arm to grab another tentacle, pulled it to her mouth, and bit it apart, as well. Both of her arms were free. The obsidian giant was already towering above, his 4 remaining weapons raised to crush her head. Effie lunged forward from her kneeling position. Her shoulder collided with the Titan's abdomen, and her arms whipped around to embrace him. Then, a bestial growl escaped from between her blooded lips. The armor on her back split under for devastating blows, but her awakened ability stopped the obsidian weapons from doing serious harm. She mustered all of her strength, and lifted the obsidian giant into the air. Not too high, but just enough to rob him of any leverage. And away we go. Twisting her spine, Effie bent backwards and threw the Titan over herself, performing a messy suplex. Of course, she didn't slam the obsidian giant into the ground. She slammed him into the crawling horror. The world shuddered, deep fissures opening in the cracked earth. And by the time the two battered Titans recovered, a graceful winged shadow fell on them from above, followed by an eerie song that washed over their bodies like a crushing wave. Chapter 1728. Cost of Time. Suffering unbearable pain, Jet continued to fight the great devil calmly. Her mind was cold and focused, methodically calculating every move and motion of the enemy. She was unable to destroy him, but the abomination could not bring her down, either. As the two of them fought, the harrowing fury of their battle boiling in eerie silence, time continued to flow. She was drawing the clash as much as she could, callously luring the ancient fiend to his eventual end. Once Effie and Kai arrived. How do we kill him then? Kai would be able to weaken the great devil with the power of his voice. Effie would be able to deal some damage to the abominable creature with the help of the Starlight Shard, but not enough damage, considering that it was merely an ascended memory of the 5th tier. The white cloth could shine beautifully in the darkness, as well as imbue her weapons with a rare type of elemental damage, one that wasn't that useful, apart from being able to cut intangible things. It was a bit ironic that the only way to fight the terrible wraith had been given to her for slaying the Lord of the Dead. If Jet remembered correctly, that was the name of the fallen tyrant Effie had killed on the Forgotten Shore. Something moved in her mind. Still, none of it is enough to kill the heart of Canict. The most useful thing Effie would be able to do in this battle was augmenting Jet with her ascended ability. However, Jet was powerless against the Great Devil. Unless she could deliver him 10,000 cuts, the fiend would not go down. However, as Jet moved between the raging storm of screaming souls, slashing the whirling hurricane of sand with a blade made of mist, she felt a seed of an idea, or a revelation, maybe, bloom in her mind. What was I thinking about? The Heart of Canict. The name was quite peculiar. Jet did not know what Canict was, but she had a strange suspicion. That suspicion came from the name of another abomination, a corrupted monster Effie had killed soon after entering the city, and something she had read in a history book. It was a strange thing, really. Jet had never been that interested in history, only learning enough to understand the modern world. However, at some point, and for a reason that she remembered only vaguely, she developed a liking for it. Perhaps it was because of meeting someone who was very enthusiastic about ancient cultures, and being secretly displeased at not having enough knowledge to sustain a conversation. She couldn't remember who it had been exactly, though. Maybe one of the army command officers back in Antarctica. Or someone at the academy, which she often visited to enjoy the food in the instructor's cafeteria. In any case, Jet had read about a strange custom that ancient humans had here, in the Western Quadrant, once upon a time. They prepared their dead for burial in quite a peculiar way, removing all the organs from the bodies before placing them in opulent tombs. There was even a legend about a god whose body had been cut apart and then assembled back together, bringing him back to life. The Heart of Canict, the Maw of Canict. She wondered if there were also the Hand of Canict, the Lungs of Canict, the Horns of Canict. Cassie had said that the Great Devil was the remnant of a cursed king. Maybe that king had been cut into parts, just like that ancient god. And maybe those parts were kept apart, to prevent him from coming back to life like the ancient god had. Why was Jet suddenly thinking about that? She wasn't quite sure yet. The hateful giant of sand was pursuing her relentlessly. The whirlwind of souls surrounding him was just as plentiful as it had been before, as if she had not depleted it even a little. The Great Devil had slowed down, somewhat, because of the accumulated weight of unnatural lethargy, but that was all. The corrupted terror whose soul was bound to the Black Kopesh had infected an entire city in the Eastern Quadrant with lethal sloth. The loss of life was tragic, and if Jet had not hunted the creature down in time, it would have become calamitous. But all it could do to the Heart of Canict was reduce his speed a bit. Tough bastard. Jet retreated, phasing through a blackened wall. The sand followed her, spilling through the cracks and broken windows before coalescing back into the shape of a gaunt giant. Another flurry of attacks descended upon her. But wasn't it strange? Due to her transformation ability, Jet could become an intangible wraith. Her body was like mist, but that mist was not mundane. It could not be scattered by the wind or dispelled by flames, for example. It could pass through solid objects or move underwater. That was because what looked like mist was not mist at all, but simply a manifestation of her power. Of course, Jet could return to her corporeal form at any moment. The Heart of Canict, though, was tangible and intangible at the same time. The sand comprising his body never phased through the walls like she did, simply penetrating the cracks and gaps in a quite mundane way. Why did the ancient wraith need the shell of sand, to begin with? She barely dodged another storm of souls, each of the myriad of them like a screaming blade, and grimaced. Her reserves of essence were running dangerously low. Feeling a bit regretful, Jet consumed one of the souls bound to her mist blade. That soul belonged to a corrupted tyrant she had killed in Verge, in front of the gruesome wall of flesh that marked the point where the harrowing, mindless mass of the first Seeker's sprawling body began. The silent battle continued, and she endured more excruciating pain. Soon, she was forced to consume another soul. That one belonged to a corrupted titan that had fallen to her blade under the walls of a government citadel in the Dream Realm. The battle against the dreadful creature had cost a lot of lives, but the citadel withstood the calamity in the end. Jet continued to retreat, buying time. Some time later, she absorbed the soul in the Black Kopesh. It belonged to a corrupted terror she had slain in South America. Jet had had to cash in a favor that Saint Neve of the House of Night owed her to make it across the ocean in time with his help. She was starting to falter. The fourth soul dissolved into a torrent of essence that watered her desolate soul. The fourth soul had belonged to one of the saints who had completed his third nightmare in the wake of Antarctica. The public did not know about him, because the man had gone mad soon after transcending. The scars dealt to his psyche by the chain of nightmares were too deep, and his life ended in tragedy. Of course, a much greater tragedy had been prevented by stopping him in time. Jet let out a stifled hiss and staggered back, clutching at her chest. This time, the blow she had failed to evade was too vicious. She consumed the fifth and final soul. This one belonged to the great monster she had slain in Antarctica. She had gone there to find and kill that abominable thing, Winter Beast, but, to her dismay, it was already dead. In the absence of the powerful Titan, several dreadful nightmare creatures crossed the strait from East Antarctica to claim its land. Jet had recklessly fought one of them to satiate her smoldering anger. Not good. There were no more souls to consume. Well, there was one. Her own. Smiling, Jet regained her balance and raised her sword. Her cold gaze fell on the approaching devil. "Hey, Heart of Canict." Her voice was calm and full of dark amusement. "I know your secret. Also, you took too long. It's too late now, bastard." A great dragon landed on the burning building to her left, and a giant foot encased in polished steel landed on the rubble to her right. There would be no need to consume her own soul today. Her reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 1729. 3 Saints and a Devil. How is the situation? Her voice sounded a little stifled because of the pain. Kai answered after a short pause. The Western Quadrant army should be reaching the wolves by now. Jet nodded slowly. Good. Then, Effie, get down. You're too big of a target. In the next moment, the ruins were torn apart by an explosion of harrowing violence. The Great Devil did not wait anymore. It took a step forward, and at the same time, a hurricane of sand and screaming souls rose, making countless buildings shatter and dissolve into dust. That dust was caught by the wind, joining the obliterating whirlwind. The words of the ancient language resounded once again in the howling of the wind, rustling like a myriad of whispers. All, succumb, satiate, serve. Jet did not listen, throwing herself into the tide of souls. Now that Kai and Effie had joined the fight, the ancient fiend was not using only soul attacks. Instead, a flood of sand flowed from his gaunt figure, turning into a vague figure of a regal man around it. His giant hand shot toward both of them, and his mouth opened, as if trying to utter a curse. The battle was silent no more. Instead, a deafening cacophony of sounds rang across the burning ruins, assaulting their ears like a tide. Before the great devil could utter a curse, though, a giant mace of black obsidian crashed into the mass of sand forming his head. The abomination was not harmed, but the head of the enormous sand projection was momentarily dissipated, taking some time to reform. Instead of his voice, the voice of the great dragon resounded above the battlefield. Slower! Kai's compulsion was not strong enough to overwhelm the will of a great devil, at least not immediately. But, fusing with the debilitating effects of the unnatural lethargy, it bound the fiend with insidious chains. Kai and Jet had gone through countless battles together, and using the soul-numbing blade of the Black Kopesh in conjunction with his voice was a true and tested tactic they used against powerful enemies. The dragon pushed itself into the air, dodging one of the giant hands made of sand. At the same time, the second hand reached toward the steel giantess. However, at that moment, her figure flashed blindingly with reflected light, and disappeared. Instead, a tall woman clad in polished armor appeared on the rubble, already summoning a spear and a shield. Effie activated one of the enchantments of the Starlight Shard and shouted, "Jet! This thing! How the hell do we kill it?" Jet was in the middle of brandishing her mist blade, which had turned into a war scythe. Now that all souls bound to it had been consumed, there was no reason to stick to the form of the Kopesh anymore. "Good question." She obliterated another soul and shouted back, "That abomination from the Forgotten Shore, the Lord of the Dead, do you remember how you killed it?" Effie used her shield to withstand a terrible blow, putting her shoulder behind it. Despite the harrowing strength of the great devil, she managed to stand her ground. "That mountain of bones." "Sure. What about it?" Turning into a wisp of mist, Jet evaded a torrent of screaming blades and turned back into a wraith. "On my command, let's do the same." She had read the reports about the Forgotten Shore extensively, so she knew a lot about the strange nightmare creatures of that unexplored region of the Dream Realm. The Lord of the Dead, as the survivors of the Dark City called it, had been an abomination that lived in the catacombs, its body resembling a mountain of bones. However, those bones were simply the outer shell of the fallen tyrant. Its true body was hidden deep within, and resembled a giant corpse worm. During the final battle against the Lord of the Dead, the sleepers led by Nephis had managed to damage the outer shell significantly, which allowed Effie to toss her shield through the heart of the bone mountain. The worm was destroyed, and the tyrant died. Jet wanted to do the same to the heart of Canact. The hint of a revelation she had felt after remembering the Lord of the Dead was about the nature of these two abominations. The fallen tyrant had been an overgrown corpse worm hiding inside a mountain of bones to protect its frail flesh. The great devil, however, was a wraith. She knew better than anyone that wraiths had no fear of physical attacks. Why, then, was the heart of Canact using a shell of indestructible sand? Why did he have the need to protect himself from physical attacks, at all? What was his secret? It was thinking about the ancient legends of the Western Quadrant that had given Jet an answer, one she believed to be true. Who knew that amusing herself with a bit of history would be so useful one day? If Jet ever managed to remember who it was exactly that influenced her to develop such a hobby, she should thank them. "I'll deliver the strike. Both of you, get ready." If she was right, and they managed to pull the assault off, then the great devil would be killed. The other gate guardians must have already been dealt with, considering that Effie and Kai were here, so killing the heart of Canact meant winning the battle and living to fight another day. If she was wrong, Jet would think of something else. In any case, the damned fiend would die, the battle would be won by humans, and her soldiers would return home victorious. Defeat was not an option. Back then, in her first nightmare, she had crawled out of a fresh grave, digging herself from beneath the wet soil with her bare hands. Ever since then, nothing Jet did seemed that hard, in comparison. So, killing this great devil could not be that hard, either. Chapter 1730. Heartbreaker. Now that they were closer to the heart of the city, there were many nightmare creatures around. Jet would have loved to go on a rampage and cut some of them down to replenish her essence, but sadly, the ancient fiend was too powerful and overbearing. She could not allow herself even a momentary distraction if she wanted to survive. The abominations, too, seemed to abandon their demented frenzy and scattered to avoid the rolling whirlwind of destruction that was the battle against the heart of Canact. Jet, Effie, and Kai were already battered and beaten. Both their souls and bodies had received plenty of wounds, well, in her case, not the body. Nevertheless, they were still holding up well. Pain and injuries were nothing new to them. Each possessed a rich experience of crawling out of the most harrowing of hells. All saints did, but these three, in particular, had experienced too many horrors to be deterred by a few scrapes, no matter how frightening the adversary was. It was also because of their experience that they cooperated seamlessly, not only resisting the unholy powers of the great devil, but also slowly luring him into a trap. The heart of Canact was like a tide of devastation. He was insidious, lethal, and seemingly immortal. No matter how many times they forced the giant limbs of moving sand to collapse, the sand simply reformed into its previous shape again. No matter how many of the souls the fiend had consumed they destroyed, his wailing legion seemed endless. And yet, the moment of his death was swiftly approaching. There were a few things Jet needed to achieve to make sure that her plan worked. She had to learn the limits of both the giant sand projection conjured by the great devil and his actual body, create an opportunity, and make use of that opportunity with flawless timing. Finally, everything was ready. Raising her scythe, Jet yelled, "Now!" In the next moment, the three saints moved like three parts of the same body. The dragon dove down, opening his maw to release a haunting song. That song crashed into the great mass of sand and produced an earth-shattering blast, dissipating the vague form of the towering man for a moment. Almost at the same time, Effie tossed her shield into the breach created by the blast. The shield tore through the air like a cannonball, colliding with the gaunt figure hidden in the hurricane of sand. That figure was the actual body of the great devil, of course. Just like the giant projection he had used to fight them, it was also made of sand. Effie's shield could not truly destroy or even damage it. But the dreadful power contained in her throw was so vast that it shattered the torso of the fiend, turning it into a cloud of sand for a split second. Soon, the sand would be pulled back to rebuild the body of the abomination. But not just yet. Jet's icy eyes glinted with dark satisfaction. It seems I was right. There, in the chest of the great devil, revealed when his body broke apart. A black human heart was revealed, hovering in the air like an amalgamation of countless curses. The heart of Canact. If Canact was indeed a cursed king whose body had been cut apart and scattered to prevent him from coming back to life, then wouldn't the true core of his remnant, the great devil, be one of those body parts? The Wraith was just a manifestation of the sinister will that still dwelled in the vile heart, and the body of sand was just a shell to protect it. Just like the mountain of bones had protected the corpse worm. But now, the heart of Canact was stripped of its protection. Before the indestructible sand had a chance to coalesce back into the form of the gaunt man, Jet lunged forward with astonishing speed. Her scythe flashed and cut the black heart apart. The strike was swift and precise, almost surgical. However, a devastating shockwave thundered from the point where the mist blade pierced the heart, spreading in a wide cone and toppling a few buildings. Jet staggered and pulled her scythe back, suddenly feeling utterly exhausted. Did it do it? It had better have, otherwise, we'll be in deep trouble. The whirlwind slowly came to a halt. The invisible hurricane died down. Rivers of sand spilled to the ground, forming tall dunes. The wails of tortured souls grew quiet, and then disappeared entirely. Jet looked up at the broken figure of the great devil's shell. Its contours gradually blurred, and then it crumbled like a sand castle. The spell whispered into her ear. "You have slain a great devil, the heart of Canact. You have received a memory." Jet smiled and looked at the bleeding pieces of the black heart with contempt. After a few moments, she shook her head and looked away. You should have stayed in the safety of hell, fool. Why come to this dire and dangerous world? The battle wasn't over, still. There were still plenty of nightmare creatures in the city, and it would take some time for the government forces to slaughter them all. But with the most powerful gate guardians gone, the 3 saints should be able to oversee the cleansing without too much problem. Then, they would have to gather the survivors, treat the wounded, and transport all civilians away from the ruined city. Work, work, work. There was no end to it. Jet could not remember the last time she had not been overworked. Well, the third nightmare was a bit relaxing, in that regard. Perhaps she would take such a vacation again, sometime in the future. But first, Jet absorbed the shattered soul of the heart of Canict into her mist blade. At the same time, she took a deep breath, feeling a few soul fragments being pulled into her core, making it a little bigger, and capable of containing a little more essence. Her expression changed slightly. Wait, what is? There wasn't just one fragment, or even a few. A whole flood of them was suddenly pulled into her soul, too many to count. Countless. What the hell is this? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A long time later. The battle was over. The nightmare creatures had been eradicated, and although the 7 gates still remained, barriers were built around them, with soldiers keeping watch in case more abominations arrived. The city was beyond saving. It was damaged too much, and too many people had died. The survivors were slowly emerging from the shelters, while the soldiers were searching the ruins for those who had not been lucky enough to find a way to safety. Jet had no heart to look at the lost faces of the civilians, so she retreated to the top of an artificial hill, observing everything from a distance. She had replenished her essence greatly after participating in the final cleansing. So, she was feeling all right. Kai and Effie were sitting nearby, staring at the ruins with exhausted expressions. After a while, Effie suddenly said, "That was a bit scary, wasn't it?" Kai stared at her silently for a while, and then shook his head. "Scary? You know what was scary? Watching a titan fly across the sky like a balloon. Now that gave me a fright." Despite her fatigue, Jet smiled. "Damn! I missed that, what a pity." Effie grinned. "What's the problem? Next time, I'll throw a titan in your direction. You'll get the front row view." But then, the smile disappeared from her face. She sighed, lingered for a bit, and added wistfully, "But, anyway, battles like this one will only become more frequent in the future, won't they?" Jet hesitated, then nodded simply. "I guess." The huntress lowered her gaze. All 3 of them remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Despite the fact that today's battle had ended in triumph, and a historic one at that, none of the 3 seemed particularly joyous. Instead, their faces were somber, and their eyes were harsh. Eventually, Effie broke the silence. "Well, whatever. Now, about that memory you received, please, tell me it's a weapon." Jet gave her an odd look. "Sorry. It's not a weapon. Actually, that memory, it's a bit strange." Effie cursed, then leaned back in irritation and glared at the sky. "What is it, then?" Instead of answering, Jet simply extended a hand and summoned the memory. Soon, a peculiar object appeared on her palm. She raised an eyebrow, looking at it with a vexed expression, and said slowly, "It's an hourglass." Chapter 1731. Slaying Blade. The people who used to populate the hives had long abandoned the cradle of humanity for the vast and dreadful expanse of the dream realm. Sunny was leaning against a wall in one of the alleys. He was clad in the fearsome carapace of the onyx mantle, hiding his face behind a mask, not exactly a suitable attire for the waking world. His appearance would have probably frightened the mundane passers-by, if there were any. Granted, he was standing in the shadows, so no mundane human could see him anyway. "Feels so strange. I can barely recognize the place." The outskirts of today were too different from the overpopulated, suffocating slums where he had grown up. Times were changing, and NQSC was changing with them. Sunny had believed that the world was unchanging, once upon a time. The great upheavals of history, the decimating wars, the descent of the nightmare spell, the legendary achievements of the first generation had happened long before, reshaping the ways of humanity. But by the time he was born, everything seemed lasting and stable, and so, he simply took that stability for granted. It was a strange feeling, to realize that he was living in the very thick of history instead. Who knew that there had never been any stability, and that the reality he knew was fleeting like a mirage? He sighed and touched his mask briefly. The mask he wore was the memory he had created, definitely not me. Unlike Weaver's mask, which resembled the ferocious face of a demon, this one was quite human, and entirely expressionless. With impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes, the emotionless mask was quite eerie. It was also not as comfortable as Weaver's mask, which hurt his craftsman's pride a little. He sighed. That lazy guy in Bastion is really worthless. Calling himself names was perhaps not very healthy, but certainly amusing. Sunny looked down. Many things were happening at the same time. Nephis had received the orders of the clan Valor elders and was supposed to meet him today to relay their will. In the distant Song domain, Rain had made her way to the roving camp of the road construction crew and was hired as a laborer. The guy in Bastion, truth be told, there was no time to be lazy. From playing the role of the memory purveyor for the firekeepers to preparing to forge a sword for Nephis, that incarnation of his was the busiest right now. Not to mention that he had to craft a few memories for Rain in advance of her awakening. The war was drawing closer, and time was running out. Nephis, meanwhile, was running late. Sunny was growing bored. To dispel the boredom, he sent some essence into the handy bracelet and summoned the runes. He studied them for a while, went over his memories, and finally settled his gaze on the list of his shadows. Soon, the runes describing the Soul Serpent ignited in the darkness. Shadow, Soul Serpent. Shadow rank, Transcendent. Shadow class, Terror. Shadow description, when the end came, Shadow was the last of the gods to be destroyed. Many have resented him for creating death, but in the end, death embraced all. His gaze lingered on the description. Sunny had read these runes for the first time a long, long time ago. Back then, it all seemed so strange and mysterious. Now, however, although he knew more about how Shadow God had created death and what it meant, the description of Soul Serpent still touched upon a great mystery. One of the last great mysteries that Sunny still could not solve. He knew how the war between the gods and the diamonds had started, and why. But how did it end? How were the gods destroyed? What could have killed the creator of death? For now, there was no answer. Shaking his head a little, Sunny continued to read the runes. Shadow attributes, Shadow Guide, Spirit Guide, Soul Weapon, Soul Beast, Soul Companion. 3 of the attributes had been there before. The first enhanced Sunnis essence control when Serpent was in its tattoo form, the second allowed Serpent to become a weapon, the third allowed it to assume the form of a beast. The Spirit Guide and the Soul Companion attributes were new. He concentrated on them. Attribute, Spirit Guide. Spirit Guide, attribute description, Soul Serpent enhances the rate at which its master can absorb elemental essence. Of course, both the name and the description of the attribute had been written by Sunny himself, and were the result of his own observations and consideration. Actually, he did not know if this new power of Serpents was a separate attribute or an evolution of the Shadow Guide. However, there was an important distinction between the two that had made him divide them. It was that the Shadow Guide only functioned when Serpent was in the form of a tattoo, while the Spirit Guide did not. Whether it was the tattoo, the Soul Weapon, or the Soul Beast forms, Spirit Essence, at least that of Shadows, seemed more active around Serpent, and nourished Sunny's soul better. Perhaps there was something else to that attribute, but he did not know. In any case, it was quite useful. The Soul Companion attribute's name and description, likewise, included some guessing on Sunny's part. He had assumed that it was an evolution of the Serpentine Steel ability at first, but eventually decided otherwise. Attribute, Soul Companion. Soul Companion, Attribute Description, Soul Serpent confused with its master's shadow shell, granting it some of its abilities. Sunny felt that he had not explored the depths of this attribute yet, but what he did know was that just like Serpent could augment his body as a tattoo, it could also enhance his shadow shell. The abilities that the shell could channel were Soul Reaver and Slaying Blade. And speaking of abilities, he lingered for a while, then continued to read the runes. Shadow abilities: Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows, Formless, Mark of Shadows, Slaying Blade. The first four abilities were quite familiar to Sunny. The first allowed the soul weapon form of Serpent to assume the shape of any weapon, the second granted Sunny a portion of essence of those slain by its soul weapon or soul beast forms, the third allowed Sunny to bestow Serpent on someone else, and the fourth allowed Serpent to assume the forms of shadows dwelling in Sunny's soul. The fifth and the sixth abilities were new. Mark of Shadows was a peculiar ability, and one Sunny knew the least about, since there was no good opportunity to experiment with it. Ability: Mark of Shadows. Mark of Shadows ability description: Soul Serpent allows the Lord of Shadows to mark his vassals. Sunny honestly did not know how it worked exactly, so he had allowed himself a few liberties when composing the description. He had been able to find out that Serpent could create lesser versions of itself, for lack of better word. Theoretically, Sunny could place a serpent tattoo on someone, after which a little soul snake would be born in their soul. What was that snake capable of? Was it a new being or a manifestation of Serpent? He wasn't sure. Sunny had tried to mark his shadows, but since they did not really have normal souls, the ability did not work. He had also tried to mark Rain, but nothing happened. He guessed that the soul needed to be at least awakened to nourish and accommodate the little soul snake, and for the Mark of Shadows to take root. And since there were no other volunteers, his experiments had ended there for now. All he could tell was that the Mark of Shadows was connected to the Grace of Shadows, or maybe even an evolution of it. It was a way to share some benefits of being the master of Soul Serpent without parting with it entirely. And finally, there was the Slaying Blade. The most mysterious of Serpent's abilities. What was written in the runes had mostly come from Sunny's intuition, corroborated only slightly by careful observation. Something like that was hard to observe. Ability: Slaying Blade. Slaying Blade ability description: when in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. Perhaps Sunny should have capitalized the word will. Creatures of higher ranks, such as the cursed tyrant, Condemnation, had a way of bending the world to their will. And what was the foremost will of all living beings? The will to survive. The will to continue existing. Therefore, killing truly powerful beings was not simply a question of cutting them down. The killing intent of the murderer had to overpower their will to exist, as well. Without the tyrannical will to kill, the sharpest of blades would fail to cut their skin, and the most gruesome of wounds would fail to extinguish their lives. Unless Soul Serpent was involved. From what Sunny could tell, when Serpent assumed its soul weapon form, it was as deadly to the greater beings as it was to mundane creatures. He did not have a very rich experience of slaying truly powerful abominations, so this statement was inconclusive, but, from what Sunny had seen, it was also undeniable. He wasn't sure how it worked, exactly. Maybe his killing will was enhanced, maybe the will to exist of the enemy was weakened, or even completely ignored. In any case, he was certain that the Serpent's soul weapon form was unexplainably deadly. Which wasn't particularly useful to him, for now, since most of the enemies he fought did not possess that much of the will. And yet, Sunny felt that as his power continued to grow, the caliber of the enemies he faced would also become increasingly inconceivable, and, therefore, the Slaying Blade would gain more and more importance in the future. Tremendously so. If I live long enough to see that future. As he thought that, there was a sound, and he sensed movement at the periphery of his shadow sense. Soon, a luxurious PTV awkwardly made its way through the snow and stopped some distance away from him. The passenger door opened, and a familiar figure climbed out of the vehicle, looking around with a deadpan expression. Sunny dismissed the runes and smiled behind the mask. Nephis had arrived. Chapter 1732. Luxurious Ride. Nefer's neat ensemble was tailored to fit her figure perfectly. She wore pristine white, her half-shoulder cape embroidered with golden thread. Of course, it covered her shield arm, leaving the sword arm free. All in all, she looked exactly how one would imagine a princess of a great clan should look like, beautiful and breathtaking, her clothes blending modest restraint with opulence. She looked out of place in the dirty desolation of the outskirts. Or, rather, the outskirts looked out of place when near her. As Nephis was looking around, Sunny moved and emerged from the deep shadows, stopping at the border between darkness and light. Lady Nephis. She turned to him, then took a few steps and bowed slightly. Lord Shadow. I am sorry for making you wait. Then, she tilted her head a little and studied him. Her gaze briefly explored his onyx armor, then drifted to the emotionless mask. After a short pause, Nephis asked, "Don't you think that your attire is a bit unsuitable for the waking world?" Sunny smiled behind the mask, then raised his chin a bit. "Why? I think I look quite good. Don't you?" She seemed to be startled by the question. Of course, her expression remained calm, with none of that bafflement finding its way onto her face, but after spending some time with Nephis in Bastion, Sunny was slowly relearning how to read her emotions. Eventually, she said, "You look unique. I guess." Her tone was flat. Sunny grinned behind the mask, the darkness nestling in its eye remaining cold and inscrutable. Honestly, he was glad to have the mask hiding his features. Recently, he had been spending a lot of time with Nephis in Bastion, and most of it was emotionally charged and intense enough that maintaining a calm facade was somewhere between a burden and a torment. He was tired from trying to keep his feelings in check or hiding them when all else had failed. Playing the role of an aloof Lord of Shadows was a bit of a relief. He nodded. "You look stunning as well, Lady Nephis." She gave him a strange look. Sunny wanted to chuckle, but held himself back. Remembering his previous blunder, he briefly considered adding that Kisong's daughters could not compare. But after contemplating the matter deeply, he wisely decided not to remind Nephis about them at all. "Shall we?" She gestured to the luxurious PTV and walked back to the passenger door. The interior of the vehicle was just as opulent as its exterior. The seats were upholstered with genuine nightmare creature leather, while natural wood was used for the fittings and fixtures. There was even a refrigerated bar with various beverages and a table with refreshments. Sunny stared at the refrigerated bar, momentarily lost in studying its construction. Was it purely electrical or used spell tech? If so, which kind? While he was lost in contemplation, the PTV softly drove off. "Right. I forgot to ask where we are going, exactly." As if reading his mind, Nephis spoke in a calm tone. "The elders were surprisingly open to most of your terms. Nevertheless, a few details still need to be discussed. We are going to meet with a representative of Clan Valor and reach the final agreement." Sunny stared at her silently. The PTV was much smaller than his dearly missed Rhino, but still more spacious than most civilian vehicles. Therefore, although they were sitting on the same seat, Nephis was regrettably a bit far. Would it have killed her to sit closer? He asked evenly. "Are you not a representative of Clan Valor, Lady Nephis?" She smiled faintly. "I am. However, there are people who represent it more." After that, both of them kept quiet for a while. The PTV made its way out of the outskirts and past the great barriers of NQSC, bypassing the usual inspection procedures entirely. The great clan stood high above the most privileged of classes, so those associated with them enjoyed a lot of convenience. Of course, all of it was a little ironic. The PTV, the warm clothes Nephis wore, all of it was a masquerade that people like them willingly upheld. In truth, she did not need to wear a cape in the winter cold, because no mundane cold could bring discomfort to a saint. As for the vehicle, Nephis could fly, while Sunny could breach great distances with Shadow Step. More than that, both of them could run much faster than the PTV could drive. So, using one had little point. He lingered for a few moments, then asked, Why are you dressed so warmly? She seemed to have understood his meaning and shrugged with a faint smile. Helps me feel human. Sunny tilted his head. Indeed. There was a purpose for the masquerade that went beyond simple convenience. However, he was sitting here clad in battle armor. His demeanor and action seemed to go against such conventions, so what did Nephis think of him? That he wasn't human, or that he did not care to feel like one? Sunny turned to look at the partition separating the passenger side from the driver's cabin. Even though he could not see who was driving the car, he could sense their shadow. It was a familiar one, belonging to one of the fire keepers. The PTV was also decently armored and fitted with sound isolation materials, so he could probably speak freely. After hesitating for a few moments, he asked, I was thinking about one of our previous conversations. Nephis glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. Oh. Sunny stared ahead indifferently. You said that if one wants to kill a sovereign, they need to become a sovereign. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Do you really think that there is no other way? She seemed calm. But then again, she always did. Unless Effie was involved. After a long stretch of silence, Nephis looked away and shook her head. It is not only a necessity, but also the only acceptable way. Sunny did not say anything, knowing what she meant. The sovereigns had covered their backs, indeed. Nephis sighed. There are hundreds of millions of mundane people living across the two domains, by now. Their number is constantly increasing. There are many more sleepers each year, as well, but not nearly as many as there should have been. Because those who enter the dream realm through one of the sovereign gates are protected from having to undergo the first nightmare. As long as they don't leave the borders of their domain, the spell won't call upon them. Her expression darkened. So, what will happen if a sovereign falls, and their domain collapses? All those mundane people will instantly be taken by the spell. The casualties will be harrowing, and the nascent human civilization in the dream realm will be decimated. The only way to avoid such a result is for another supreme to take the place of the one who fell, and for a new domain to rise from the ruins of the one that was destroyed. She looked at Sunny somberly. Do you see, Lord Shadow? You asked me how I would fight a sovereign. Killing a sovereign is tremendously hard, but not impossible. Killing one in a way that I can stomach is much more vexing. You might not harbor similar concerns, but something tells me that you do. So, you see, in the hypothetical situation you presented, becoming a supreme is not only what has to be done, but also what needs to be done. I won't have it any other way, nor can I. As she finished speaking, the PTV came to a halt. Nephis smiled. But let's not discuss such dreadful matters anymore. We have arrived. Sunny nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle. As he did, he asked with a hint of indifference. Who are we meeting? Nephis opened the door and climbed out, then said without turning back. Oh, didn't I mention? We are meeting my sister? Chapter 1733. Familiar stranger. Internally, though, he was troubled. Morgan. His relationship with Morgan of Valor was not very deep, but it was rather impactful. From their first meeting in the arena of the Dream Tournament, to his brief stint as her sparring partner, to the hellish journey across the Nightmare Desert, he couldn't say that he hated her a lot, but he also couldn't say that there was any sympathy between them. First and foremost, Morgan represented the great clans in his mind. Not only their callousness, but also their dread and might. As such, he could never quite perceive her as an individual, which was, perhaps, a little unfair, but also understandable. There had been a time when Morgan represented the pinnacle of power in his mind. That time was long gone. By now, Sunny was confident that he was superior to her in all but a few aspects. Morgan did possess a diabolical talent for warfare and strategy. The cruel stratagem she had pulled off in Antarctica would have decimated the forces of Song, costing the Queen of Worms several of her most cherished daughters and the chance to claim the tomb of Ariel, if not for the sudden arrival of the Nightmare Gates, of course. And that was despite Mordred's scheming to ruin Valor behind the scenes. However, that was not what troubled Sunny. What troubled him was that he did not know the current Morgan at all. The old Morgan was dangerous, but familiar, like a sharp sword. The new Morgan was a stranger. There were rumors that she had changed a lot after suffering a defeat at the hands of her brother, and the mystery surrounding her third nightmare did not help. Someone cunning and unfamiliar was the exact kind of person he would have preferred to avoid. However, there was no avoiding her now. Sighing quietly, Sunny followed Nephis into a lavish building. It seemed that the elders of Clan Vela were being considerate today. They had not invited him to the heavily guarded compound of the great clan, choosing neutral territory to conduct the meeting instead. It was just that. The territory they had selected was an exclusive restaurant frequented by the elites of NQSC. Sunny, in his onyx armor, looked more than a little out of place when a dapper Maître D led them to a private booth on the lowest underground level of the luxurious establishment. He caught a few stares. But not as much as Nephis. She ignored them casually, so he followed suit and acted as if it was the restaurant that was at fault for the mismatch, not the other way around. Is that the way of a legacy? Soon, they entered a spacious underground chamber. The interior here was worthy of being called a work of art, with tasteful decor and softly murmuring water features creating a pleasant and tranquil atmosphere. Or rather, it would have been tranquil if not for the dangerous presence of the woman who sat behind the table, enjoying a glass of red wine. Well, some things never change, I guess. Morgan was as striking as she had been before. She was dressed in a flawlessly tailored business suit, which was entirely black, just like the fashionable leather gloves she wore on her hands. Her raven-black hair only made her alabaster skin look paler, and there were only 3 flashes of vibrant color about her: her ruby cufflinks, her red lips, and her daunting vermilion eyes. Her presence was much more powerful and cold than it had been in the past. The luxurious chamber was permeated by a sense of lethal sharpness, as if everything here was a hidden blade. However, what drew Sunny's attention the most was something that he could not quite put into words. Morgan seemed different, somehow. Whether it was her sharp gaze or elegant demeanor, everything about her seemed the same, but also fundamentally changed. Perhaps she had just matured, perhaps it was something else. In any case, Sunny found it much harder to only perceive Morgan as an extension of Clan Vela and its ruler, as opposed to a person. What is up with Morgan? While Sunny was staring at her silently, she put down the wine glass and smiled. Her smile was perfectly pleasant, but looked cold and infinitely sharp despite having no reason to. You are here, sister. Finally. Nephis simply nodded. Lord Shadow, this is my older sister, Princess Morgan of Vela. Sister, this is Saint Shadow. Hiding behind the mask, Sunny studied them without saying anything. The two did not look like sisters. In fact, with one dressed in white, and the other in black, they looked as if someone had consciously attempted to create 2 exquisite beauties who were the exact opposite of each other. Morgan looked at him with curiosity. Ah, the hermit saint of Godgrave. I've heard a lot about you, Lord of Shadows. It is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Or, face to mask, I guess. Her smile widened a little. Sunny tilted his head, then walked over to the table and pulled out a chair for Nephis. Once she was seated, he sat down himself and stared at Morgan, who had been observing his actions curiously. The pleasure is mine, Lady Morgan. I've heard a lot about you, too. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? Only good things, I hope. Sunny kept quiet for a moment, considering what to say. Eventually, he spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. That brother of yours paid me a visit. He seemed like a weakling. The implication was clear: a person who knew Mordred's true background would undoubtedly know about the Battle of the Black Skull. Therefore, what Sunny had said meant the following. I fought your pathetic brother and defeated him easily. You had fought him and lost miserably. Doesn't that make you the true weakling? Of course, Mordred was not weak. He was the opposite. The vessel that had visited Sunny in Godgrave was merely one of countless that the Prince of Nothing controlled, and an expendable one to boot. Which meant that it did not possess a lot of power. Nevertheless, that weak body had somehow traversed the harrowing hell of the Death Zone and arrived at the nameless temple in one piece. Even then, Sunny had only defeated it easily because Mordred had no knowledge of how dangerous his soul was anymore. The legion of silent shadows dwelling in Sunny's soul took care of the rest. Sadly, it was a trick that would only work once. What would happen the next time Sunny and Mordred met? He wasn't sure. No one truly knew how many bodies the Prince of Nothing controlled. His transformation ability was similar to that of the Soul Stealer. It allowed Mordred to split his soul and wear multiple bodies at once. It seemed to be weaker than that of the Appalling Plague, though, or at least more limiting for someone who had not succumbed to corruption and wanted to remain sane. Otherwise, Mordred could have probably consumed all of humanity by now. Sometimes, when Sunny walked around the crowded streets of Bastion, he looked at the faces in the crowd and felt momentarily overcome by fear, thinking that he had no way to know if, maybe, Mordred already had. If everyone had already been turned into his marionettes, with only Sunny and a few powerful people left alive, not knowing that they were surrounded from all sides. It was a disturbing feeling. Chasing the paranoia away, Sunny glanced at Morgan and waited for her reaction. She looked at him silently for a few moments, and then threw her head back, laughing melodiously. "Oh, right. You met that despicable person and roughed him up. That makes me like you, already. Please, tell me more." Chapter 1734. Behind closed doors. Still, he felt a little wistful. The situation was reminiscent of the last time he had to negotiate with Vela. Back then, it was Morgan who had come to represent the great clan as well. Sunny had been a mere master and in hot water with her family because of the incident in the Night Temple, trying to avoid becoming their retainer at all costs. Times have changed. Today, he was trying to come to Vela's side, instead. However, the situation was entirely different. His position had been hopelessly below the great clan back then, and therefore, there had been almost no room for negotiations. Now, Vela needed him much more than he needed them, at least on the surface. As such, he held all the leverage, and could dictate his terms freely. Morgan sipped her wine and smiled. "So, let me get it straight, Lord Shadow. You are willing to ally yourself with the Sword Domain in the upcoming war. You will fight on our side, aiding our armies to the best of your ability. Which, by the way, must be truly a sight to behold, considering how impressed my sister seemed after returning from Godgrave. Taken, even." Sitting by his side, Nephis remained perfectly impassive. He noticed her grip on the stem of her glass tightening, though, and smiled behind the mask. Morgan continued. "However, you refuse to swear allegiance to my father. You also insist on retaining sole ownership of your citadel, which, as you must know, is the most precious thing you possess, in the context of this conflict. More than that, you are only willing to make a personal deal with my sister, not a pact with Clan Vela as a whole. Am I correct?" Sunny nodded. "Indeed." Morgan laughed again. "Ah, really, if I hadn't known any better, I would have thought that you harbor impure thoughts about my little sister, Lord Shadow. You don't, do you?" He answered evenly. "Not at the moment, no." Nephis spared him a calm glance. Before Morgan could reply, however, Sunny added in the same aloof tone. "I hear that Clan Vela offered a marriage alliance to the House of Night, Lady Morgan, but you were refused by that young saint. I wonder if the rumors are true." His wording was ambiguous, leaving room for interpretation. Did he mean that Clan Vela was refused, or that Morgan herself was? Her smile turned a little sharper, her tone sullen. "I must say, for a famous recluse, you are very well informed, Lord Shadow." By now, everyone powerful enough to be informed of his existence had to be wondering about his identity. Someone as strong as the Lord of Shadows could not have appeared out of nowhere. The legacy clans, especially, would not believe that he was a nobody. They believed in family background and pedigree too much, and for a good reason, considering their own accomplishments. From what Sunny knew, the most popular theory about his background was the very same that had often made his ears bleed as Mongrel, that he was tied in some scandalous way to the founder of the House of Night, Nightwalker. Some considered him an outcast from the Song domain, while some were certain that he was the bastard son of some legacy clan in the Sword domain. Those who knew more about the truth of the world even suspected that he had been secretly raised by the mysterious third sovereign, Asterion, perhaps hailing from the same destroyed fringe faction as him. Sunny wanted them to speculate as much as possible. The wilder their imaginations ran, the further they would move from the truth, while simultaneously deepening the impression of him in their minds. Morgan shook her head and smiled. In any case, it's fine. You don't have to swear allegiance to my father. And you can keep your citadel. Of course, we will need you to make some concessions in return. Sunny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. He had expected that Morgan would acquiesce to his demands. However, he had not expected that she would do it so easily. His refusal to accept Anvil as his king was easy to swallow. Right now, the King of Swords needed his strength more than his fealty. Sunny could maintain his independence, not becoming a part of the Sword domain, until the war was over. It didn't matter too much, because once the war was over and Anvil conquered the world, forcing a recalcitrant sent to submit or be eradicated would not present a problem. If the war was lost, though, he would be dead, and therefore problem-free. The Citadel, however. Sunny had thought that Valor would fight for the ownership of the Nameless Temple harder. It presented them with an enticing opportunity to spread the Sword domain into Godgrave before the war had even started, after all. I guess they are really wary of me offering my services to Song instead. Or maybe there was something else at play. He would have to ask Cassie later. For now, though. Sunny stared at Morgan silently, then said without any emotion. That is good to hear. What concessions? She looked at him, interlocking her fingers and resting her chin on them. As my sister has informed you, the war will start with both clans establishing fortresses on the shoulders of the dead god. From there, we will venture deeper across the breastbone, slowly conquering Godgrave and searching for the citadels in the hollows. We will fight each other desperately in the process, of course, trying to stall the enemy. Sunny nodded, prompting her to continue. Although you can keep ownership of your citadel, you will need to make it available to the forces of Clan Valor. In short, we will establish a secondary fortress there, garrisoned by a relatively small, but elite force of Awakened and Masters. They will have to place their anchors and make use of the gateway, of course, but no saints, as per our agreement. She smiled. I do not need to tell you how great of an advantage it would be to possess an operational base in the depths of Godgrave. Not only will we be able to hasten our exploration of it, but we will also have an opportunity to put pressure on Song from two sides, forcing them to allocate a significant force to defend their flank, unless they wish to have their supply lines cut, of course. He considered it for a few moments, then nodded. Acceptable. Morgan continued. Second, you will have to assist our saints in establishing safe passages through the hollows and share your knowledge of local topography, including the probable locations of unclaimed citadels, the hunting territories of powerful nightmare creatures, and the general characteristics of the abominations dwelling in Godgrave. Having advanced knowledge of these things will be of great help to the war effort, no doubt. Sunny tilted his head. Venturing into the hollows was dangerous, but unavoidable. He had expected a condition like that. I agree. She smiled and picked up her wine glass, bringing it to her red lips. Well, and lastly, all the rest that one would expect from an ally. You will participate in general battles against the enemy, take responsibility for your stretch of the battlefront, and so on. I trust a warrior like you won't be reluctant to prove his mettle. Sunny smiled behind the mask. I don't have a desire to prove anything to anyone, but sure. These terms suit me fine. Morgan nodded and offered him her hand. If only everyone was so easy to persuade. Then, I will look forward to working with you in the future, Lord Shadow. Sunny took her hand, feeling a bit disappointed. That was it? Wasn't it a bit anticlimactic? They were talking about the war that would reshape the world, throw all of humanity into chaos, and potentially destroy it. And yet, the words they spoke were so mundane. But then again, maybe the fate of humanity had always been decided by dry conversations between very few people, held behind closed doors in opulent chambers. He smiled. I am looking forward to the future, as well. Chapter 1735. Toast to loyalty. But all these things could be decided at a later date, and in less ostentatious company. Morgan leaned back in her seat and raised her wine glass, smiling with satisfaction. This calls for a toast, if I do say so myself. The three of us will be fighting side by side soon, so, to loyal comrades. May we fare well. Nephis took a sip of wine without saying anything, while Sunny simply stared at the table, full of regret. He wasn't that attracted by the wine, but there was also a veritable feast in front of him, all dishes prepared by masterful chefs and both extravagantly expensive and endlessly delicious, without a doubt. However, he was wearing a mask. So, none of these delicacies were destined to land in his mouth. Damn! Morgan looked at him with a smile. You aren't drinking, Lord Shadow. He stared at her silently for a few moments, then picked up the wine glass. To loyal comrades. Sunny did not move, but on a wall behind him, his shadow picked up the shadow of the wine glass. It brought the shadow glass to its lips and leaned its head back, as if drinking. Then, it lowered its hand and returned to its previous position, copying his pose perfectly. Morgan laughed. Fascinating. Sunny smiled behind the mask. It was indeed fascinating. The three of them were toasting to loyalty, each planning treason. Morgan was playing nice for now, but as soon as the war was over, she would give the Lord of Shadows an ultimatum, submit or die. Sunny was promising to fight for Clan Vela, but he intended to betray them before the war reached a conclusion. Nephis was playing the role of an obedient daughter while planning to kill her adopted father, the King of Swords, and usurp his domain. This toast of Morgan's was quite funny. Sunny put the glass down, contemplating the ease with which Morgan had accepted his demands. Was there really no other reason than to prevent him from siding with Song? Claiming a citadel in Godgrave could very well be the deciding factor of the entire war. Vela would not have given up on the Nameless Temple easily. Unless... He turned his head and stared at Nephis, who was savoring her meal quietly. She wouldn't. Would she? He lingered for a few moments, then asked in an indifferent tone. Why didn't you insist on claiming my citadel, Lady Morgan? People usually tended to dance around the truth in these situations, but there was a benefit to playing the role of a reclusive, aloof, and eccentric saint. If Sunny wanted to be direct, he could very well be as direct as he wanted. Morgan seemed amused by his question. She glanced at Nephis, then said in a pleasant tone. I can answer, but if you share what I say with anyone else, there'll be blood. It didn't even sound like a threat, just like a fact. Sunny did not bleed easily, so he was not impressed. He stared at Morgan, waiting, but Nephis answered instead of her. It is indeed exceedingly important to claim a citadel in Godgrave. The side that manages to win the race will be able to unleash the power of its sovereign upon the enemy first. There's no need to describe how meaningful such an event can be. But even without the Nameless Temple, Vela possesses a vital advantage in that regard. Sunny scowled behind the mask, not liking where it was headed. Nephis took a sip of wine and continued calmly. That advantage is me. And my ivory tower. The only citadel among those conquered by humanity that can move. He stared at her somberly. After a few moments of cold silence, Sunny asked, Are you insane? Nephis smiled. I feel like I've been asked that before. Sunny shook his head. You are planning to move the ivory tower into the skies above Godgrave? Do you have a death wish and fancy turning into ash? She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. I'll try to land it before that happens. In any case, you wanted to keep your citadel, Lord Shadow, and that was the price. Now, you can have the Nameless Temple, while the Sword Domain has a chance of gaining a foothold in Godgrave. Morgan chuckled. My little sister is correct. Needless to say, Song must not know the details of our plans. I'll trust in your discretion, Lord Shadow. Sunny remained silent for a while, considering the implications. These damned fools. So she had agreed to this for him? Was it Nefer's idea to bargain on his behalf, or Cass's? Why were they being so reckless? He was going to need to rethink a few things. The presence of the ivory tower in Godgrave seemed very improbable, given the region's lethal nature, so he had not seriously considered the possibility. Clan Song seems to be in for a very unpleasant surprise. Sunny contemplated silently. He wanted to say something, but at the moment, the tranquil atmosphere of the underground chamber was suddenly broken by a grating, echoing ringing sound. The sound came from two directions, impossible to ignore. Sunny frowned, recognizing it. Really? Now. Across the table from him, Morgan paused for a moment, then reached elegantly into the inner pocket of her suit jacket and pulled out a slick communicator. At the same time, Nephis unbuttoned her waistcoat and produced hers. The two of them studied the screens in silence. After a few moments, Nephis showed her communicator to Sunny. The Lord of Shadows had abandoned the waking world to dwell in the dream realm, so he naturally did not have one. Sunny looked down, already knowing what he would see. There, on the screen, an emergency notification was blinking urgently. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Gate activity detected in your proximity. ETA, 37 minutes. Evacuate immediately. 37 minutes. The Obel scale had become much more reliable after the conclusion of the Chain of Nightmares, but it had never quite managed to return to its past stability. 37 minutes was much more time than the citizens had received back when a gate opened near Rain School, but still far from a stellar result. Nephis pressed on the notification, and a map opened on the screen, denoting the impact zone. After another tap, a further message showed up. Attention all awakened. Request immediate action. Gate category, 2, 61% probability, 3, 34% probability, higher, undefined. Strike force ETA, 14 minutes, 44 seconds. He let out a small sigh. This time, at least, the government forces would arrive far in advance of the Nightmare Gate's descent. The disaster would be contained, and civilians would have plenty of time to evacuate. Then, Sunny glanced at Morgan with suspicion. Had she known that this would happen? Logically, she could not have. But then again, all of it was a little too convenient. Choosing such a public location for their meeting was premeditated. Without a doubt, Morgan clearly wanted to send Song a message that the Lord of Shadows was taking Vela's side. Was there a better way to announce it than to be seen clearing a gate side by side with him? Not to mention that it was a good opportunity to gauge his strength. Sensing his gaze, Morgan looked up from the screen and smiled helplessly. Ah, how bothersome. Do not worry, Lord Shadow, we can stay here until the turmoil ends. The restaurant is outfitted with top-notch defenses and employs awakened guards. She leaned back and then added in a relaxed tone. Or, we can respond to the summons and help the government contain the gate. You are my guest today, so you decide. Sunny stared at her coldly, feeling like he was being played. Before he could answer, though, Nephis wiped her lips with a napkin and stood up. She hid her communicator, buttoned up her waistcoat, and glanced at Morgan calmly. I'll go. Morgan laughed. My little sister is an example to us all, as always. Well, in that case, I'll go too. Sunny sighed and threw a regretful look at all the food on the table. Should he secretly leave a shadow behind and make it steal all these delicacies once they leave? Abandoning that thought, he pushed back his chair and stood up, as well. His voice remained indifferent. Then let's go. Chapter 1736. Make it 4. As they approached the elevators, they could see the staff of the restaurant leading the guests to a heavily armored shelter. This place was usually visited by the elites of NQSC. After all of them were prominent citizens. Their safety had to be guaranteed for an exclusive establishment to fare well. Many of the elites recognized Morgan and Nephis. Sunny could tell that all of them were relieved at the sight, especially when they saw Neph. Her reputation was not only that of a brilliant warrior, but also that of a selfless champion. Morgan could have decided to ignore a descending gate, but changing star would never. Lady Nephis. Lady Morgan. Are you heading for the gate? Morgan slowed down a little and bowed slightly. Indeed. Have no worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will contain it in no time, and you'll be able to finish your meals in peace. Please excuse us. Nephis bowed silently and continued on her way, surrounded by excited whispers. As they entered the lift, Morgan sighed and looked at her sternly. Really, sister? Couldn't you have said something? That old man manages the hydroponic complex that supplies half of the grain to Bastion. The young couple is the daughter and son-in-law of the chief administrator of the Central District of NQSC. The rest hold important positions, as well. Leaving a good impression would not hurt anyone, would it? Nephis glanced at her emotionlessly. Actions speak louder than words. Morgan laughed. What does the action of ignoring them say, then? However, she didn't press the issue. She wasn't someone who cared for ingratiating herself to people, either. In fact, it was the people who were desperate to get in her good graces. Not only was Morgan a saint, she was also the princess of the sword domain. Her importance would trample all of these elites combined. Soon, they emerged from the restaurant. The beautiful building had undergone a transformation, plates of heavy armor descending to cover the doors and the windows. Sunny would have expected the armor to be made from reinforced alloy, but to his surprise, it was actually made from Dream Realm materials. Truly an exclusive establishment. A familiar firekeeper, Sid, hastily opened the door of the PTV and invited them inside. The drive was a short one, only taking a few minutes. Most of the vehicles on the road were moving away from the impact zone, but they were driving to its very heart. In the end, they arrived almost at the same time as the first squads of the government forces. The gate manifested in a park. It had not opened yet, of course, but there was already a sinister atmosphere in the air. There was a strange haze above the frozen pond, a precursor to the appalling fissure that would split reality apart soon. Armored vehicles had torn apart the white blanket of snow, and soldiers were hastily raising fortifications. The government awakened were silently preparing for battle, while a small group of awakened volunteers were huddled together, discussing their aspects. The arrival of the luxurious PTV caused quite a stir. And when Morgan and Nephis emerged from it, everyone simply froze, staring at them with wide eyes. That's the Sword Sisters. Goddess Morgan. Goddess Nephis. Quiet, you fool. They are saints. They can hear you. Who is that with them? Is he an echo? I don't know, but that guy is super creepy. Sunny stared at the soldiers menacingly, unhappy with the way they ogled Nephis. Morgan and Nephis, meanwhile, calmly walked to the person in charge. It was a master wearing a military coat on top of light memory armor. He, too, was both elated and taken aback at the sight of them. Ah! Lady Morgan. Lady Nephis. It is an honor to meet you. Morgan nodded, flicking a snowflake off the lapel of her stylish black suit jacket. We were nearby. So, we decided to help. The master seemed relieved. That is great. With two saints, we can. Standing behind them, Sunny shifted slightly and looked up. A wide smile appeared on his face, hidden by the emotionless mask. 3 saints. But actually, make it 4. No sooner than he thought it, there was a rustle, and a dashing figure descended from the grey sky. The soldiers, who had been stunned by the arrival of 2 sublime beauties, now seemed dumbstruck. Nightsinger. He's so. Oh. My gods. I am not dreaming, am I? Sunny's smile trembled. That bastard doesn't change. Indeed, the man who had descended from the sky was none other than Nightingale, St. Kai, the Dragon Slayer. Wearing beautiful armor made from ivory scales and burnished bronze, with luscious auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes, he was just as tantalizing as ever. No, even worse. Kai had always been unreasonably attractive, but now that he was a saint, his beauty was almost blinding. It was to the point where Sunny felt a strange impulse to look away, but was also incapable of doing so. There were only two transcendents out there who could challenge Kai in the looks department. One of them was Cassie, the other was Beastmaster. Sunny could not compete. Not that he needed to. I have my charms, as well. Really, he looked quite good. It was just that anyone would feel that comparing themselves to Kai was simply unfair. It was a cruel injustice. While Sunny was staring at him sullenly, Kai landed softly in front of Morgan and bowed. Then, he looked up with a refreshing smile. Lady Nephis. Lady Morgan. Are you here to help? Morgan remained silent a split second longer than usual, then reciprocated his smile. Ah, yes. As I was saying, we were nearby. Kai's smile widened a little. Please accept my deepest gratitude. I've just returned from the Western Quadrant and happened to be in NQSC by chance. Truly, what a fortunate turn of events. This gate won't disturb the citizens with such distinguished warriors protecting them. Nephis looked at him and asked with a faint smile. How is Effie doing? He chuckled. Everything is well. The battle was a tough one, this time, but we pulled through. Little Ling already has a new favorite bedtime story. With that, he turned to Sunny, lingered for a moment, and asked politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Saint Kai, with the government forces. And you are? Sunny hesitated, considering how to answer. Eventually, he decided to do some mischief. Staring at Kai emotionlessly, he said in a calm tone. You can call me Shadow. I am your best friend. Kai blinked a couple of times. Slowly, a funny expression appeared on his face. His thought process was rather clear. My best friend? I clearly have never met this person before. But he doesn't seem to be lying. No, but it can't be true. I would have remembered having a best friend. So if he's not lying, but also not telling the truth. I see. This man is insane. He sincerely believes his lie. Wait. Oh, gods. He's not assassinating, is he? Kai's magnetic smile dimmed a little. At that moment, Nephis gave Sunny a strange look and intervened. This is Saint Shadow. He is a bit eccentric. He is also here to help. Kai hesitated for a bit, then nodded dubiously. I see. Thank you for volunteering, Lord Shadow. With that, he turned to the master in charge of the government forces. Scrap the battle plan and move your people back. We will take care of the gate. With some luck, you guys won't even have to put down the stragglers. The master nodded gratefully. Yes, Saint Kai. By then, the wind was stirring, and a strange dimness was spreading over the park. The air above the frozen pond was trembling more intensely. The descent of the Nightmare Gate was not far. Kai turned to Morgan and Nephis, asking politely. How do you want to handle this? Morgan lingered for a few moments, then gave Sunny a teasing look. Her red lips twisted into a smile, and she said pleasantly. Lord Shadow, would you like to do the honors? My sister was so eloquent when describing your prowess. I must admit, I am a little jealous at not having had the pleasure to witness it myself. Sunny stared at her coldly. Want to measure my strength, do you? He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Sure. Stay here, then. I'll handle it. Well, then you'll have to be disappointed. As the reality split, torn apart by a dark fissure, a graceful figure of a stone knight rose from his shadow, two ruby eyes igniting with cold crimson flames. Sunny looked up at Saint, pointed at the gate, and said evenly. Go deal with it. His taciturn knight tilted her head slightly, then turned around and looked at the gate. Although she did not say anything, somehow, it felt as if her aloof gaze was full of disdain. Summoning her black blade and a round shield, she gave its rim 2 lukewarm blows and headed toward the frozen pond with graceful, unhurried steps. Morgan, Nephis, and Kai were left staring at her in bewilderment. Sunny crossed his arms and said in an even, indifferent tone. That should do it. Everyone, relax and enjoy the show. Chapter 1737. A Walk in the Park. Nefer's white cape fluttered in the wind, but none of the four saints moved. For a moment, the only being moving in the impact zone was Saint. She walked steadily toward the gate, her graceful figure emanating the feeling of a cold, indifferent inevitability. Kai stared at her back for a second, then cleared his throat. "Your echo seems really impressive, Lord Shadow. Stylish, too, such a chic and understated armor design, monochromatic in theme, yet rich and expressive instead of being dull. What a beautiful use of form and texture variation to counterbalance the lack of a dynamic palette, splendid, really. Wait, where was I?" He paused for a moment, and then added with an embarrassed smile. "Right. What I meant to say was, your echo can stall the abominations and break their momentum. We will follow behind and engage the nightmare creatures when they get past her." Sunny glanced at him and tilted his head a little. "Get past her?" Kai hesitated a little, unsure of what to say. "Yes, there is a high enough possibility that this gate will reach Category 3, after all. Even if she is a transcendent echo, it might be a bit tough." Sunny smiled behind the mask. "Just watch." He turned away and stared at Saint. Kai, Nephis, and Morgan had no choice but to follow his example. In fact, Sunny felt a bit awkward, just standing there and doing nothing while Saint did all the work. He would have summoned the shadow chair and sat down, but sadly, that chair usually stood behind the reception desk of the brilliant Emporium. Anyone who had visited the dining hall could recognize it at a glance. Standing awkwardly it is, I guess. Out there in front of them, the first of the nightmare creatures appeared from the dark fissure of the Nightmare Gate. It was a hulking beast with a bulging body, terrifying muscles moving smoothly under its tough grey hide. The abomination's hind legs seemed underdeveloped, but its front limbs were grotesquely large, resembling craggy tree trunks. Two vicious tusks curved upward from its jaw, as long as pikes. The beast let out a deafening bellow and charged forward, the ground shaking from its heavy footsteps. Saint did not slow down. She simply lowered her shield, meeting the abomination's charge head-on, mid-stride. In the next moment, the dreadful tusks hit the onyx shield and shattered. Next was the creature's head. Its skull burst like a rotten pumpkin, splattering across the snow in a crimson wave. The massive abomination collided with the shield and was crushed into pulp against its surface, only to be tossed aside by a flick of the wrist a moment later, falling to the ground in a lifeless, bloody heap. It was as though it had used Saint to commit suicide. Standing by Sunna's side, Kai blinked. Nephis, who had seen the taciturn shadow before, seemed unsurprised. Morgan was too shrewd to show a reaction, but her gaze had turned a little sharper. Sunny smiled. In front of the gate, more nightmare creatures were born from the appalling darkness. A tide of them, each seemingly powerful enough to rip an armored vehicle to shreds. Saint finally seemed to pay them attention. Gripping her sword, she lunged forward and turned into a dark blur. A cloud of snow, ice, and torn ground exploded into the air from where her foot had pushed against the ground. By the time the soldiers had registered that, she was already among the abominations. To them, it looked as if a hurricane of darkness descended upon the tide of nightmare creatures, tearing flesh from bones and swiftly turning crimson from the haze of blood. A cacophony of howls filled the air, and severed bodies rained down on the snow, which was swiftly painted red and melted under the heat of harrowing violence. Of course, the four transcendents could follow the battle clearly. To them, it looked quite different. Instead of the hurricane of blurry darkness, they saw Saint wielding her sword with chilling grace, reaping a harvest of lives with each movement. Her swordsmanship was solid and precise, each step measured, each slash flawlessly efficient and inescapably lethal. The black sword rose and fell, severing abominations in half. The onyx shield swung, crushing their skulls and breaking their bodies. The sword was like the ruthless blade of a guillotine, while the shield was like an impenetrable wall of polished black stone. Saint was so tyrannical that even when surrounded by monsters and demons, she seemed like the true hellspawn. Despite the gruesome massacre she was perpetrating, her dark armor remained spotlessly clean, with not even a single drop of fetid blood landing on its onyx surface. Her dreadfully beautiful battle art was like an elegant dance, allowing her to weave between the falling bodies without becoming stained by their filth. The tide of abominations collided with her and came to a shuddering halt, dissolving into a haze of blood right in front of the stunned soldiers. Morgan took a deep breath. "Lord Shadow, this echo of yours is quite fearsome." Kai nodded slowly. "Yes, indeed. You must cherish her a lot." Sunny gave them a short glance, then turned back to face the Nightmare Gate. "Actually, she is the second weakest among my servants." Which was technically true. After all, among his shadows, only the marvelous Mimic was lower than Saint in rank and class. Of course, Sunny would not bet money on any of his other shadows surviving in a battle against the Onyx Saint. He wasn't even sure that he would survive something like that if push came to shove. Kai stared at him with wide eyes, prompting Sunny to smile behind the mask. "The second weakest?" He nodded. "I killed the original as a sleeper, after all. It was a long time ago." The beautiful archer paled. "Sleeper? You killed that as a sleeper?" Sunny remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. "Sure. Come to think of it, among the nightmare creatures I killed as a sleeper, she was one of the weakest as well." Saint had been a mere awakened monster back then, and Sunny had killed plenty of abominations of higher rank and class on the Forgotten Shore, including a great devil. So, if one only took pure strength into account, Saint had indeed been in the lower tier of the creatures slain by him there. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, not knowing what to say, he turned away stiffly. Sunny chuckled internally. "Ah. I miss teasing this guy." In front of the Nightmare Gate, Saint had mercilessly obliterated the first wave of the abominations. The same fate awaited the second wave, and the third. Not a single nightmare creature managed to escape her blade. Observing the scene of chilling carnage, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little wistful. He remembered vividly the first time he had encountered a Nightmare Gate. How desperate he had fought, and how impossible the task of stemming the tide of abominations had seemed. In the end, he would have failed if not for Jet's timely arrival. Yet, this time, the category of the gate was one rank above the one he had defended against as Mongrel. However, Sunny did not even have to move a finger. Just one of his shadows was enough to contain the threat, and he did not even have to bestow the full augmentation of all his shadows upon her. So much time had passed, and so many things had changed. Some for the better, some for the worst. Sunny secretly glanced at Nephis and Kai as the gate guardian finally emerged from the fissure. The creature looked like a mountain of grey flesh, its towering body brimming with bulging muscles, sharp tusks, blooded spikes, and ghastly bone armor. It bellowed furiously, making the entire park quake. A corrupted tyrant, from the looks of it. Standing on a pile of corpses, Saint glanced at it and finally deemed it necessary to summon the elemental darkness from her heart. A dark aura enveloped her black sword, and a cold chill ran down Sunna's spine. Her ruby eyes flashed with furious crimson light. The tyrant surged forward, and at the same time, the black blade slashed the world apart. Now who's showing off? A thin line slowly revealed itself on the towering abomination's powerful body, cleanly dividing it into two vertical halves. Then, it slowly oozed blood. The tyrant stumbled, then slowly crumbled to the ground, its body falling apart into two bloody chunks. The handy bracelet spoke into Sunny's ear. "You have slain a corrupted tyrant. Your shadow grows stronger." These were the only fragments Sunny had received from this fight. Looking at the carcasses of the massacred nightmare creatures, which piled high in the suddenly silent park, he sighed. What a waste. Saint stared at the bleeding chunks of the dead tyrant with indifference, then turned and glanced at Sunny. Receiving his nod, she took a step back and dissolved in two shadows. A few moments later, Creepy and Crazy silently returned to him and fused with Naughty, who had been pretending to be a normal shadow all along, resting leisurely on the ground beneath his feet. Sunny looked at Morgan and remained silent for a moment. "My apologies. I'll try to give you an opportunity to witness my prowess some other time." Chapter 1738. Crumbling Dam. In the end, None of them had to do anything to contain the nightmare creatures. The arriving reinforcements were shocked to see piles of corpses littering the ground. They had been expecting to dive into a dire battle, but ended up witnessing the aftermath of a chilling slaughter instead. Of course, it was not as if they had nothing to do. The park had been ravaged by the devastating battle, and the ugly fissure of the Nightmare Gate still shimmered in the air. Sunny looked at it with regret. There were not that many parks in NQSC, and this one would be unusable for the foreseeable future. Unless a cohort of masters challenged and conquered the Nightmare Seed, this place would never be safe for humans. The initial tide of abominations had been obliterated, and the Gate Guardian fell. However, new nightmare creatures could emerge from the fissure at any moment. The government forces would have to build a containment zone around the gate, complete with powerful explosive charges and a fortified perimeter. Mundane soldiers and awakened warriors would have to stand watch inside the zone at all times, participating in sporadic skirmishes every time an abomination wandered into the waking world. Kai was looking at the gate, as well, his expression grim. In the decade since the descent of the nightmare spell, many of such containment zones had littered the areas populated by humans. There were many here in NQSC, too, and the more of them appeared, the thinner the government forces had to be spread. The situation had only worsened after the chain of nightmares. It was comparatively easy to find cohorts of awakened willing to challenge second nightmares and hopefully conquer it, closing the gate. The one near Rain School had long disappeared, for example. But it was much harder to close a Category 3 gate, since only masters could hope to survive the third nightmare. Even then, most did not. And although the number of masters humanity possessed had increased tenfold, and continued to grow with each year, the number of gates of higher categories was increasing faster. Kai sighed and shook his head. His voice sounded a bit tired when he mumbled quietly. No rest for the wicked. Morgan, who had been conversing with the master in charge of the government soldiers, glanced at him with curiosity. Oh? Will you lead the charge personally, Lord Kai? He smiled weakly, causing a few of the mundane soldiers to sway, and shook his head. I'm not sure. I'll have to discuss it with my superiors first. She nodded in understanding. Well, for what it's worth. Clan Valor is willing to offer help, this time. After all, I didn't get to do anything despite showing up so confidently. My hands are itching for a fight. Sunny was listening to them in confusion. He was certain that none of it showed in his body language, and yet Nephis decided to explain. The government is trying to adapt to the new environment. Since there are too many gates that can't be closed, they are constantly searching for a way to lessen the strain of guarding them all. The most effective method is to allow a saint to follow the call to the Nightmare Seed and cleanse the territory surrounding it from all abominations. That way, they won't be wandering into the waking world, at least for a while. She studied the dark fissure of the gate and added, I have participated in plenty of these cleansing operations myself. Many of the legacy saints have followed my example, as well, offering their services, especially those of the new generation, who hold me in high regard. Their battle experience is comparatively poor, so they see it as an opportunity to sharpen themselves. As long as the vicinity of the Nightmare Seeds is cleansed at set intervals, the strain on the government resources is lessened drastically. Sunny stared at her for a while, then said in a cold tone. Sounds like trying to plug holes in a crumbling dam. Nephis smiled faintly. Indeed. However, it also teaches the people who are sealing the holes how to swim. Then, her expression darkened a little. But I agree with your sentiment. It is merely a stopgap measure. Kai and Morgan walked over, catching the tail end of their conversation. The charming archer smiled. As long as there are brave people who are willing to rise to the occasion, everything is not lost. We will continue to keep this world safe, or at least as safe as possible. Like you did today, Lord Shadow. Please, accept my sincere gratitude. Sunny stared at him for a while. Then, he nodded and said evenly. Fine. I accept it. Kai gave him a dubious look. Not knowing what to say, he turned to Nephis, intending to thank her as well. Should I do it, or not? Sunny hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help himself. So, he added in a tone of indifference. Don't expect my help next time, though. I have a bad history with nightmare gates. The last time I happened to be near one, I ended up in a custody dispute with a cursed terror. Encountering the category for gates in Antarctica had led him to the third nightmare, after all, where he ended up meeting a certain vile bird. Kai forgot what he was going to say to Nephis and stared at him numbly. A custody dispute. Sunny gave him a nonchalant nod. Yes. The cursed terror wanted its spawn back. Thieving scumbag. The charming archer took a deep breath, looked at the sky, and then forced out a few words, his tone stifled. Ah. I see. He struggled to say something else, but Sunny interrupted him. By the way. Nightingale, it's a bird, isn't it? Who? I dislike birds. Kai froze, looking at him with a troubled expression. Sunny stared at him for a bit, then leaned forward, raised a hand, and patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. I'll make an exception for you, St. Nightingale. Since we're friends. With that, he turned to Nephis and said without any emotion. I am ready to leave. She was staring at him strangely. Morgan was, as well. Sunny tilted his head a little. What? The two of them glanced at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. No. It's just that you have a unique way with words, Lord Shadow. Nothing. The former was said by Morgan, while the latter was said by Nephis. He smiled behind the mask. Curious. I've been described as unique twice today. I am starting to suspect that it is not a compliment. Morgan smiled pleasantly and said in an exceedingly polite tone. It isn't. Shaking her head, she bowed to Kai lightly and turned away, heading for the PTV that had driven them here. Sunny followed, giving Nephis a chance to say a proper goodbye to the charming archer. She caught up with them soon, wearing a complicated expression. Or rather, her expression was as stoic as always. However, Sunny could feel a bit of tension hiding in the depths of her grey eyes. They passed the military vehicles and approached the PTV. The firekeeper who had driven it, Sid, was already back. She had joined the volunteer awakened before the gate opened, intending to lead them into the battle. Of course, their participation had not been necessary, in the end. Sid was on her way to open the passenger door when Nephis stopped suddenly, looking at the PTV with a frown. Sensing her unease, Morgan and Sunny stopped, too. Morgan glanced at Nephis, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a hint of amusement in her voice. What's the matter? Neph remained silent for a few moments, studying the luxurious vehicle somberly. Then, she slowly turned away and looked at Sunny. Lord Shadow? I apologize. He blinked a couple of times. Was she apologizing for having dragged him to an opening gates? No, Nephis saw the fight against the nightmare spell as a sacred duty of all awakened. She would not have apologized for something like that. What then? Hiding his confusion, Sunny asked in a cold tone. What for? Her expression remained calm when she answered. It seems that I am about to be assassinated. Sorry for the inconvenience. What? Before Sunny could react, Sid unlocked the passenger door and pulled on the handle. In the next moment, the PTV disintegrated in a blinding flash, and the roar of a deafening explosion thundered above the snowy park. Chapter 1739. Assassination. No, really. Sunny was stunned. Who tries to assassinate a saint with explosives? Were these people mentally challenged? The notion was so silly that, for a moment, his mind refused to register it. Everything had happened too fast for the government soldiers to react. The vehicle dissolved into a blinding flash, and a furious onslaught of flame was unleashed upon the world. A devastating shockwave also rolled out, spreading like an invisible ripple of crushing force. But, of course, the saints were faster. Kai was too far away to do anything, but Sunny, Morgan, and Nephis were not. Granted, there was not a lot that they could do in such a short amount of time. Nephis seemed to have controlled the flames to flow around Sid, her driver. The firekeeper was spared from being burned, but received the full brunt of the shockwave, staggering back as her dirty blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Of course, as a master, she would not be hurt badly, but a pained grimace still appeared on her face. Morgan, meanwhile, raised one leather-clad hand and cut the explosion apart. Sunny was pretty sure that he was not seeing things. As her hand slashed forward, both the flame and the shockwave parted in front of her, as if cut by an unseen blade. The explosion rolled past the Princess of War, leaving her entirely unscathed. Not a single blemish appeared on her stylish black suit. As for Sunny himself, he didn't do anything. That short moment was enough for him to determine that the explosion was utterly mundane, so there was no need to act. Sunny simply allowed the flame to swallow him, and for the shockwave to batter him. A second later, his onyx figure was revealed from the expanding fire, standing exactly where he had stood before. He didn't even flinch under the assault of the violent forces. But behind him, many of the government soldiers were thrown against the hulls of the armored vehicles, the vehicles themselves swaying heavily or even overturning. Screams and stunned yells filled the air. There were many wounded. Luckily, the PTV had stood apart from the military vehicles, so no one seemed to have died. But still, the explosion seemed to have hurt everyone except for the person it was supposed to, presumably, kill. Before the shockwave even had time to dissipate, Morgan, Nephis, and Sunny looked at each other, all sharing the same thought. It's a diversion. The explosion was simply meant to distract them when the actual attack arrived. But what? Suddenly feeling a sense of urgency, Sunny sent his shadow sense outward, spreading it across a vast area. There were countless shadows on the crowded streets of NQSC, so his mind was almost overloaded by the density of information flowing into it. Luckily, he had long learned how to filter out the useless noise, concentrating solely on potential threats. There did not seem to be anything dangerous close to them, but it took some time for his senses to stretch to their absolute limit. There! Sunny had sensed a swift shadow barreling towards them, but there was already no time to react. Before any of them could move, a strange arrow that had only become visible a split second before hitting its target revealed itself in the air, piercing through the cloud of flame caused by the explosion. It was enormous in size, almost 2 meters long, and resembled a projectile fit for a siege engine much more than it did an arrow meant to be shot from a bow. If not for the fletching on the back side of the shaft, Sunny would have mistaken it for a heavy javelin. The great arrow struck Nephis in the chest, throwing her back like a rag doll. She flew backward and crashed into a military vehicle, deforming the alloy armor plates before falling to her knees. Sunny was already moving. He knew, of course, that something like that would not kill Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan. To be honest, he wasn't even entirely sure what it would take to kill her, given her divine ability to heal herself, but his heart still skipped a beat, knowing that she was hurt. That arrow, what kind of arrow was it? What was its rank and class? What enchantments did it possess? Did it carry a deadly venom? Did the arrowhead explode into numerous jagged shards after piercing the victim's flesh? However, in the next moment, Sunny's eyes glistened under the expressionless mask. That was because the broken pieces of the arrow dissipated into a whirlwind of sparks. Nephis, meanwhile. Her waistcoat was torn, and so was the white blouse beneath it. What he saw in the tear was not her alabaster skin, however, but the metal rings of a chainmail shirt, bent, but unbroken. That memory. He recognized it from their time in the tomb of Ariel. Still kneeling on the ground, Nephis suddenly leaned her head to the side, and the second arrow flew past it. It pierced the heavy military vehicle, dragging it away with the force of the impact, and exploded from the other side in a rain of alloy debris. Who the hell is shooting these giant arrows? The third arrow was cut apart by Morgan, who severed it with her bare hand. However, now that Sunny's shadow sense had extended further, he could feel it. A dozen swift shadows were falling upon them like meteors, each moving with dreadful speed. 2 were aimed at him, and 2 more at Morgan. One was heading towards Sid, but the rest were all aimed at Nephis' heart. It didn't make sense, really. considering the distance from which the mysterious archer had shot them, most of the arrows must have been in the air long before the first arrow hit, and very likely before the PTV had exploded. So, the sniper must have accounted for everything: how the three saints would react to the explosion, where Nephis would be thrown back, how Sunny would move. What kind of skill was that? Was the mysterious archer a prophet? Or did the arrows possess a mind of their own, altering their paths to pursue their prey? Sunny had to deal with the strange arrows before there would be a chance to find the answer. There's not enough time. He raised a hand and simply caught one of the great arrows from the air, sliding back a few steps before its momentum dissipated. Sunny had already started to manifest countless shadows when a haunting song suddenly resounded above the silent park, drowning out all other sounds. Sound was invisible, and yet he sensed the song move past him like a ghostly river. In the next moment, the great arrow seemed to have hit a wall in the air, splintering and scattering in different directions. Looking back, Sunny saw Kai closing his mouth as he rushed toward the burning remains of the PTV. "Good job, buddy." Sunny's shadow sense had already reached the limits of his perception, encompassing a vast part of NQSC. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not sense the mysterious archer. That meant one of two things. Either the sniper had the ability to avoid his detection, or the arrows had been shot from beyond the range of 40+ kilometers. Sunny felt a hint of chill, wondering who would have been able to shoot enchanted arrows from such a distance, and with such precision. A master? Possibly, with the right aspect, but quite unlikely. A saint? An echo of a high rank? Catching Kai's glance, he gestured in the direction from which the arrows had come. A split second later, his former friend, shot into the air, flying toward the possible location of the attacker. But somehow, Sunny doubted that the sniper would be caught. They must have escaped immediately after sending the arrows loose, and would be long gone by now. Looking back, he studied the scene of devastation. Broken vehicles, pieces of burning debris, dozens of wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. Nephis was slowly rising to her feet, white flames dancing in her eyes. Morgan lowered her hand, a deep scowl replacing her usually composed expression. Sid had just landed on her back, rolled over her shoulder, and jumped to her feet, hissing in pain. The whole attack had only lasted a few seconds. But the impact it had left was bound to have long-lasting consequences in the days to come. And maybe even beyond that, far in the future. Chapter 1740. No traces. He did discover the sniper nest on the roof of a dormitory tower in the outskirts, close to 50 kilometers away from the Nightmare Gate. However, there were no clues to be found there, only a few footprints in the snow, and punctured concrete where the arrows had been thrust into it for ease of access. The arrows themselves were memories, and had either dissolved after being destroyed or disappeared after being dismissed. There were no functional cameras in that area of the outskirts, so no records remained to identify the attacker. The sniper, whoever it was, had disappeared like a ghost. By the time Kai returned, the park looked like a disturbed anthill. Nephis had insisted on healing the soldiers who had been hurt in the explosion, and there were no casualties. But an attempt on the life of one of the two princesses of Valor, or maybe even both of them, was no small matter. Government forces flooded the scene, both to take care of the gate and to investigate the scandalous event. There was nothing they could find, of course, but doing nothing was not an option. Sunny had accompanied Nephis as she healed the soldiers and received their gratitude, both admiration and devotion burning in their relieved eyes. Then, he followed her to the side of a medical vehicle, where Morgan was waiting for them while typing something on her communicator with a cold expression. Sid, the firekeeper, was walking behind them sullenly, her civilian clothes in disarray. That was where Kai eventually found them. The charming archer relayed his findings with a troubled look on his face. "We will conduct a thorough investigation on the scene, of course. But I am afraid that we won't find anything. There is no physical evidence left, and since the attacker was careful enough to eliminate these traces, they would have had means to throw off our divination experts, as well." He looked at Nephis with guilt in his eyes. "I am sorry. There is not a lot that the government can do." She grimaced silently. Morgan, however, was more vocal. Looking at Kai with a frown, she said in a cold tone. NQSC is your territory. Please forgive me for being blunt, St. Kai, but the government is allowed to exist because it is useful, maintaining order in the waking world. If members of my clan can be freely attacked on your land, with no consequences, then what use is there for the government? He met her sharp gaze somberly, not saying anything. She scoffed and shook her head. Fine. Whatever. My little sister answered the call and hurried to prevent a gate crisis, in her usual selfless manner, but ended up being struck by human arrows. Once the news gets out, what do you think will happen? Kai frowned, still having nothing to say. However, Sunny was staring at Morgan instead. She brings up an interesting point. How had this ambush been possible, to begin with? It took a lot of time to plan an assassination, especially if the target was a saint. However, their decision to answer the emergency alert had been made on the spur of the moment. No one could have known that Nephis would be in this park, on this day. The only way to predict her actions would have been to know about the descent of the gate in advance, as well as getting access to her schedule. Had the government known about the gate long before, but held back the information? Why would they? The location Morgan had chosen for the meeting was too conveniently close to the emerging gate, as well. Was it a coincidence, or had she really known what would happen? Sunny tilted his head a little, an amusing thought surfacing in his mind. Did Vela send the sniper themselves? Why would they try to dispose of Nephis now? Had the ambush even been an earnest attempt to kill Nephis? Sure, a different scent could have been killed by those arrows, but it was very doubtful that she would have been seriously harmed. But then again, very few people really knew the full extent of Nephis' abilities. The party responsible for the assassination attempt could have simply misjudged how hard she was to kill. Too many things seemed strange about this incident. One fact was undeniable, though: the entire situation smelled fishy. Nephis finally spoke, placing a hand on Morgan's elbow. Morgan. That's enough. The Princess of War gave her a long look, then shook her head. No matter. Even without any evidence, there are very few archers in the world who are capable of something like that. The government might not have the means, but we of Vela do. It won't be hard to find the suspect after investigating each of them. And when we do, mark my word, St. Kai, there will be hell to pay. He bowed, hiding his face from view. As you wish, Lady Morgan. Sunny was tired of seeing his friend being bullied by someone else, so he turned to Nephis and asked, hoping to turn the conversation in a different direction. How did you know that the PTV would explode? She glanced at him, hesitated for a few moments, then looked away with a shrug. You probably don't know, Lord Shadow, but there were many attempts on my life when I was younger. I have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. It's easy to notice if a vehicle has been tampered with if you know where to look. I always do. Sunny stared at her silently. But I do know. You've told me before. I even witnessed it in your dreams. That was what he wanted to say. But, of course, he didn't. Soon, a convoy of heavily armored vehicles appeared near the entrance to the park, these ones painted in the colors of Clan Vela, not the government. Morgan looked at the convoy and put her communicator away with a heavy sigh. Glancing at Kai, she lingered for a moment, and said with a semblance of decorum. I will be going, then. Please inform me immediately if there is any news about the investigation, Lord Kai. Then, she turned to Nephis. Are you coming? You must be tired after healing all these people. Nephis considered it, then shook her head. I'll catch up with Kai. You go. There has to be a lot of things you have to deal with. A dark smile appeared on Morgan's face. Ah, yes. I do now. Are you sure, though? Who says that there won't be a secondary attack? If someone manages to kill you, Father will be terribly cross with me. Nephis raised her chin a little. Her voice remained even when she said, Is there someone who can kill me? Morgan remained silent for a bit, then chuckled and turned away. Suit yourself. Well, my sister is right. If someone manages to kill her, they would have worked really hard. With that, she nodded to Sunny and walked away. Until we meet again, Lord Shadow. Soon, her elegant figure disappeared from view, leaving him alone with Nephis and Kai. Sunny sighed behind the mask. So, these two are going to catch up. There was no place for him at their friendly reunion. So, it would be better for him to leave, as well. He opened his mouth, intending to say something curt and aloof, but to his surprise, Nephis spoke first. Giving Kai a poignant look, she turned to Sunny and asked, Lord Shadow, would you mind keeping us company? Chapter 1741. Best Policy. I wonder how much that PTV cost. If Sunny had lost something that lavish and expensive, he would have been cursing the dead gods and drowning in bitterness. But Nephis did not seem to mind the loss too much. Granted, her mood seemed a little strange. As they drove past the burned remains of the PTV, she stared at it intently, a distant look in her eyes. Are you all right? Sunny wished that it was him who had asked that, but the Lord of Shadows was not that considerate. So, he had kept silent, and Kai spoke in his stead. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked away from the wreckage and sighed. Sure. It's just that the situation is so familiar. But the outcome is entirely different. Times have changed. It seemed that she was reminiscing about the past, just like Sunny. He had contemplated how different the dread of having to face a nightmare gate for the first time felt from today's battle, where he did not even have to lift a finger. Nephis, meanwhile, must have been comparing the powerlessness she had felt as a child to today's attempt on her life. The difference had to be quite startling, considering that she was one of the most powerful saints in the world now. The transport moved along the streets of NQSC at a moderate speed. The news of what had happened, however, was spreading much faster. Sunny did not even want to imagine what kind of storm would rise when people learned that Changing Star, humanity's darling, had almost died to a human assassin while defending innocent lives from a descending nightmare gate. The people responsible for the government's propaganda would be losing their minds by now. They were great masters of both disseminating and suppressing information, but this time, the incident was too sensational, and the parties involved were too renowned. There was no stopping this story from spreading far and wide, so they could only try to control it the best they could. The government was in a tight spot. It was a bit ingenious, actually. Nephis was so beloved and venerated largely because the government had once decided to make her into a shining symbol for the whole of humanity. She had worked very hard to build upon that foundation, of course, but the government was responsible for the initial push. Now, however, someone had taken the fruit of their labor and used it against them. The public outrage caused by an attempt on Changing Star's life would be proportional to the amount of effort the government had put into turning her into someone who was revered and admired by all. That reputation of hers had only grown more exalted in the last 4 years, reaching unimaginable heights. Was the assassin's real goal to undermine the government instead of killing Nephis? Sunny continued to contemplate who was behind the attack while the transport rolled across the streets of NQSC, eventually reaching a remote district. There, a modest manor stood apart from the bustling city, surrounded by a tall wall. This was the manor of the Immortal Flame clan, which served as the base of operations for the firekeepers in the waking world. The transport passed the security check and made its way to the underground vehicle stable. Kai sent the driver and the guards assigned to Nephis by the government away. Sid also bade them farewell and left, lamenting the state of her tattered clothes under her nose. The loss of the expensive ensemble seemed to bother her much more than the recent ambush. The firekeepers are certainly a strange bunch. Nephis led her 2 guests to a secure room in the depths of the manor. Noticing how well protected it was, both from modern means of surveillance and through extensive use of runic magic, Sunny realized that what she had planned wasn't really to catch up with Kai. He had suspected as much. He looked around with outward indifference, then pulled out a chair and sat down. I am guessing this is not a simple reunion among friends. Kai remained standing, leaning on a wall with one shoulder, while Nephis sat across from Sunny and nodded. Indeed. He tilted his head a little. May I know what the purpose of this meeting is, then? Nephis smiled faintly, remained silent for a moment, then looked at Kai. Do you know what St. Nightingale's flaw is, Lord Shadow? Ah. Sunny leaned back, perfectly relaxed. He can sense lies, does he not? Kai's flaw wasn't exactly advertised, but he had also never made a point of keeping it a secret. So, anyone who wished to know would have known. Nephis nodded. Yes. I thought we'd have an honest conversation, you and I. As a habitual liar, Sunny couldn't help but grow tense at these words. There were so many things he was deceiving the world about. Had she learned one or two of his secrets? Which ones? How much trouble was he in? Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Nephis could have simply wanted to discuss something that did not tolerate falsehoods. In any case, none of Sunny's worries showed in his body language. In fact, he smiled behind the mask. After maintaining silence for a couple seconds, Sunny shrugged. Why not? I am the most honest person in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. Nephis stared at him for a moment, then glanced at Kai. Kai studied Sunny with a very strange expression, hesitated for a bit, and gave her a short nod. She seemed perplexed. Sunny suppressed a chuckle. So, what did you want to discuss with me, Lady Nephis? Nephis frowned slightly. However, her voice was even when she spoke. We've been dancing around the issue for a while now. You gave me plenty of hints, subtle or not. We are supposed to be allies, so what I want to discuss today will decide how far our alliance will go. If you don't mind, I will ask you a few questions. The nature of our partnership will depend on your answers. He remained silent, voicing no objections. She lingered for a while, then nodded and said, First and foremost, I am quite curious. You seem to be very keen on knowing how I would kill a Supreme, Lord Shadow. What exactly makes you think that I, a princess of the Sword Domain, am so interested in regicide? Sunny stared at her silently, cold darkness nestling in the eyes of his emotionless mask. His onyx armor glistened with a sinister luster in the dull lamplight. Eventually, he spoke in an aloof tone. I can answer your question with 3 of my own. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Oh. He nodded, then said evenly. Who attempted to kill you as a child? Why? And what would I do in your place after becoming a saint? His voice turned even colder than usual. Imagine that a bunch of traitors killed my father, conspired to ruin my clan, and turned my life into living hell. The further into hell I fell, the higher these despicable gowls rose. If something like that happened to me, I would have been positively peeved. Sunny shrugged. In short, it's because I know enough about you, Lady Nephis. She studied him for a while with a deadpan expression, then glanced at Kai. Receiving his confirmation, Nephis scowled. Her voice sounded a little flat. I must say, my sister was right. You are indeed very well informed for a recluse, Lord Shadow. Chapter 1742. Good reason. What can I say? I wasn't always a recluse. She contemplated for a few moments, and eventually nodded. All right. Then, my next question. Let's presume that you are correct, and I do, indeed, harbor such an interest. But what about you? What is your reason? Sunny chuckled. Would you believe me if I said that my reason is exactly the same as yours? Nephis thought for a moment, then shook her head. Not really. He tilted his head a little. Well, fair enough. It's not. In truth, I don't have as great a grudge against the sovereigns as you do. I do despise them a great deal, true, but to answer your question, I guess it has to do with what I desire. She pierced him with a heavy gaze. And what is it that you desire, Lord Shadow? He laughed coldly. Oh, nothing much. A nice house with a scenic view, somewhere warm and pleasant. Tasty meals and good company. Enough money for a comfortable life. Safety and well-being, stuff like that. Nephis blinked a couple of times. She seemed quite surprised by that answer. You live in a dark temple in the middle of a death zone, surrounded by dreadful nightmare creatures. But all you desire is a nice house and tasty food. Sunny stared at her emotionlessly. Don't forget the good company. He paused, then added evenly. You might think that it's a simple wish, Lady Nephis. But that is the thing, in this world we live in, even a simple wish like that is insurmountable. One would have to be a god to live without worries. No. Actually, even becoming a god might not be enough. She frowned. What does it have to do with your enmity against the great clans and the sovereigns? He remained silent for a few moments. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded dark and sinister. The root of my enmity lies in the fact that they insist on dictating the shape of the world where I live, while not possessing enough competence to keep it safe. Their methods, their callousness, and their hubris are both misguided and loathsome. What better proof there is than this war they are about to start? Sunny shook his head. In other words, I disdain the notion of allowing the sovereigns to decide my fate. I would rather have the power to make such decisions for myself. I fought long and hard to gain it. Kai nodded silently, signaling to Nephis that he was telling the truth. She took a deep breath and looked at Sunny silently. Slowly, white sparks ignited in her eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Next question, then. You could have moved independently or made alliances with all kinds of other people. Yet, you chose to build a relationship with me. Why? Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. What was he supposed to answer? Because you are changing, Star. Noticing a silent question in her eyes, he added somberly. You know, people these days tend to dismiss the value of a proper education. Take basic language skills, for example. Very few make an effort to earnestly learn the runic languages of the dream realm, relying on the spell to do the translating for them. If they did, however, they would have known what your true name really means, Lady Nephis. Sunny smiled, hiding behind the motionless mask. You are not a star that changes, but rather one that causes change. A star that brings ruin and misfortune, but also opportunity. We live in a time of great upheaval, and is there a better person to forge an alliance with than someone who is fated to be at the center of all these calamities? He chuckled. Someone like me, who is not fated for anything, can do worse than to attach myself to someone like you. It's even better if I place you in my debt. A common enemy, a shared fate, and a little bit of leverage is the perfect foundation for a lasting alliance, don't you think? Sunny finished speaking and looked at Kai. The charming archer hesitated under his gaze, then nodded slowly. There. That should be enough. However, this time, Nephis did not look to Kai for confirmation. Instead, she stared directly at Sunny and said, You are lying. He frowned, taken aback. After a long pause, Sunny said in an even tone, Hasn't St. Nightingale just confirmed that I'm not? She shook her head lightly. Kai has the ability to discern lies, but he is too honest, and too decent. There are many ways to deceive someone by telling the truth, and that is what you are doing, Lord Shadow. You are not telling me everything, which is fine. I don't need to know all your secrets. But I do need to know if we really share a common enemy, and why you decided to become my ally. Sunny remained silent for a while. Damn it. She had forgotten him, so why had she not forgotten all his lessons in deceit? Eventually, he sighed and looked away. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then allowed the mask of indifference the Lord of Shadow War to crack a little, revealing a glimpse of sincerity. Someone told me once that people like me are born to destroy things, not build them. That this world needs killers and destroyers more than it needs saviors and builders. Well, they were right. He looked at her, hiding behind an expressionless mask. I am indeed best at killing. However, you know, there are people building things all over the dream realm today. There is a young girl building a road somewhere in the Song domain right now. Elsewhere in the Sword domain, a young father is developing a farm to feed his wife and child. These people might not be as powerful as me, or as ambitious as me. They can't slay nightmare creatures as well as me. But they matter, too. Sunny grimaced and added evenly. That young girl, that farmer's child, and countless others like them. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I hope that all the killing I do will change the world into a shape that allows them to live their lives building new things. Even if they have to build them on the ruins that people like us, Changing Star, leave in our wake. He leaned forward a little. How is that for a reason? She remained silent for a long while, looking at him calmly. Eventually, it seemed as if Nephis accepted his answer. She sighed, then asked nonchalantly, Do you serve any of the three supremes? Sunny shook his head. I don't. She nodded. Are you planning to betray me? He chuckled. Not particularly. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Then, she smiled slightly. Are you hiding anything from me, Lord Shadow? Sunny shrugged. A great deal of things. She looked at Kai, received his confirmation, and then leaned back in her chair. Fine. This is acceptable. Then, I'll be honest, too. At that moment, the door opened, and someone who Sunny had very much not expected to see entered the room. Jet glanced at him with a scowl, then turned to Nephis and said, her voice harsh. This guy reeks of death. A crooked smile twisted her lips. I like him. Chapter 1743. A small group of committed citizens. Not that he wasn't happy to see her. Jet was exactly like she had been before. Her ivory skin, raven black hair, and icy blue eyes made for a striking sight. Despite the fact that she had risen much higher in the government hierarchy by now, her uniform was pretty much the same, it was just that there were 4 stars on the insignia instead of 3. If anything had changed, it was that she seemed even more sleep-deprived than usual. If that was even possible. Sunny found himself staring at her without meaning to, but for a very different reason than he had during their first meeting. It was just good to see her, after all that time. Jet stared back at him. You must be the Lord of Shadows. He nodded and answered evenly. You must be Soul Reaper Jet. She studied him for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What's up with the Halloween costume? Who? Sunny tilted his head, contemplated her question, and asked seriously. What is Halloween? Jet blinked a couple of times. Eventually, she waved a hand at him. Never mind. I've heard a lot about you, Shadow. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. Well, sort of. So, no one is going to explain to me who this Halloween is? Rude. Sunny frowned behind the mask. Only the good things, I hope. Jet grinned. Well. They say that you rule a death zone, eat cursed nightmare creatures for breakfast, wrestle titans for fun, and can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters on a full moon. He stared at her somberly. That is preposterous. She nodded and wanted to respond, but before she could, Sunny added in an even tone. I can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters anytime I want. What does the moon have to do with it? Jet seemed to forget what she was supposed to say. Standing beside her, Kai suddenly choked on thin air. Sunny smiled silently. Looking at Nephis, he asked. Lady Nephis, you mentioned that you would be honest with me. I wonder what you were about to say. She lingered for a moment, but it was Jet who answered instead. Officially, I am here to placate Nephis on behalf of the government. To tell you the truth, this assassination attempt saved me a lot of trouble, otherwise, I would have had to come secretly. Actually, I am here to meet you, Shadow. Sunny studied the two of them, having a few guesses about what was about to happen. Nephis nodded. We are waiting for a couple more people, as well. Almost as soon as she said it, Sunny became aware that someone else was in the room. He shifted his gaze, noticing that Cassie had appeared at some point, standing quietly beside a wall. The darkness nestling in the eyes of his mask seemed to grow even more impenetrable. Song of the Fallen. She bowed lightly. Lord Shadow. It wasn't that strange that he had not sensed her approach. Sunny could still feel the underlying fabric of existence rippling around them subtly, somewhat akin to the shockwave of an opening nightmare gate. It was a strange sensation that only saints could feel, announcing that someone had crossed over from another realm nearby. Cassie must have arrived directly from Bastion. But then, Sunny sensed something else. A terrible premonition. In the next moment, there was the sound of energetic footsteps, and Effie entered the room gingerly. She looked around, and her gaze settled on Sunny. He tensed immediately. Gods! What is that woman going to say now? Effie stared at him for a few moments, then smiled. Hey! With that, she turned to Nephis. Way inferior to Master Sunless. I bet he can't even cook. Stay strong, princess. Nephis closed her eyes. Sunny, meanwhile, opened them wide. What the hell do you mean, way inferior? How can I be inferior to that lazy bastard? I mean, we're the same person. Cassie had a very strange expression on her face. Nephis exhaled slowly, remained motionless for a moment, and opened her eyes again. Lord Shadow. Meet Saint Athena, raised by wolves. Sunny stared at Effie, lamenting the fact that looks could not kill. Or rather, his looks could not. There had to be an awakened out there somewhere with such aspect, and definitely more than a few nightmare creatures. He said emotionlessly. She's loud. Effie gave him a dirty look and grinned. Wanna arm wrestle? If you win, I'll shut up. Scowling behind the mask, Sunny tilted his head and stared at her some more. He was tempted, but did not wish to destroy the table. I don't. She laughed. Good choice. With that, she finally sat down. Now, there were 6 of them, sitting around a table. Which, coincidentally, was round. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. St. Cassia, Song of the Fallen. Nightsinger Kai, the Dragon Slayer. Saint Athena, raised by wolves, the War Beast. Soul Reaper Jet. And a mysterious transcendent known as the Lord of Shadows. The 5 saints looked at him, while Sunny stared back at them silently. The cohort is all here. He secretly looked around. The room where they had gathered was not exactly opulent, but something told him that history was going to be made here today. He could practically sense it in the air. The omen of ruinous change. Sunny sighed and said evenly. It seems that I've found myself in illustrious company. Nephis remained silent for a while, then sighed. I told you that the nature of our partnership would depend on your answers, Lord Shadow. Your answers were satisfactory, so I've decided to trust you. Enough so, at least, to bring you into the inner circle. These people are my closest confidants. She paused, then added after some deliberation. Usually, I would not have been so quick to trust someone. But time is not on our side, and my instincts tell me that you deserve it. I've asked Senkai to help me confirm this feeling. I hope you won't take offense. St. Cassio advised me to take this step, as well. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said in an aloof tone. What a strange group. 2 renowned transcendent warriors of the sword domain. 3 exalted champions of the government. And me, a stray that has no master. Why, exactly, are the 6 of us gathered here together? Nephis looked at each of the gathered people slowly. Then, she shrugged and answered in her usual even tone. Because the 6 of us are going to destroy the sovereigns. Chapter 1744. Changing the World. Sunny was silent for a while, staring at the members of the cohort from behind his expressionless mask. Then, he chuckled. You want to topple both domains and completely change the world, with just 6 people. Nephis remained composed and gave him a nonchalant shrug. Why not? Wasn't the world I want to change shaped by just 3? He had no retort. The current shape of the world had indeed been dictated by 3 powerful individuals, Anvil of Valor, Ki Song, and Asterion. For the past 2 decades or so, they had been acting as the gods of humanity, deciding its fate from behind the curtains. And now, Nephis and her cohort were preparing to rise in rebellion against the gods. It was strangely poetic. It was also a little ominous, as if history was repeating itself. Sunny sighed. So, you are welcoming me into your underground revolution club. Well, fine. That has been my intention all along, as well. But now that we have reached this point, I need to ask you the same question again, Lady Nephis. This time, in a less hypothetical context. How do you plan to defeat the sovereigns? She met his dark gaze calmly. My answer stays the same. By attaining supremacy myself. His gaze suddenly turned much more intense. Oh? Have you found a way to become a supreme without challenging the fourth nightmare? Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the answer. He had been trying to discover the secrets of supremacy himself. After all, in Neph's case, she couldn't challenge the fourth nightmare because she wasn't allowed to. But in his case, he simply couldn't. Without the spell, coming into contact with nightmare seeds was meaningless. Not only was Sunny unable to enter a nightmare, but getting too close to a seed put him at risk of becoming corrupted. Nephis inhaled slowly, a hint of tension appearing in her eyes for a short moment. Did I find a way? This is a complicated issue. In a sense, yes, I did find a way to become supreme. However, I am still searching for the means of actually walking that path. Sunny frowned behind the mask. You will have to be more specific than that, I'm afraid. She looked away and smiled faintly. Each aspect is unique, and so, the paths to supremacy are unique for each individual. At the root of it all lies the act of imposing your will upon the world, thus attaining authority over it. But the actual imposition differs from aspect to aspect, as does the process. It all depends on one source element. For now, what Nephis was saying followed Sunny's own guesses. What she said next, however, surprised him. My source element is longing. Desire, yearning, passion, inspiration. The more people I inspire to feel a sense of longing, the more of them become a part of my source element. By building up my source element, I am building the foundation of my future domain. In fact, it has already been built. Sunny stared at her wordlessly. Who? Suddenly, he saw many of the actions Nephis had taken in the last 4 years in a new light. The tireless wandering, the endless battles against the tide of nightmare creatures, the wordless compliance with being sent to handle the most deadly of calamities over and over again, the public appearances, even the theatre plays secretly funded by Cassie. Sunny tilted his head a little. So, has Cassie secretly built her own propaganda machine to prepare for Neph's ascent to supremacy? It seemed very likely. He turned his head and stared at Jet. She smiled at him lazily. Yes. While Nephis and Cassie were working hard on their side, I've been subtly pulling the strings of the government to fan the flames. The initial decision to make Changing Star into a martyr was not my decision, but the reason why we haven't abandoned this narrative after she was adopted by Vela, and instead doubled down on it, is my doing. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. I understand why Changing Star is doing what she is doing, and why Song of the Fallen is supporting her. But what about you, Soul Reaper? You as well, War Beast and Nightsinger. Why has the government decided to bet on her? Jet chuckled. The government is less monolithic than it has been before. The older generation is too stuck on the idea of maintaining neutrality. It has served them well in the past, so they are naturally biased and assume that it will continue to work. But I am of the opinion that they are wrong. In this new world, neutrality is a myth. No one will be allowed to remain on the sidelines once the sovereigns start fighting for dominance, let alone if one of them becomes a true hegemon. She shook her head. The government itself is different now, as well. Our power has grown greatly in the wake of the chain of nightmares. Countless awakened never left after becoming part of the evacuation army, and while we have few saints, the ones we do have are among the most powerful ones in existence. For all intents and purposes, the government is like the fourth great clan now. Maybe even the third, considering the dwindling influence of the House of Night. Jet paused for a moment, then sighed. And that is an inevitable process. Soon enough, the Dream Realm will become humanity's new home. In that future, the role of the government will have to change. If we don't adapt, we will disappear. Which is not really a problem, since we would have served our purpose, but then, the question is, who will rule that new world? A dark smile appeared on her ivory face, never reaching her cold blue eyes. The King of Swords? The Queen of Worms? Or the third one? None of them are qualified. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. Why do you say that? He had his own reasons to believe that the sovereigns were not the best choice to guide humanity. But Jet had always been very practical. What was her reason? She chuckled. Ah. Sorry, it's nothing too philosophical. Actually, my reason is very simple. It's because Changing Star has gone from a mundane girl to a saint in about 5 years, while the sovereigns have been stuck at their rank for decades. Once we are all living happily in the dream realm, what will the one who wins the war do when an unholy titan wanders out of a death zone? Will they be able to contend with the future? I don't think so, so I am betting on someone who would. Because I know that Nephis won't be satisfied with mere supremacy. When Jet finished speaking and gave him a relaxed smile, Effie added in a calm tone. Big Sister is mainly preoccupied with the end result, but as for me, I care about how we get there, as well. It's not enough to just preserve the world, it's also important what kind of world it will be. Right now, the stuck-up legacies are looking down on everyone. Drives me nuts, really. Can you imagine how much worse it will become once all of humanity is living under their roof? The kings, the queens, I don't trust any of them, but I do trust Nephis. She, at least, won't stop me from becoming a supreme myself. If anything, she'll probably push me into a nightmare seed. Nephis did not comment on that, making Effie smile. You would, wouldn't you? See, she's not even denying it. After that, Kai broke the silence, speaking simply. I just believe that it is the right thing to do. No more, but also no less. Sunny stared at them for a while. Eventually, he shook his head. What could he say? You are all crazy. Then, he smiled behind the mask. Fortunately for you, I am as well. Fine. I like it. Let's conquer the world. Chapter 1745. Missing Catalyst. Or rather, 2 worlds. One more, one less, it doesn't really make a difference. Jet chuckled at his words, while the others just nodded with varying degrees of seriousness. Only Nephis did not react, simply looking at him calmly. Sunny sighed, leaned back a little, and said evenly. However, let us return to the initial conversation. Lady Nephis, you said that your source element is the people whom you inspire, and that they are the foundation of your domain. However, what comes next? How do you plan on building upon that foundation to actually reach supremacy? He was quite stumped. It seemed that Nephis was half of a step ahead of him. She had dived deeply into the nature of her source element, to the point of being able to enhance it. Sunny, however, had never even questioned whether his connection to the shadows could be deepened. What was he supposed to do? Actively try to build rapport with the wild shadows? Turning them into his zealous followers? Would that bring him closer to supremacy, as well? No, I am thinking about it wrong. Nephis had said it herself, and he knew it too. Each aspect was unique, and the process of realizing a domain differed for each awakened. What worked for her would not work for him, and vice versa. She had to weave a vast tapestry of yearning souls, inspiring people one by one. But his source element was shadows. As their lord, he already enjoyed the veneration of every shadow in existence. Sunny had no need to build a foundation for his domain. Or did he? If there was a process of accumulation involved in the initial stages of attaining supremacy, then what was he supposed to accumulate? The thought resonated with him so deeply that even the humble shopkeeper stopped what he was doing, far away in Bastion, frowning for a moment. Isn't it quite obvious? Unseen, Sunny's eyes gleamed under the mask. Had he not been accumulating something from the very start of it all? The legion of silent shadows dwelling in his soul, were they the foundation of his future domain? Shadow God had been the god of death as well, after all. Was Sunny limiting himself by ignoring the connection shadows had with death? If so, what the hell was the nature of his domain supposed to be? He grimaced, feeling more lost than he had been a minute ago. Maybe Nephis will enlighten me. Sunny waited patiently for her answer. Sadly, he was doomed to be disappointed. When Nephis finally spoke, a slight frown twisted her brow. That I am not sure about. As I've said, I know the path to supremacy, but am unable to walk it yet. There has to be some kind of catalyst that will ignite the foundation I've built, turning it into an actual domain. The soul, the source element, the world, once all three are fused together by will, a sovereign is born. But how to fuse them? I do not know. Damn it. Sunny sighed secretly. Well, it would have been too easy if the answer was handed to him on a platter. He remained silent for a while, then asked somberly. So, what you are saying is that you must become a supreme to defeat the sovereigns without drowning the dream realm in the blood of mundane humans. However, you have no clue how to actually achieve it. Therefore, this whole uprising of ours is a gamble. Nephis smiled faintly. When has anything been without risk in this life? If you know a way to become supreme, Lord Shadow, I am all ears. He tilted his head and stared at her emotionlessly. If I knew a way, would I still be a saint? The last sovereign I killed was not very talkative, so I didn't have a chance to ask. In fact, Daeron of the Twilight Sea had been entirely incapable of speech by the time Sunny killed him. Kai's chair suddenly wobbled. Nephis spared him a glance, then chuckled. Indeed. However, it is not entirely up to fate. In fact, I have a reason to believe that there will be progress soon. Sunny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. Oh? How so? She lingered for a moment. Once the war starts and we enter Godgrave, there will be plenty of great nightmare creatures around, as well as some cursed ones. Watching how they impose their will upon the world might give us a clue. More than that, in the later stages of the war, Anvil and Kisong will take to the battlefield personally. Observing them will be even more illuminating. Nephis paused, then added evenly. Additionally, I am moving toward a breakthrough in mastering my aspect legacy. I suspect that receiving that boon will be of great help. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Her aspect legacy? The last time he had glimpsed her runes, only one of the 7 fruits was unlocked, the knowledge of fire. It deepened her already startling connection to that element and bestowed knowledge upon her, including the true names having to do with flames. What other branches were there? Knowledge of souls? Knowledge of authority? What knowledge was she hoping to receive? He remained silent for a moment, then asked directly. What kind of breakthrough are you seeking? Nephis met his gaze and answered calmly. Knowledge of passion. I've been studying passion as of late, and have already made great strides in mastering it. Now, it was Sunny's time to wobble. It took all his self-control not to fall out of his chair. He remained still through sheer will, not allowing even a hint of his emotions to show in his body language. Passion. How is she studying passion? What great strides! What exactly is she mastering, and with whom? Outwardly, Sunny remained calm. But internally, he was fuming. After a long silence, he asked evenly. What does passion have to do with anything? Nephis looked at him with a hint of confusion. It has to do with my source element, of course. What else? Sunny let out a mental sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all fine. She's not practicing passion with anyone. Luckily, the conversation could be safely guided elsewhere. Or so he thought. Because right at that moment, Effie suddenly said, Oh, right. I am sure that it's not the case, but if Master Sunless is having trouble making you achieve a breakthrough, tell him to come see my husband. Let the man learn from the master. That guy is a real veteran. Something fell on the floor noisily. Kai silently covered his face with a palm. Jet's smile widened a little. Cassie turned her head, pretending to look away. Sunny was appalled. Who says I need to learn anything, you vile woman? I am myself wait, why am I even thinking about her nonsense? Damnation! Nephis looked at Effie in confusion. Isn't your husband an awakened? Plus, Master Sunless is a real veteran, too. And what does he have to do with my aspect legacy? Sunny felt vindicated. Thank you. No, stop, what? Effie stared at Nephis with a strange mix of mischievousness and exasperation. After a few moments of silence, she said in a low tone. Princess, you mean that he served in Antarctica, too? Right. Nephis' confused frown deepened. Of course. What else could I mean? Effie sighed and waved a hand in the air, giving up. Forget it. Gods, why do I even bother? Chapter 1746. Just war. The other three could be drawn into the deadly game between the two sovereigns, as well. Both the government and the House of Night were desperately trying to maintain neutrality, but it was unknown if the great clans would cross the line in exerting pressure, thus making at least one of the neutral sides an accomplice in the domain war. Jet seemed a little troubled. Our position was more or less stable before. But now, with that damned assassination attempt. I don't know. The situation is unclear. She glanced at Cassie and raised an eyebrow. The blind seer seemed distracted for a moment, then said quietly. The news is spreading like wildfire, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. By now, it's all people are talking about. Everyone is outraged, of course, even the legacy clans are incensed. The situation is much more fiery in the sword domain, incendiary, even, but the song domain is reacting badly, too. Nephis' influence transcends borders. Jet frowned. That was fast. Too fast, even. Cassie nodded. Someone has been prepared. They are adding oil to the fire. As everyone fell silent, Nephis said in an even tone. I wonder, who is responsible, this time? Jet looked at her, lingered for a few moments, and smiled crookedly. It wasn't your own performance. Nephis frowned slightly, not exactly offended by her words, but seemingly displeased. Her answer was short. No. Sunny listened with interest. Actually, he had considered that the whole thing was staged by Cassie, as well. That would be in line with both her goal and her cunning. However, a few things didn't add up. Nephis leaned back and sighed. My first thought was that it had been planned by Morgan. But it's not really her style. If Morgan was behind the assassination, there would have been countless victims among the government soldiers. She is always thorough, after all. Jet crossed her arms, considering. Eventually, she simply shook her head and said with a hint of frustration in her voice. Then who the hell did it? It couldn't have really been Song, could it? Kai seemed troubled, as well. He remained silent for a while before saying cautiously. Actually, it could have been. Princess Morgan was right when she said that there aren't a lot of archers in the world who can pull off something like that. The two prime suspects, coincidentally, are from the Song domain. One is Silent Stalker. The other is Dar of the Maharana clan. Sunny smiled darkly behind the mask. That guy. He had considered Dar of the Maharana clan, as well. The man had an eerie ability to hit targets from a great distance, and was fond of using oversized arrows to boot. Sunny had brushed sides with him during the Dreamscape tournament, almost catching a few of those arrows himself. Later, they crossed swords in the elimination rounds, where the legacy scion was cut down by Mongrel. He had not left a good impression. Maharana was one of the vassal clans of Song, too. Effie scratched the back of her head. Dar of the Maharana clan? Last I heard of him, he was a master. Where is he now? Cassie answered a moment later, effortlessly pulling the information out of her head. He is presumably still a master. Although, no one has seen or heard of him in the last 6 months. He could have challenged the third nightmare and transcended in secret. Or died trying. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in his usual aloof tone. I can tell you who is behind the assassination attempt. He had not been certain before, but now, the pieces fit together too perfectly. The rest of them looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Sunny leaned forward a little. Your instinct was correct, Lady Nephis. It was indeed Morgan, well, or at least Clan Vela. Of course, they never really intended to kill you. Nephis nodded. That much is clear. No one who would want to kill me is stupid enough to try so half-heartedly. But why are you pointing at Clan Vela? He grimaced behind the mask. The assailant had to know your schedule. They also had to know that the Nightmare Gate would lure you into the open. Of course, the sniper could have tried to hit you on a crowded street, or even through several walls, but that park was too convenient of a location for that kind of attack to be a coincidence. I am pretty sure that Morgan knew about the gate in advance and chose the location of our meeting accordingly. I assumed that she wanted to gauge my power, but she simply wanted to deliver you to the impact zone. Sunny paused for a moment, then shook his head. No, actually, it is more likely that she wanted both. The Princess of War is very efficient. After all, her actions rarely pursue only one goal. Effie frowned. Why do it, though? He stared at her silently for a moment. As I've said, Morgan's actions tend to accomplish several goals at the same time. So, why stage an attempted assassination on her little sister? The first reason is quite obvious, since you and your fellow government representatives are suffering the outcome right now. It is to discredit the government and gain leverage against it. Soul Reaper mentioned that your position has been destabilized. By playing the indignation card and acting offended on behalf of their adopted daughter, the Elders of Vela are now in a position to put pressure on you to join their side. Jet chuckled. Just that much leverage won't be enough. Well, most likely. Sunny nodded. Yes. But that is only because discrediting the government is merely a secondary goal of the entire affair. Kai frowned, then asked him somberly. What is the primary goal, then? Sunny sighed behind the mask. You know, there are a lot of nasty rumors flying around the Song domain about Clan Vela. How people from the Sword domain are monopolizing resource shipments from the waking world to make their lives more miserable. How most of the Elders of Vela, including the King of Swords himself, have been taken by the Skinwalker. How people there are suffering under the tyranny of corrupt legacies and cry out to the heavens for help. He leaned back and shrugged. Of course, plenty of such rumors are spreading about Clan Song in the Sword domain, as well. The Queen of Worms is a rotten fiend. She kills innocent people to enslave them into her undead army. The Song sisters feed on human blood, stuff like that. All these rumors are false, naturally, well, except that last one. That one might actually be true. In any case, they are carefully prepared and spread by both sides, for a single purpose. An expression of disgust appeared on Kai's face. He remained silent for a few moments, then uttered through gritted teeth. Justification. Sunny nodded. Indeed. The great clans need to warm up the populace to the idea of war. Not only the masses, but also the awakened warriors who will be fighting on the front lines. I am sure there is a version of it for the vassal clans, as well, not that those have a lot of choice when it comes to obeying the sovereigns. So, for those of you who are fond of history, you must know what casus belli is. The faces of several people in the room darkened. Effie coughed. Casus belli, sure. We all know it, of course. But to those of us who don't, can you explain? Please? Sunny was tempted to tell her to ask her husband for an explanation, but held himself back. Instead, he said in an emotionless tone. Sure. There is not much to explain. Casus belli is just a fancy term for justification. An official reason given when starting a war. An assassination of a royal is more than enough reason to drown the world in blood. In fact, this exact scenario was used before to do just that. He chuckled coldly. Honestly, I would have expected Vela to actually kill one of their saints in order to have a more solid claim. But either someone among them is growing soft, or they can't allow themselves to lose even a single transcendent before the war. In any case, someone attempts to kill Changing Star, humanity's favorite saint, and both of the main suspects just happen to be from the Song domain. One of them is even conveniently unavailable for questioning. This is more than enough ground to spin a pretty tale. Sunny sighed. As for the fact that none of the government soldiers had died, which is unlike how ruthless Morgan usually acts, that is the result of a shrewd calculation, as well. If the purpose of the assassination attempt is to make Clan Vela look like the wrong party, then wouldn't it be counterproductive to make the government suffer more losses than Clan Vela did? Who would look like the true victim then? So, it was all part of the plan. His cold voice echoes in the room, sounding more than a little bit sinister. As everyone was digesting his words silently, Sunny laughed. Well, at least that is how I would have done it. With more flair, of course. Nephis looked at him somberly, not saying anything. Eventually, though, she spoke in an even tone. So, they had someone pretend to try and kill me while using the method that would point at someone serving Kisong. This gives them the ammunition they need to both declare war and maintain the illusion of righteousness, eventually. And, as an added bonus, they even get a chance to pressure the government into making concessions, or even joining their side entirely. He nodded. More or less. Nephis sighed and looked away. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "Well, good. It plays into our hand, actually. If I become the catalyst for the start of the war, it would only be logical for me to be the one to end it." At that moment, Cassie spoke, her voice a little grim. "If they are already moving so openly, then it seems that we have even less time than we thought. I'm afraid that some of our plans will have to be accelerated, or even abandoned entirely." Sunny scowled behind the mask. "Yeah. Like me forging a sword for Nephis. I doubt I can make it in time, can I?" Nephis gritted her teeth. "It has been a long time coming. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can. When Song and Vela go to war, the only side that shall win is us." She looked at the people gathered in the room, her gaze settling on Sunny. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Or, we'll die. Lord Shadow, that favor I owe you, you'd better call it in soon. You might not get the chance later." He crossed his arms and stared back at her. "Who gave you permission to die?" Sunny smiled slightly behind the mask, then said in a cold tone, "You are too weak right now. Become stronger first." Nephis remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. "All right. If you insist that I become stronger, it seems that I have no other choice. I will." Soon after that, the secret meeting ended. The members of the cohort left, some openly, some in secret. Sunny himself simply crossed the border between the realms, returning to the Nameless Temple. There was a lot for him to do. Outside the manor of the Immortal Flame clan, the engines of war were churning, and the world was moving on. Chapter 1747. The infamous Lord Mongrel. The Firekeepers were quite generous. Nephis did not enjoy the favor of the Vela elders, so her private troops rarely received resources that a princess's personal guard deserved. They existed on a pitiful stipend that wouldn't cover the needs of 50 awakened, let alone half 100 masters. Nevertheless, they were quite rich. Their riches did not come from the great clan, but from their own exploits instead. Every time Vela sent Nephis and her Firekeepers to deal with a terrible calamity of some sort, which happened on a regular basis, countless abominations would fall to their swords. That meant that there would be many memories and echoes brought back from each expedition, as well as valuable materials harvested from the nightmare creatures. The Firekeepers kept the best for themselves and sold the rest. That way, they were quite self-sufficient, and their coffers never ran empty. Cassie managed the assets of the Firekeepers, investing in various enterprises throughout the Sword domain. In fact, many establishments in Bastion and other young cities had been funded by her on behalf of Nephis, not only bringing in stable income, but also adding to Changing Star's reputation. There was a sizable charity fund established by the Firekeepers, as well, helping people in need. In short, Nephis was quite affluent despite being shunned by the elders of Clan Vela. And now, Sunny was benefiting from her wealth, as well. There were a lot of mocking rumors about him in Bastion these days, calling him names and detailing what it was exactly that he was doing for Nephis in exchange for her money and gifts. But Sunny didn't mind. In fact, he was of the firm belief that everyone talking nonsense about him was simply jealous. Who wouldn't want to receive expensive gifts and attention from a stunningly beautiful young lady? What was there to feel shame about? If they did not know how to put themselves in such an envious position, it was their problem. Plus, of all the things Sunny had learned over the years, shame wasn't one of them. He had none, to begin with. In any case, the brilliant Emporium was now handling the flow of memories in and from the Ivory Island, collecting a commission from each deal. Granted, the firekeepers weren't selling much these days. They were, however, on a spending spree. The war was just beyond the horizon, and everyone who knew anything about it was in a hurry to arm themselves as well as possible. Aiko was so giddy that Sunny was seriously concerned that the petite girl would explode from the excitement. Her greed and love for money put even his own prodigious avarice to shame. The deal with the firekeepers was not the only reason why the brilliant Emporium was doing better than usual, though. The restaurant side of the business was booming, as well. And the reason for that was not just Sunny's face. Well, it was, in a manner of speaking. The real reason was that damn duel with Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. Sunny had expected that playing the role of Changing Star's lover would attract a lot of attention, of course. What he had not expected was how much the citizens of Bastion loved to gossip and how much free time they had on their hands. These people. There were no empty seats in the dining hall, and apart from a couple of regulars, the rest of the crowd was here for only one reason, to catch a glimpse of the despicable mongrel who had cunningly bewitched Changing Star. The thrill-seekers had even scared away his regular customers. Fewer and fewer of them were showing up in the brilliant Emporium each day, to Sunny's chagrin. He could hear the hum of their whispers from the kitchen. I saw him. Good gods. I was on the fence before, but now I really understand Lady Nephis. No way. That bastard is deceiving her. He must be a Song spy. What spy? Why would people from the Song domain send spies here? What, you haven't heard? Their creepy queen is just straight evil. She even sent assassins to kill Lady Nephis. She wouldn't dare. It's true. Everyone is talking about it. That's why I think that this mongrel is a spy. Quiet, you idiot. What if the mongrel hears you? Don't you know how many people he massacred in the castle? Still, he doesn't look like a spy. He's too dreamy to be a spy. Stuck in the kitchen, Sunny gritted his teeth and concentrated on cooking. That's Lord Mongrel to you, fools. He was tempted to spit into the pan. Of course, he didn't. Fools or not, he had a reputation to uphold. Sunny did not care if his name was being dragged through the mud. But no one was allowed to besmirch his cooking. In the end, he was almost relieved when it was time to close the shop. Sunny chased away the last customers, locked the door, and collapsed onto the shadow chair in utter exhaustion. What a contradictory feeling. On one hand, he was tired of hearing idiots talk trash about him. On the other hand, the idiots paid a good amount of coins to spend time in the brilliant Emporium. So, it was a good thing, overall? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and descended into the memory boutique. There, Aiko was busy checking the descriptions of the memories she had recently purchased. She was in charge of the whole operation, not only because she had better business sense than him, but also because Sunny was unable to receive and transfer memories, like all carriers of the nightmare spell could. The memories he crafted had to be designed with the customer in mind. Sunny had stolen a trait from the shard memories of the Forgotten Shore, which had the ability to bind themselves to those who touched them. After modifying it a little, he was able to devise a way to bestow the memories on the clients without transferring them directly from his own soul. Which meant that for the deals concerning purchase memories, he needed an awakened courier. Aiko played the role splendidly, delivering the memories to the firekeepers in person. How is it going? The petite girl looked up from the documents and grinned. All accounted for, boss. We even managed to find a weapon with the weird combination of enchantments that Master Shim requested. Damn, it's still strange to call that guy a master. I remember how he used to nag the older hunters for losing all their shards gambling with me, back in the Bright Castle. Sunny smiled. Good, then. Make a trip to the castle tomorrow, come back early, though. I won't survive in the kitchen alone. Aiko shuddered at the word early, then sighed and gathered the documents. See you tomorrow, boss. Soon, she was gone. Sunny had followed her onto the porch and remained there for a while, watching the sun set and the full moon rise. Tonight was the night he had to meet Cassie again. Chapter 1748. Precious moments. However, the atmosphere of their meeting was different today. It was more familiar, somehow. Perhaps even friendly. When Sunny emerged from the lake, Cassie smiled faintly. Sunny. He brushed his wet hair back and smiled, as well. Lady Cassia. She shook her head lightly. It feels unfair that you are still maintaining decorum after insisting that I should be more informal. Call me Cassie, please. He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. All right, Cassie. Shall we go? I am hoping to explore as much of the mirror labyrinth as possible tonight. She nodded and offered him her small hand. Sunny took it and pulled them both into the shadows, teleporting straight to the underground chamber they had discovered before. This time, there was no need for her to guide him deep into the ruins of the castle, erasing the memories of the knights patrolling it. The chamber had not changed at all, which was a relief. Sunny vividly remembered the warning Cassie had given him about the others, so he was wary of the beings that lived inside the mirrors in the former stronghold of the Demon of Imagination. Summoning the shadow lantern, he drowned the maze in shadows without wasting any time. Soon after, Sunny and Cassie continued to explore the labyrinth. This place is vast. They had wandered it for hours the last time, and were not making any noticeable progress tonight. Slowly, Sunny was starting to grow wary. He remembered the Nightmare Desert and the Black Pyramid standing at its center. No matter how long one walked across the white dunes, the pyramid never drew closer. Was there some sort of trickery preventing him from reaching the heart of the labyrinth, as well? They walked in silence for a while, but quickly grew bored of it. Eventually, Cassie spoke. I must admit, Master Sunless. Sunny. You are a fascinating man. He raised an eyebrow. I am. The blind seer chuckled melodiously. Indeed. I suspected that you were, of course, when we first met. But knowing it and witnessing it in person are two different things. That stunt you pulled with poor Master Tristan. I pride myself on being able to predict things, you know. However, that caught me by surprise. What were you thinking? Sunny coughed quietly. What was he thinking, indeed? He kept quiet for a few moments, then said nonchalantly. Well, thinking too much is bad for one's health. Back then, I was thinking, gods, I want to punch this buffoon so much. And so, I did. It's all about the little joys in life. She drew a sharp breath. I guess. Sunny grinned. Anyway, it ended up working in our favor, didn't it? We wanted everyone to get the wrong impression about the nature of the relationship between me and Nephis. Well, mission accomplished. Cassie exhaled slowly. A little bit too well, even. He glanced at her. Whatever is worth doing at all, is worth doing well. The blind seer did not find what to answer. She remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. True. Then, there is your true body, the Lord of Shadows. Meeting him in person was quite an experience. The contrast between him and Master Sunless is quite striking, to say the least. I applaud your acting skills. Sunny looked at her curiously, hesitated for a bit, and then smiled. Why, thank you. But actually, you are wrong. Cassie raised an eyebrow elegantly. I am. He nodded. This is my true body. The Lord of Shadows is a shadow. He's a performance. She tilted her head a little, baffled. Wait. You mean to say that this, the shopkeeper, is your true personality? And the aloof saint of Godgrave is merely an act? Sunny smiled, then sighed, and eventually looked away. Yes? But also no. I guess each of my incarnations is me, it's just that they have different purposes. The purpose of the Lord of Shadows is to be a warrior. So, the parts of my personality that have to do with conflict take the lead. The purpose of the humble shopkeeper is to live peacefully and enjoy life. So, he's a bit of a homebody. He paused, and then added with a shrug. It's not that strange. We all wear different masks when dealing with different people. A person will behave one way when they are with their family, act differently when they are with their colleagues, and put on a new mask when they meet their friends. I am much the same, it's just that I have many bodies, so I can wear all the masks at the same time. Cassie looked at him thoughtfully. Isn't it easy to lose sight of your true self that way? Sunny smiled. You might not know, but I am the world's topmost expert on not losing my true self. Shadows are formless and shapeless by nature, so I have to be careful not to forget the shape of my soul. She lingered for a while, then let out a wistful sigh. I'll have to ask you for advice one day, then. I also struggle with maintaining my sense of self. Living through other people's senses, and experiencing their innermost memories, can be disorienting, sometimes. Cassie smiled, then asked in a gentle voice. But, speaking of the Lord of Shadows, can I ask you something? Sunny glanced at her briefly. You can. She nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, Before, you asked me to keep the true identity of Master Sunless to myself, saying that Nephis would not trust either if the connection between him and the Lord of Shadows was revealed. But now, you are not a stranger to her anymore. She has accepted Lord Shadow into her inner circle and entrusted him with her life. Likewise, Neph is, sympathetic toward Master Sunless. Why maintain the charade? Sunny did not answer immediately, contemplating her question. Why did he want to keep that secret? He hesitated for a while, then sighed. Because it's fun. It was a callous answer, but a truthful one. Well, of course it was, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to give it. There was no strategic reason to keep Nephis in the dark anymore. And yet, Sunny was enjoying himself too much to let it go, already. Nephis did somewhat trust the Lord of Shadows now. But she was also wary of him, because anyone who possessed such power would make people wary. The humble shopkeeper, however, wasn't powerful at all. So, she could allow herself to be at ease around him. And to Sunny, such moments were precious. They were much closer to the relationship they had before becoming saints than the courteous distance between her and the Lord of Shadows. He didn't want to lose these moments, yet. Cassie let out a small laugh. Fun? Well, I have to admit, it is indeed a lot of fun. However, she lingered for a moment, and asked quietly, Don't you think that it is unfair to her to keep such a secret? Sunny kept quiet, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. Eventually, he let out a sigh and lowered his head. You are right. It is indeed unfair. But don't worry. I'll tell her soon. He looked ahead and added with a hint of regret in his voice. I'll tell her before the war starts. Until then, well, Master Sunless should probably make an effort to enjoy his last days of peace as much as possible. The two of them continued to explore the labyrinth, sometimes keeping silent, sometimes chatting about this and that. Sadly, Sunny failed to solve the maze this time, as well. Not long before the dawn came, he found himself back in the underground chamber, face to face with Cassie. It was time to show her another memory. Chapter 1749. Leave it all behind. The dark ecstasy of having killed the butcher of Falcon Scott had washed over Sunny's heart and receded like a tide, leaving it cold and hollow, dark and utterly devoid of light. There was nothing binding him to the world anymore. He was banished from the nightmare spell, fate, and existence itself. In the whole world, 2 worlds, actually, not a single soul cared whether he lived or died. No one even remembered that he existed. Facing the cruel truth of that loss was too painful, and so, Sunny longed to leave it behind. He opened his eyes in a familiar hall. Warm sunlight was pouring through the stained glass windows, painting the ivory walls with vibrant colors. Heavy chains lay on the floor, arranged into a flawless circle. The sky was vast and blue outside. The ivory island floated on the sea of clouds, enveloped by a peaceful silence. Sunny had not wanted to come here. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to avoid this place at all costs. However, this was where his soul was anchored to the dream realm, and so, this was where he had arrived after giving up on the waking world. Standing in the center of the chained circle, Sunny shifted slightly and dissolved into the shadows. The ivory tower was mostly empty right now. Most of the firekeepers were still lost in the depths of their nightmares, while Nephis and the rest of the cohort were too busy to visit it often. Still, he didn't want to be seen by anyone. They could not remember him even if he told them who he was, so there was no point. Sunny glided across the floor as a shadow, hiding in the darkness near the gate. Then, he extended his shadow sense outward and froze. On the emerald grass outside the great pagoda, 2 people were walking toward its gate. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter. He kept himself hidden when they entered the sunlit hall. Nephis was frowning, while Cassie followed her with a strangely lost expression on her delicate face. Sunny remained motionless as he unwillingly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Are you sure?" Cassie nodded slowly. "Yes. I think I am." The future has grown too elusive to decipher. Nephis halted and remained silent for a few moments. "Can it be connected to your transcendence? Or witnessing that thing in Verge?" The blind girl hesitated briefly. "That was what I thought, as well. However, I've reached out to several seers in confidence. They all seem to be having trouble glimpsing anything from the future, as well, all over the world." Nephis' scowl deepened. "What can be the reason? An aftershock of the dream gates being open? The chain of nightmares itself?" She shook her head and continued walking. "We will have to investigate it later. Right now, there is too much to do. It is pure pandemonium out there, with so many people suddenly arriving in the dream realm. The refugee camp outside Bastion is lacking provisions and manpower, with too few awakened to guard them against the nightmare creatures. At least there is no lack of water, but all of it was too sudden. The situation can swiftly descend into a disaster." Cassie sighed. "I heard that they're going to build a city on the lake shore. And with the sleepers of Antarctica having awakened, there are much more capable warriors now than before." Nephis nodded. "Still, I am going there to help." The blind girl remained silent for a moment. "I see. I'll go with you, then." Sunny hid in the shadows, listening to the news about the tribulations of humanity without interest. What did it have to do with him? Nothing at all, not anymore. Nephis shook her head. "Someone has to stay here to welcome our people once they return from the nightmares. Plus, you have another important task to accomplish." Cassie raised an eyebrow. You really want to do it?" Nephis gave her another nod. "It is time to abandon the Chained Isles. We are too far away from everything important here. I want you to fly the Ivory Island south, toward Bastion." With that, she turned around and walked into the circle of chains. Standing there, Nephis frowned and briefly touched her face. She remained motionless for a while, then said somberly, "Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?" Cassie did not answer, simply standing there with a confused expression. Eventually, Nephis grimaced. "That other issue, have you been able to discover anything?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "No. I talked with Effie and Kai again, Jet too. But it's hard to dispel the fog that's clouding some of our memories. I think it must have been Torment who had done something to us. But what? And why? And when? There is no answer yet." Nephis sighed. "Keep digging. I'll do some research, too. Soon, she was gone, returning to the waking world. Cassie did not move for a while, standing there with her head lowered. Eventually, she whispered quietly, "What has she done to me?" With that, she turned around and descended into the basement of the ivory tower, where the runic controls of the island were located. Sunny was left alone. He exhaled slowly and emerged from the shadows, looking in the direction where Cassie had gone. Torment, did she really believe that her defiled twin had been capable of doing something like that? The timeline didn't make sense, and Cassie knew it. Well, it was a reasonable theory to make. Torment's power. Cassie's power had to do with manipulating memories, after all. For a moment, a desperate hope ignited in his heart. What if Cassie could restore the memories of him with her transcendent ability? What if he could make them remember? But no, he knew that it was impossible. If it was, she would have already done so, restoring her own lost memories first. I'm sick of it. He gritted his teeth and walked out of the ivory tower. By now, the crushing was of no threat to him. Sunny wasn't sure if he could endure its terrible pressure, but he also did not need to. The range of his shadow sense had grown enough to reach the distant islands, so he could simply step through the shadows to leave the ivory island behind. He contemplated for a few moments, considering if he should. What was he going to do, anyway? Live like a hermit in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm? Leave to travel the unexplored regions of this dreadful world, away from where any human could see him? Jump into the sky below and try to reach its bottom out of curiosity. Each alternative was as good as the next one. Well, jumping into the sky below was probably a bit worse than the rest. Sunny remained still for a while, thinking. In the end, he did not use Shadow Step to reach the flying island far below. Instead, he circled the great pagoda and headed toward the graceful gazebo, where the portal to the ebony tower stood. If he remembered correctly, there was a chamber in Nether's scorched tower where the walls were engraved with countless runes. Sunny had not been able to understand those runes before, or at least retain the understanding of the ancient demon's words. After his visit to the estuary, however, who knew what he would be able to learn? Chapter 1750. Nothing but time. The Firekeepers had established an outpost here, but after the Chainbreaker gained the ability to brave the crushing, they only maintained a token presence in the sky below. Now that Nefer's followers had left to challenge the nightmares, there was not a soul around. He stepped out of the black arch on the highest level of the obsidian pagoda and remained there for a while, staring into the distance. Somewhere far away, in a different world, one of his shadows was following Rain. Sunny had to think of a way to approach her openly, but his current mental state was too volatile to try. I'll think of something later. Nothing moved in the sky below. Nothing disturbed the cold silence. Rid of the suffocating pressure of human company, he felt comfortable for the first time in a while. Or at least numb. There was consolation in solitude. Sunny exhaled slowly, then allowed the onyx mantle to retreat back under his skin. With his military bodysuit in tatters, he was left practically naked. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny allowed the wild shadows to envelop his lithe body and manifested them into a semblance of soft fabric. Summoning the endless spring, he satiated his thirst and left the 6th level of the ebony tower. The 5th level consisted of one large chamber. It was shrouded in darkness, with countless runes covering the obsidian walls. These runes were the reason why Sunny had chosen to come to this place. He stared at them emotionlessly. I knew it. Before, Sunny had been unable to read the forbidden runes. In fact, simply beholding them had almost killed him, but things were different now. Not only had he grown vastly more powerful since his day as an awakened, but he had also received the revelations of madness from the Sin of Solace. Thanks to that, he glimpsed the secrets that Ariel had left behind, and was seemingly inoculated against the power of the forbidden runes by the knowledge of the forgotten god. And so, Sunny did not feel repelled by the runes carved into the walls of the ebony tower anymore. All he felt was a slight sense of discomfort. Of course, he still had to be careful when studying them. the knowledge of the void that a demon was capable of enduring could very well plant seeds of corruption into his transcendent soul, and there was no telling if any of it was mixed between the passages concerning the forgotten god. There was also a bit of a problem. Nether had not used the runic alphabet Sunny was most familiar with while leaving the notes on the wall, and since the spell never translated the forbidden runes, he could not do it himself from memory. After years of wandering the dream realm and exploring ancient ruins, he could somewhat decipher the meaning, but a proper translation would take a lot of time. Which was fine. Sunny had nothing but time, these days. He did not get to work immediately, though. What was the rush? Instead, Sunny left the 5th level behind and descended lower. He passed the solemn shrine on the 4th floor, the workshops on the 3rd floor, the divine flame reservoir on the 2nd floor, where Weaver's arm had once been left to burn, devoured by the harrowing rot, and finally reached the 1st level of the Ebony Tower. That was where the Fire Keepers had established their living quarters. The central chamber had been shrouded in darkness once, but now, it was brightly lit by a multitude of enchanted lanterns. Sunny counted them calmly and smiled. Each of the lanterns was a memory belonging to one of the Fire Keepers. They had been left behind here for a reason. For as long as the master of the lantern was alive, their lantern would continue to glow. If they perished, the lantern would dissipate into a rain of sparks, destroyed with the rest of their memories. There was a similar chamber in the Ivory Tower, which could tell if any of them had died. From the look of it, the Fire Keepers were doing well in the second nightmares. The number of lanterns had not dwindled at all, at least not yet. Looking away, Sunny walked over to one of the cots and fell on it heavily. As soon as his head hit the pillow, his eyes closed on their own. He was tired. It was time to sleep. Tomorrow, his new life as an aimless wanderer would begin. Asterisk. Sunny woke up feeling refreshed. It was still strange to him to sleep while one of his incarnations stayed awake. In such moments, his consciousness seemed to split, one part of it functioning normally, the other drifting in the comforting embrace of slumber. He even dreamed sometimes, while simultaneously observing his dreams from the side. In any case, his mental fatigue lessened no matter which incarnation slept, as long as one of them did. Rising from the cot, Sunny looked around groggily. There was nothing pressing he had to do, so he was not in a hurry. He summoned the coveter's coffer, took out some supplies, and seasoned some monster meat. While it was roasting, Sunny brewed himself a pot of coffee. Then, he took the pot and the plate of meat outside and ate breakfast while dangling his feet above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The sea of divine flames above made for a spectacular sky. He enjoyed the views for a while, sipping coffee and not thinking about anything in particular. Eventually, though, Sunny grew bored, and finally returned to the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. He looked at the runes for a while, eventually stopping near a familiar section of Nether's writings. Out there on the obsidian wall, a strange map had been carved into the stone. The Ivory Tower, the tomb of Ariel, Ravenheart, Bastion, the great vessel that served as the citadel for the House of Night, the Underworld, and Weaver's Mask placed above the other 6 landmarks, with a question mark next to it. The other 6 strongholds were only marked by a single rune each. Desire, Oblivion, Dread, Imagination, Repose, Destiny, and Fate. Sunny studied the map with amusement. It had seemed a bit strange before. After all, there were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between the strongholds. They all seemed strangely disconnected, as if there was no map at all. Now, of course, Sunny knew the Diamonds had built their citadels in different realms, and so, it could as well have been a realm map. It was only after the Dream Realm had assimilated all mortal realms and 5 of the 6 divine realms that the demonic strongholds ended up connected by land. Finally, his gaze settled on the carving of Weaver's Mask. Nether had not known where his eldest sibling dwelled, or if there was such a place at all. Perhaps Weaver had been a homeless wanderer, just like Sunny. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked away from the map and turned his attention to the runes.